Your most serene majesty, we find ourselves in a world turned most foul. A world filled with innumerable horrors, monstrosities that prey on the meek and mighty alike. 'Tis truly a wretched scourge born of nightmares. Yet it need not be so. Freed of the fetters of the spineless council, we can create something new. Hunters of exceptional strength, speed, agility. Equipped to overcome absolutely any foe. Bards will toil to do justice to their feats. For sometimes one needs a monster to slay a monster. Is it just me, or does that sound far too serious? Once again, from the top.
Hello and welcome to Day 2 of GWENT World Masters Season 2 Finals. My name is Pavel Busha. I will be your host once again today. And yesterday, we saw the top 8 players from this season compete, and we have only 4 left today, and one of them will become our very first World Master. What I'll be doing today is I won't be leaking after every interview, but I will be doing the interviews. But we have a special pre-final segment where me and Jason go through some of the most coolest, in my opinion of course, cards from the upcoming expansion Way of the Witcher. But enough from me, let's meet our first pair of casters.
All right, we can't. There we go. McBeard is kind of just. There he is.
What's going on, everybody?
Don't worry about it. We're starting off smooth.
We're starting off as better than ever now. In fact, You've already forgotten. Like I was saying, from around the world to your homes, this is GWENT Masters Day 2. Today, we are going to find out who is going to be the champion of the first GWENT Masters, the second season, the 2020 season. Flake, thanks for carrying me there for those first few seconds. How are you?
I'm doing well. I have exercised my robotic demons, I hope. Again, we're going to just kind of I'm vibing with my microphone here to make sure that all of that has been smoothed out. We have pretty much sacrificed what we need to the internet gods to make sure that this is not only a smooth presentation, but an exciting one as well. And for all who are watching, wherever the heck you are, there are Twitch drops that are going to be given to you. You just got to show up. You just got to be there. Hours, you get yourself a pretty damn cool set for 8 hours of doing the tournament yourself. The beautiful card, I know that yesterday was a pretty long day because we have so much we're going to do today. Again, lots and lots of wicked people, not just the game, but also the drops as well.
So we're having a few technical difficulties, my friends. A little bit of a slideshow on both our end. I think it might be a little connection to North America and Discord. We're going to push through until I hear otherwise. I want to talk about the Divination Challenge. I think that in the early brackets, you are still in Divination Challenge. If you happen to pick that 3-0 KO or any of the other things that went together,
So unfortunately, we have some technical difficulties. So I'll be standing by here and telling you that we have a beautiful studio here in which we have something in the background. You might notice it. You might not notice it. So yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed yesterday's leaks. There were a couple interesting cards coming with the upcoming expansion, Way of the Witcher. Coming December 8th. Don't forget that. If you have missed the cards that we showed, you can go to playgwent.com. You have Way of the Witcher there. You click on the pre-orders. You learn about the expansion. There is actually a pretty cool video that we did last week about Adrenaline, which you guys can check out to learn more about the mechanic. You can also check out all the cards and check out the 3 pre-order offers that we have. While the best one, my opinion of course, is the combo pack in which you get everything plus an additional title. So you can have the title The Witcher. So your nickname, for me, for example, Burza46, The Witcher, sounds super, super nice. So you can get that. Yeah, and if you want to learn more about the expansion also, check out our content creators because they have been talking about it, making videos about it. You can also go on Reddit, our official forums, Twitter, Facebook, wherever you guys want to. And we still need a little bit more time to have everything fixed and so everything goes smoothly. Unfortunately, we're doing the event, you know, online, so these things tend to happen, but we should be coming back to the casters shortly. Flake and McBeard are standing by. So yeah, anything else you guys want to know, I can provide here.
Give it a shot. Testing, everybody. Looks good on my screen. Hopefully looks good on your screen. Let's get back into the discussion. The last thing we were going to talk about were the final 4 players. Of course, we got all the way into the, we're in the semis now. It is day 2, and we're going to get started here with the semifinals. We will also get to see who walked away with what when it comes down to the cash as well. Everything looks good. Everything is super clear. Fantastic. Shall we take a look at the prize pools here?
Yeah, let's go take a look at the prize pool before I jinx it again. This is pretty damn cool. The final 4 players already have some money under their belts. They're already, you know, banking some of that sweet cash. As you can see over here, Payable with 6,100 bucks, Gravish with 5,300, Colamon on top of that pile with 7,500 beans, and Saber 6,100 clams right there. And I mean, there's still a lot to be fought over. Again, this is a big prize pool, over 88,000 USD up for grabs here because of the you know, the support and enthusiasm of you, the viewers. So $7,100 match stake here for each of these semifinals. Again, it is distributed based on how the players are performing. A 3-0 sweep takes all the money, and based on how the wins and losses go, that's pretty much how the money is going to be divvied up. That is how the pie is going to get sliced and distributed.
Right on. And if you want to be involved in the conversation, you can use the hashtag World Masters. Give us your thoughts, and remember that the online tournament is run online. Of course, this is an online tournament, so players and casters are connected from homes. Of course, Paolo just mentioned that, and we just got through to the other side of that one. But the most important part about that is Twitch Observer. It's fully operational this time. You can look at the players' decks and graveyards anytime you want. But the most important part about being on Twitch is linking your GOG.com account and getting those Twitch drops. Let's have a look at the possibilities you can get here. Powell mentioned it earlier. 4 hours gets you the Beholder title, and 8 hours gets you the Elemental World Masters Season 2 card back.
Now, it's important as well that not just to be here and watch the tournament to get these sweet loot, but also let us know what you think. Again, the Divination Challenge means that we want to see what you guys, thoughts are in terms of who's going to win, but there's so much more that you guys can emote. Go ahead and let us know how you're feeling about the tournament. Some exciting plays. Use the hashtag World Masters and give us all of your cool reactions, your gifts, all of that awesomeness. And yeah, that's pretty much it. The brackets. I mean, let's go take a look at just how we got to where we are today on day 2 of Season 2 Masters.
Here we go, my friends. Gravish will be taking on Pajabal in the first game, cast by yours truly and Flake next to me as well. Coleman and Saber taking care of the second half of the semifinals. Jaggers and Impetuous Panda will be taking that cast. Shinmiri will be at the end of each cast as well and analyzing some of the best highlights that we have a chance to see in these games. Now, if you missed the highlights from yesterday, shame on you. We've got a reel for you. Check it out, and we will be back on the other side to get things started with GWENT Masters. We will be there we go.
Here comes the last charges, the last bastion, if you will, and Keltulis just gives itself a goodbye.
Yeah, it's good. And now Keltulis can just be played on the back row, protected up for 11 points, 19 points here, a 19-point Imlerith Wrath, smashing cams from 40 all the way down to 21, dropping Keltulis on the back row. Gravish turns this one around. Very, very great mirror here.
Have any threats because you do not have the Selkirk to really duel anything. Rock Slide rather. I think that's decent.
Tie game, my friends. Now, was that avoidable?
And yeah, there's the Osril. Not the most fantastic Osril. Oswald actually making use of the Keltilis that kind of whiffed in this match. A reset here, and it's all over.
For the Baron, Falibor is going to come in as Gravish can take a nice deep breath, going the distance. 6 games, 1 tie, 3 out of 2 against his partner Cams. There he is, my friend.
Jox comes down as a big finisher, a huge amount of points for Piable. And we'll see if these Carrick Marines with the Veraxis support can do it. I'm not sure they can. It's going to be a lot of points here. The reset comes in. You have the Royal Guards as well and the Shield Wall boost. Could it be a tie?
Is it a tie? I think it's a tie.
The Casper Curse comes in game 1 of the second series, and we see yet another tie. This is going to be a long day, Jargus. I hope you're ready.
No, we'll have to just wait and see what it is he picks and how big the difference might be.
Just going for points here, like I mentioned. Not really much more to do there. He gets the shield. He gets the, all the points. 36 in the end. No more engines ticking for Tailbot. So just, you have to make up these points if you're Piable, and you have still a lot of coins to do it. You have the Passiflora chapter. You want to activate that as well and use up your coins. We'll see what he goes for with Vivaldi Bank. I think the best option is still Blind Ice to get those 6 coins. You just dump them all back into the Sea Jackal there. And there it is. Adriana comes out. The coins go up. The Sea Jackal goes up as well. And the points are going to be there for Piable to take this game 1 with the ship coming out as well. A 7-point lead for Piable. And game 1, which is really game 2. Turn Disarray comes out.
Here's the
We'll
boost.
be getting the Deathblow effect. We'll be boosting all allied units, denying that Revenant as well. A 15-point gap. It might be enough here with Falibor coming down. It's going to be enough for Piable to win this, killing the Inquisitor, doing some extra damage, and a 1-point win from Piable.
Oh.
And he wins the game. He wins the series. It's a 3-1 win for Piable, and he moves on to semifinal. The game winner, we see it there. His happiness, he almost can't believe it.
That will be Gord finally dropping down. Titanic 214. But it could just as well be anything at this point. There's the Sea Jackal. There's
That's a great Sea Jackal.
Merchant. That's, the Sea Jackal works.
Best part about the Sea Jackal is that it's it's close enough to the top that you are going to get some of those horde abilities as well. You just go over the top, spend as much coins as you can. I mean, you want to leave the 3 maybe, or maybe it's probably best offered to go ahead and just put them all into the Sea Jackal, given the fact you've already seen Heatwave. Might as well do it.
Just going to forfeit the game.
Rather a 11-point Falibor 2 onto something else, but that's a pretty big deficit as we're looking at. We're going to see how this kind of shapes up, but is this going to be enough? Not quite.
Wow.
Not quite.
Coleman, you made it look good. You made it look good. Who needs Commandos in the Commandos deck? You're making it all work out, and you're making Drog look so good. I'm sure you got a lot of fans coming back, like with the throwback list, Drog Commandos.
But I think not good enough to deal with Hemdall being just an 8-point body by itself is already a great finisher, and any damage you get after that's going to be great as well. There's going to be a 6-point gap here, a 7-point gap here, and like I said, Hemdall's an 8-point body, so do the math, EU math coming in, and Saber takes game 1 on blue coin.
Don't think it's going to be quite enough for Saber in this, the biggest clown fiesta matchup that Gwent tournament events have ever seen. Saber passing there on 36 points. Tesha Manasword going to be easily enough. 5 whole points of value there. Don't even need the leader, 33 to 31. And Demarcation putting in.
Cleanly play around everything your opponent has, and once certain cards are played, you know that you don't have to play around Tall Punish anymore. That's a big point gap now for Demarcation, but Imlerish Wrath will come down. Still 2 charges left on the Carry Fast leader ability as well, and Natural Selection. It's going to be enough. Saber's going to take this game 4 of the series, win 3-1 against Demarcation, and move on to the semifinals tomorrow.
And I do want to point out there, we did get a double fist pump, so we do see some extra fist pumps there. Yeah.
I remember it like it was yesterday, Flake. Now, this Worlds right now, we have an extra 38,720 USD that has been added to the prize pool. And as you can see, a lot of that's been distributed. For the semifinals match, we explained it a little bit earlier. This match stakes $7,100, sorry, is split between how many games each player wins. If you go 3-0, you get the whole 100%. Otherwise, it'll be split perhaps 60-40 if you go 3-2. And 25-75 if it's a 3-1 situation.
Yeah, there's all kinds of fractions there that you don't need to worry about, they need to worry about. Either way, they're all coming home with pockets full of cash there. But for you guys, what do we got for you just for watching? Well, we got the Twitch drops, we mentioned that already, but also, like Berja said earlier, right before the finals, we do have a nice little video for you guys that are going to show up the final cards for the expansion, which is launching on December 8th. We have The Witcher coming your way. You guys have seen a lot of spicy stuff already. And Berja's got some more for you, along with Jason Slama, if I'm not mistaken. So how are you going to get your hands on said expansion, which is launching on Tuesday? Well, the pre-order. Get everything. Go for it. Just buy it. Do it. It's it's all good. There's the Alzur's pre-order pack. You can get your hands on that. That comes with the Alzur card, which you can play today. Also, the Extraordinary pre-order pack, which gives you a 10-level boost on your Alzur's journey, plus all those wicked cool card backs that kind of change based on the faction you're playing. And hey, why not go for the Super Combo? The Way of the Witcher combo offer as well gets you both. Save $10, put that money right in your pocket, go buy yourself a tasty beverage, and play some Gwent. That's kind of how we're doing it. But McBee, there's also a little bit of a little guesswork that's going to be happening, a little gambling, sort of, kind of, not so much.
Divination results, yes. Now, how many people had those divination results picked? I saw a lot of people talking about how they maybe didn't get the predictions that they were hoping for. Either way, the tournament does move forward, and it looks like Payaball does have the popular vote at this point against Gravish. I think it's an interesting list. Payaball does have a different list than most. He's running Nilfgaard, he's running Blood Money, and of course, he made some magic happen again in round 2 and took it over Tailbot as well. Yeah. So what do you think about that? Do you think Payaball's got the chance? Or
well, Payaball, I mean, they both players, again, and I'm not going to say that one has a chance over another. I think that they both have a fair chance of winning. They're both excellent players. I think that the way that the actual poll is skewed towards Payaball, it might just be a situation that, Payaball is brought some pretty spicy lists to previous tournaments that really offered an entertainment value to them. Son of, he's a Poland native, so there's a lot of perhaps favoritism going on over there, but both are excellent players. And I frankly believe that this is going to be a 5-game series. I think that both players are definitely ready for it, but as the popular vote suggests, a lot of people leaning towards Payaball in this one.
5 games, 3 games. Somebody's going to win one way or another. This is Payaball and Gravesh. Let's see what these players had to say right after some of this is some new information here going into these Day 2 semifinals. And of course, after the match, Shinmiri is going to be with us to break down some of the highlights. But this is Payaball and Gravesh getting ready here for match 1 semifinals for GWENT Masters Day 2.
Hello and welcome back, Payaball. First of all, congratulations for making it to Day 2 once again. For all the people that maybe missed yesterday, please give us a very quick introduction, and you can use those 3 keywords if you like.
Okay, hello everyone again. My name is Payaball and I'm a Polish player for Team Leviathan Gaming. And yeah, my streams can be a bit KW sometimes, and my plays can be a bit Pepega, but I would say I'm overall pretty poor. Alright,
perfect introduction. Now straight up question number 2. It's been quite the exciting year, especially in the GWENT world, not the ordinary one. So I would love to know if you've got a favorite moment. I mean, I have something in mind because you did win a pretty big tournament, but maybe you can explain that or tell us something different.
Yeah, definitely GWENT Open 4 was by far my favorite moments. I enjoyed slaying some dragons and winning the entire tournament. So that was definitely the biggest highlight for me by far.
Yeah, I can imagine. So one final question, another question that I did ask your opponent and everybody else, but I would love to know if you could join the world of Gwent as a character or as a card, which faction would your card belong to?
So I actually thought about Hadi. It's I think it's the boy in Velen that is like really good at Gwent, and you get to play against him at some point for the card of Vernon Roche. So I thought it would kind of fit me, as I'm pretty young, and yeah, I think if I were to choose a character from The Witcher, it would be Hadi. Hadi would be my card.
I think that's a good answer. I mean, I don't know if he will be able to go on and win a Masters tournament, but we'll see in the future. All right, thank you so much, first of all, for taking the time, and good luck in your future games, man.
Thanks.
Hello and welcome again, Gravish. Congratulations for making it to day 2. Those were some excellent games you played there yesterday. And now for everyone who missed it or missed your introduction yesterday, maybe give us a quick recap who you are and maybe describe yourself in 3 keywords.
Yeah, I'm Colin, or Gravish, still 28, and this time around I managed to not drop out in the quarterfinal of an official tournament, which is nice. And yeah, just like yesterday, not much to say. Just a Gwent player that likes to compete and hopes to be able to, well, win this tournament if everything goes well and I play well enough. And yeah, I had some time to think about my, well, 3 words that describe me from yesterday, and I think the 3 words I chose yesterday are perfect. So I'll go again with hungry, sleepy, and igny to describe myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't change that. I think that is perfect the way it is. Now, my second question would be looking back at the year that has passed us. It's been quite the exciting season, 4 Opens, and now this conclusion of the second Master Series, or season. I would love to know if you've got a favorite moment from this last year. I know it's not the ordinary year, we all know that, but maybe there's something that you remember very fondly.
I mean, I think the obvious pick is just the last Open, or I think even more so than the Open was qualifying to the Open, because at that point of the year I had like lots of qualifiers played already. It was the last Open, it was like the second last qualifier to qualify for the Open, and like finally being able to make it to qualify through a tournament to an official tournament and not be in this, he qualified to Masters but he never actually played an Open, was just a really, really nice experience. But I have to say in general, I just really enjoyed the year and competing on ladder and like hanging out with my team, hanging out with the community in general, because the Gwent community is just super wholesome and it's just a lot of fun to just spend time with the game and with the community. So yeah, I have to say it's just a nice experience in general.
Yeah, that's great to hear. I think it's great that people can still make the best out of their past year and make some great memories, even though we can't come together in person. Now, my final question is targeted at you and maybe how you envision yourself in the world of Gwent. So, if you would become a Gwent card, which faction do you think would that card belong to?
Oh, yeah. That's a good question, Ryan.
I know, it's not an easy one.
Yeah.
I don't know, you can decide, either be a scary monster in the faction of monsters, or maybe, I don't know, Salamandra gang leader in Syndicate, or just typical knight, either armies.
I don't know, it's a good question. I would probably have to think about it for a longer time to give an answer that satisfies me, but I don't know, maybe I'm a big fan of Syndicate gameplay, like especially the mid-rangey Syndicate kind of leaders and decks, and maybe it would be cool to be a bounty-oriented card in Syndicate. That would be interesting.
That's a pretty cool idea, yeah.
Because it's a really cool archetype, and yeah, it's a bit underrepresented in the game right now, maybe.
Support your favorite archetype. I like that. All right. Then I wish you the best of luck in your upcoming games. Good luck in the semi-final, and maybe you can make it all the way. Hope to see you maybe next year in person, and until then, wish you all the best.
Thank you, Ryan.
All right, so we're back. That was some, again, Ryan Godric doing excellent work there with the interviews, getting some real insight, and asking, hey, if you were a Gwent card, who would you be? I don't know how no one said Geralt. It seems like obviously you have the best, most exciting life of extracurricular activity of all time. But McBee, we do have Shinmiri, who is going to be analyzing all of the gameplay. We saw him break down, do an excellent job of all the matches yesterday. He's going to be doing the same thing today. He is there in his lab getting ready. He is hooked up to the giant brain machine doing Shinmiri-like things. But McBee, we do have some decks to talk about.
Yeah, let's take a look at the decks screen here for these first two players. It will be Piebol taking on Gravish, and Piebol is one of the two players that brought Enslave. This is Enslave 5. It can take any enemy unit that is 5 or less from the other side of the board, and it's also running a single Masquerade Ball with Usurper at the top end. Hefty Helga does some serious work in a non-Nilfgaard meta, as well as running some just big point cards, the double Amnesty as well, and a light poison package overall. Really strong Nilfgaard stuff. We saw it do really well in our set yesterday. Hopefully we get to see it again. Precision Strike has been very well represented and well played. We've seen a lot of Gourds drop, a lot of Skags hit hard, plus the extra removal of Becker's Rock Slide and Karathi Heatwave makes this a really hard deck to go up against with all the removal on top of the points that come with it. Blood Money is Piebol's Syndicate pick, an unusual pick, the only player who brought it, still running Passiflora and running Jack at Aldersburg, as well as the usual Karathi Heatwave and Philippa for the huge control options in the end. Lots of coin generation and lots of horde backup with stuff like the Flying Redanian. And again, one of my favorite archetypes, Cursed Realms, Mobilization, Revenants with Philippa and Falibor and the consistency package of Amphibious Assault and Oneiromancy, a big chunk of provisions, really kind of building towards that consistency, having an answer for any situation, especially the big plays at the end. And Adalia, we haven't seen a lot of play from her. Perhaps we see her drop down in round 1. Let's take a look at Gravesh's pick. Flake for this tournament.
Well, if we're going to look at Gravesh's pick, as in his picture, he has the absolute awesome Canadian hockey flow if I've ever seen one. Now, obviously, he's cut that since, but that is the pure Ontario boy if I've ever seen one. I know he's from Germany. It's all good. Alrighty, so he's starting off with, obviously, the Precision Strike deck. This is a deck that loves to juice that red coin and take advantage of reactive gameplay. We've seen this be a very powerful tool before. Lots of carryover potential by, really bringing up and carrying over some of those points there with All God and the Broccolon Sentinels. Oneiromancy is going to be a big play here to get that sort of rolling and echoing to get the cards. You need Geralt Pro with the Precision Strike to really tailor that kind of removal. You need Karathi Heatwave, Nova Guardian Justice for tempo. You've seen this in action, and of course Shiru can really turn the tables when necessary. There's Shield Wall representing Northern Realms. Dueling and long round is where this is going to really, that's what this deck wants to see. It wants to see a long round 3 to set up its engine pieces and then remove key cards with Selkirk, with Prince Anseus, perhaps hiding behind Dawnmere if necessary, getting those engines going. The Carrack Frigate can keep you competitive with your bronzes and the soldiers and crew. And Amphibious Assault, obviously we've seen this card in action, just really picking and choosing what you need and protecting some bronze engines perhaps when you need them. Carapace, again, Keltulis doing what she does best, which is making people scratch their heads sometimes and discard cards. It's that kind of gameplay, friends. Alzur, of course, is the spicy piece of this. That's the wild card. Alzur potentially pairing up with something like Oneiromancy to really abuse a red coin again, to really get ahead and cheat out points. We saw it last time, Onoromancy spitting out another Keltulis, and it was just fireworks from then on. Hiding behind the Cave Troll, you do have Egrin and Ozro for tempo and Lassé, but Keltulis really is the centerpiece of this one. And finally, Patricidal Fury. Thank God it's not Lippy, it's Patricidal Fury, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen this deck in action. Again, like I said, one of the most fundamentally sound and all-around good decks that are out there. It punishes wide, it could punish tall, it could jam points, and get a lot of reach with their bronze package here. So Patricidal Fury is what is represented from the Skellige faction, best faction.
So much thought went into these deck lists, and unfortunately, these players are going to just lock down one of those decks for each player. So even though we got 4 really strong decks, 2 of them aren't going to be played, and it looks like Payable has been locked out of Mobilization Northern Realms, and Gravish will not be able to play Precision Strike. But that means we will see Enslaved Nilfgaard. We will see Blood Money. We're going to see all 6 factions? Yeah. It's a rainbow, my friends. Nilfgaard, Scoia'tael, Syndicate, Monsters, Northern Realms, Skellige. Possibly a first in Gwent, that the lineup is actually every single faction represented. I don't know if that's true or not, but definitely going to be an interesting matchup here for semifinals number 1.
I love to see it. Honestly, I do love to see it. The diversity, the fact that all these decks have potential to be effective in a tournament setting as we get right into it, starting with Nilfgaard versus that Carapace list. There's Gravish representing Red Coin, and like we mentioned earlier, that getting a little bit of tempo with that Alzer in round 1 to cheat out some cards and maybe really get way ahead of your opponent when necessary. Against Nilfgaard, however, Nilfgaard likes to control. You have the lock options of the Van Moorlam Hunter. But cards like Amnesty, I feel, McBee, are going to kind of be wasted given the fact that there's not going to be too many low-to-the-ground units that Gravish is going to be representing.
For sure. Payable actually mulliganing both Amnesties out of the hand, picking up more control options, the double assassination, a card that I like running in Nilfgaard a lot, but it doesn't usually make a spot these days. Assassination, especially when it's competing with Amnesty or Joust for removal, but you get a little bit of everything here with Payable's deck. He's got a Magni to get things started as well, and of course the coup de grace to get things echoing out a little bit later. But for the most part, it looks like it's just going to be a little light poisoning, maybe a little tempo here with the Ardfane Tortoise, but there isn't a lot of aggressive choices here with Pajabal as he slowly shakes his head at his hand, having to make a choice of the first play, likely going to be Magni Division, keep it alone on the road, but it could be a Tortoise, I suppose.
Oh, you have 2 options. You're totally right. Poison, I think, is not going to be a factor in here. There's no way to double poison right out of the gate, given the fact that at any point Gravish can just use his leader ability, the Carapace, to apply Veil and the boost, meaning that you can't complete that poison combo to remove the unit. Magni Division is right there, front and center, alone on the road, boosting once per turn at the end of the turn. That is a perfectly fine proactive play. Nilfgaard typically sometimes struggles to play proactively. They do have some solid options, like you mentioned, the Magni Division or the Tortoise, but when you're playing against that Carapace list, you know that what you play is likely not going to survive for too long. So sometimes as Payable, I think him shaking his head is not necessarily that he was contemplating turn 1, but rather turns 3, 4, 5, given the fact that there's a good chance that what he plays is just going to fall, is just going to get scorched earth and gone, and he's going to have to continue to make proactive plays without too many options.
A lot of the best reasons about running Magni, which for a long time Nilfgaard players would run too, is that they're just too tempting to remove. You see them they can hit upwards of 8 to 9 points in some cases if they're not really dealt with. However, Payable just running the 1 Magni and actually running 2 Fire Scorpions and a lot of tactics here could have been another reason why he was shaking his head. There's a lot of cards that he would rather have here. The Fire Scorpion can be very strong in round 1, but it's not your greatest pick later on when you're looking for some of your better gold cards like Usurper Officer, like Hefty Helga. But missing the aggressive options here of Hefty Helga or any of the Fire Scorpions puts Payable in a position where he needs to think about committing poison at this point, which would be very difficult to pull off in some cases. It is a little bit low tempo. It does destroy the defender. So you do have the option. Could just purify as well. It's going to purify the defender in this case.
Yeah, it's in terms of poisoning, I think you have to abandon that said, applying Veil will just really pump the brakes on what you want to do to complete the poison to remove. Purification in this case is the best option, giving access to that row now. The other option could have been you could jam the assassination, bring that troll down to 5 and potentially steal it, but I think you need to keep that steal for the for a Siri, let's say, or potentially for an Alzer. Not to mention stealing that troll will then block the growth of that Magni division on the front row. Purification here is definitely your best option.
Gravish, not a ton of options as well. The Foglet play is getting is prepared with the Endrega Warrior, so that early stuff can happen. It's going to be the Beast, a little red coin pressure coming in here, developing an engine. At this point, it will demand a certain level of removal that is just a little out of reach here for Payabol.
Clean removal is not really an option, like you said. Assassination is going to be only a 5 on it, and it's just going to continue to grow. You can lock it with Van Morlehem Hunter if necessary. There it is. Expending that Van Morlehem Hunter, the only one in your deck that now you cannot lock, let's say, the Keltulis or the Alzer. So you're going to have to find another way to deal with those cards, which you can. We have seen Enslave just hovering. When you play against Enslave, you always have to have it in the back of your mind that steal is going to, at some point, just change the course of the game. You're going to have to give him something that he can combo off with a damage spell, let's say like Assassination, Tourney Joust, etc., and then lose that card altogether. It's a really spooky thing to sort of play against when you're playing against Enslave, because it's always going to be looming overhead, that thought that if I commit this card, am I losing it? So it's a different landscape once that Enslave is off the table, but moving forward, you have to always have that in the back of your mind.
One of the options that Payabol could have taken if he actually kept that Amnesty was actually play Assassination Amnesty, and I'm not sure Gravish would have had a chance to really stop that or go against that, as Gurn comes down here next to the Beast, also representing a ton of points and representing a good conversion on Consume with the Endrega Warrior. Still hasn't played Foglet yet. This really puts Payabol in a tough position here because these are points that can't really be removed or stopped. Gravish is looking for some sort of removal attempts and he's not seeing it. He's seeing Purify on the Defender, he's seeing Lock on the Beast. So if there's not damage and if there's not an aggressive amount of damage, well, Gurn's going to probably be safe. The expenditure of 7 is already pretty high to even try to get rid of this. So Payabol is now getting pretty high, getting pretty behind in points here. Now showing the poison, which does give a pretty huge turnaround at this point. But the Purification has been used. So you will need to access that poison. Is this? Yeah.
I don't think the play here is typically to complete the poison. I think what Payabol knows here is that it's going to either get veiled to prevent the poison or consumed to again eliminate the poison here. I think what Payabol's trying to do is bait out either a leader charge or a consume to get that card higher up and just build it up. Perhaps maybe even trying to represent like, hey, I have Yen's Invocation, right? And that's a bigger play, a bigger comeback than scooping 17 points is a lot better than scooping the 13, obviously. From a point advantage, you're not getting the 13-point Egern, but in terms of tempo, it's a lot better, as Payabol is eventually going to have to come back. Now, he doesn't have that, but he did force out the Consume without the Foglet, so that is a nice play. I think Payabol has completely abandoned actually converting on poison as a play here. I think what he's trying to do is just squeeze out some resources out of Gravish.
All things considered, Egern was played for 13, then immediately followed up with the Endrega Warrior. So 17 points in 2 cards, far less impressive than just the 13 in the first card. Payabol very easily staying in tune with this matchup here. The Magni carrying him over the threshold. Pact will come down on the drone, making this still very easy for Payabol to stay in. Although on blue coin, on 5 cards, sometimes you might want to make the consideration that, if I can't get bled, if I'm in a good position, this could be the pass. The hand is not great, but that also could mean, maybe I want to play some of these not great cards. Artfane Tortoise does play for 7, maybe thinning a little bit with Menno, although that's probably not the best idea, but you do have Coup de Grace in hand, so that could be something that you would be happy to have there. You could use Menno for tutoring instead. But instead, he's going to play very lightly here and just pass it over on a tie.
Well, it's the pass on the tie, but when it comes back to you, that Magni division will tick back to 10, meaning that you will win the round off the pass here. But I think what he might be setting up is a coup de grace on that on the beast, and perhaps getting a second one going here with the death blow effect. The problem being is not enough tempo against something like a heat wave on the Magni division. Now, looking at Gravesh's hand, there's not exactly a whole lot of firepower there beyond the heat wave to remove the 9-point Magni division that continues to chug along. But that Imler's Wrath is not looking too pretty. I mean, it can convert on the 8, it can convert on the 9. Do you really want to hang on to those? And here it comes. I guess he has kind of read the writing on the wall for the coup de grace on the beast, and he has protected it there.
He wants that to not be an option. He will be using leader, and he does go ahead and use Imler's Wrath to take out the most dangerous unit. Now the point disparity a little bit harder, but it's going to be Piebald pushing in now under cards or under points here. Gravesh has the chance to pass and go 2 cards up on a dry pass in round 2. You don't see this very often in competitive, where a player is that confident in their line of play, although we saw the body language from Piebald, but Gravesh doesn't see it. Confident in the line of play that, hey, if you're allowing me to take this, in most cases, winning on even is always fine. Like, you're fine to take that. You're happy to take that. It almost seems like, yeah, how can you do it here? And he still needs to play more cards. So Gravesh kind of saying, okay, how far behind do you want to go here? Because I think Gravesh is, he's in good position either way.
No, he's definitely in a good position. And no matter what happens here, it's not exactly a fantastically confident position for Piebald. You're still fighting for the round, knowing that if you do win it, you're going to be down 2 cards in the most part. I don't think Gravesh wants to really use that heat wave, but if everything lines up properly, Gravesh can just go ahead and drop that squirrel to eliminate the coup de grace. Once that's played, you see him setting it up again on the beast. It might cost him winning with the extra cards or winning on even, let's say. But if you can eliminate coup de grace and win the round, I think that's perfectly fine, given the fact that you haven't expended Siri. Keltulis is still floating in the deck, and Alzur is still that wild card that could really, really push tempo if necessary.
That Thunder might just go right onto the Cupbearer if Gravesh wants to stick around. That is going to be the play.
Now, I'm curious why you wouldn't do that on one of the tortoises?
Well, the Cupbearer is an engine, so I suppose... I don't know. I mean, I just assumed... It's funny, because I assumed it was the Cupbearer, and Gravesh clicked the Cupbearer, but perhaps that wasn't
I'm not going to... Yeah. I'll... To me, hitting the tortoise is a 6-point play. However, I mean, you're right. I guess
if you're playing around Heatwave, you wouldn't want it, I suppose.
That's a good point. Definitely a good point.
It looks like Gravesh is spending it all here. Piebald now needs to make the decision. Will he play Joachim here to go for the final push? Because at that point, if Gravesh can take it with 1 card, Piebald has put himself in a terrible position.
Yeah, so, I mean, no playing around Heatwave necessarily, because Piebald's not running it, but he is running Yen's Invocation, which is just as clean in terms of removal. So that's a good point over there. Hitting the Alzur's Thunder on the Tortoise would have boosted the Endrega Warrior up to 20, making for an even juicier.
There it is. The leader, as the rope had a second left, does go ahead and use the leader to take the points, stealing the Foglet, preventing any sort of, well, we can see that there was no way of necessarily triggering it, but making that last final position here, 38-31, giving Gravesh a really, really difficult time here. He can use the squirrel and still be behind, and then he'd have to use Heat Wave, and that's kind of gross. That's not really what you want to do then, just to take that. But now Piebald down leader. Gravesh at this point doesn't have to worry about it if he can squeeze this out, but man, Joachim represents a lot of points potentially. We don't know what it's going to grab. But Gravesh has to put Piebald on the best possible thing.
I feel like you'd want to ideally save that Joaquin so you can pair it up with something like the Yennefer's Invocation, guarantee what your top deck is going to be. In this case, Gravesh playing the Heat Wave you know, and using the leader charge there puts him ahead on even again. I think that perhaps maybe Gravish is thinking that he should have taken the pass earlier. I think that maybe he's risked this round. That is a massive
does
pull.
not want to see Usurper this early as he jams the quick Joachim. This is gonna take the round for him for sure, but it cost him the big bucks, big gold card spent. Piebol is gonna have to make some pretty wild draws here, but he did take that round.
Now I would probably, in retrospect here, thinking that why would you lead in with the Heat Wave when you could squirrel the coup de grace, wait for Piebol to play another card, and if you're still going to lose the round, you could just pass with Heat Wave in hand. And now that squirrel is useless because the coup de grace is back into the hand with the echo effect. That might have been a mistake by Gravish there in terms of judgment and sequencing. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here. This is a world-class player, but perhaps that might have been a better sequencing there. You lead in with the squirrel, and if you're still behind after Piebol plays the Joaquin, you just pass, you take that Heat Wave into the next round, and you're good to go.
So here is the pass from Piebol here. Now, I assume that there was going to be, I guess there's really no place for the aggression here, but keeping the cards now nice and low, it puts Gravish in a position where Siri Dash can only be played on a certain turn.
Hello.
No protection from with the Cave Troll in this case. There's those Fire Scorpions coming into round 3. Probably not what he wants to see. And Alzur in the hand for Gravish. Will we see some crazy outcomes with Oniromancy, perhaps?
Well, we've seen it before. Perhaps, you know, you never know what's going to happen. You could actually slam that Alzur into the front row and hope to roll a Keltulis, but that would probably be a bad idea given the fact that you're probably going to be leading on the board with more units than your opponent. Alzur, of course, whenever you play a spell card, spawn a random unit with the same provision cost of that on that row, on Alzur's row. They have 3 charges of that. Now you have 1 spell in hand with the Alzur's Thunder, a 5 provision card, but you have that home run, that Oniromancy, a 13 provision spell, and we saw it yesterday. There's 1 massive play with the Spear Tip. You have 2 decent plays with a 9-point Keltulis, and I believe we mentioned it was a 7. There was also a 7-point option.
There's 2 7s, I think. There's Great Oak and another one that I can't remember. And then there's Regis.
And then there's
9.
Yeah.
So there's Siri Dash. It isn't going to be protected, however. It's going to be just met right with no Assassinate, I suppose. The Assassinate is gone, but there are a lot of options here.
Well, this is going to be a difficult one because there's no one clean way to take care of it, unfortunately. It's just Siri Dash sitting there with 3 charges and a 5-point body. Assassination is gone, and there is really only 1 assassination in... sorry, there are 2 assassinations in the deck, my bad. So he's kind of, you know, playing it cool and calm, hoping that he doesn't have it, playing it in the back row there. But there's Hefty Helga, and that's going to be a difficult one to deal with. At some point, we're going to have to see Alzur, of course. There's still a lot of fireworks to be had here. The question is, what does Gravish getting with the Oniromancy? I suspect it's going to be another spell to get the last charge.
Work here, huh? Helga's going to go wild. I don't really see a way of this being easily prevented.
Well, she has...
What is that? What does Oniromancy actually... Does Oniromancy get an option? Does Oniromancy get a solution here? He used the Heat Wave, right? Like, it's just Piebol's playing with a pretty good idea of what's remaining.
This goes back to that round 1 decision of playing the Heat Wave before the Squirrel. Now you do no longer have that Heat Wave in hand or in deck. It's a Squirrel that's floating around now. And like you said, that Helga is a difficult nut to crack if you do not have the right tools to do it. In this case, Gravish does not. He has no clean way to deal with it. That Alzur's Thunder is just going to bounce off a shield. But here comes Alzur himself. Protected by that boost and the Veil, a 9-point Alzur, another tick off the Siri, and Piebol is kind of sitting on a Helga now with only 2 tactics in hand.
Could just go ahead and play Yennefer's Invocation. That could be, I mean, getting rid of Alzur or getting rid of the 13-point Azrael, 14-point Azrael. It could go... I think Alzur is likely going to be worth at least the same amount of points here, so I think the decision should be made to get Alzur off the table.
I think that you have to do it. You have to go ahead and do that, and you also have to hope that you have an answer for that Siri creatively. You use perhaps the Yen's Invocation on the Alzur. It's a 9-point play, but it's not just a 9-point play. It's all the points that it represents on top of it. Opting instead with the coup de grace to go ahead and double up on that Roderick. Here is the big boy.
Vinny Vincent's going to come down and say, Alzur, thanks for the carapace. I'll be taking that away from you. What a find. Huge pickup from Pieball. Changes the entire vibe of this game. Yennefer's Invocation still available to erase an amount of points, and he gets the Vincent pickup to squash the Veiled Alzur. Damn, he's got to be pretty happy about that.
That's a great pickup with the with it. It also adds an extra charge for the Hefty Helga, and then you can follow this up with another tactic play, get the 3 charges on Hefty Helga, but there it is. That's kind of what the decision that needed to be made. Which of the two threats?
That's just
but bam!
Yennefer's Invocation. You know what? If you're going to make it 13, I'll just take it now.
That's where patience pays off, right? Because you know that card is eventually going to have to be protected. Lots of boosting spells in a Keltulis build, and a card like Yen's Invocation, sometimes the longer you wait, it's like, you know, revenge is a dish best served cold. In this case, it's best served on, you know, on a 13-point series with Doom. So it's lovely to just be Pieball right now, sitting on, you know, 4 points of damage, directed damage. The problem here is that he's kind of running out of gas. There's not a whole lot of firepower.
There's a lot of points here coming out here for Gravish potentially. So the best thing that he can grab here is Keltulis, I guess, on the... Oh, he's going to go for the melee row here. So this is kind of okay considering we have the battle prep. The battle prep devalues the Alzur's Thunder a little bit by giving it some armor, or no armor at all if it's not a soldier, or less armor. Now I just can't remember, but it is at least still something that can be played here that is an aid of Keltulis, and it keeps Gravish in a hard, you know, if Pieball either plays the battle prep or doesn't play a card at all, how is Gravish even play Osram?
That's the issue, right? Well, mind you, the thing here is that Pieball is also kind of, what a nifty play.
His own unit here. Keltulis is going to come back around, and this is going to cause...
With the old Pieball maneuver.
But look at this play here. Now the Alzur's Thunder gets 0 value. The Osrel gets played, but then immediately then Roderick is killed on the follow-up, and then the last unit that is left will also be killed if Pieball simply discards a card. Pieball just he's doing a Dragon Slayer. He's letting the dragon do the slaying, Flake.
This is going to be an 8-7 victory, is I believe how this is going to play out, because frankly, there goes that gets tossed. The Alzur's Thunder gets tossed.
Alzur's Thunder. 0
no,
points.
Because hold on a second, because the Keltulis is going to burn himself, and I don't think there's enough actual.
No, and the ping. Oh my God, the tie game. It came back as a tie game.
We are cursed, McLean.
Wow. Are we though?
we are absolutely cursed. But it's a good thing. That's a good thing.
I'll
Seeing
suffer
top
for the
level
show.
Gwent. Yeah, it's a good thing, friends. Plus it's Sunday. It's a great day. The sun is shining. Here at least, and we got to see some nifty plays again. The Pieball maneuver of just completely turning on your own cards and destroying them has once again proven to be effective. In this case, the Keltulis was unfortunately a victim of her own, her own dastardly plans to scorch the earth. And and ultimately, it's just discard, nothing happens here. And what a chess match in that case of big brain plays.
I feel like killing Vincent, I would need to review the whole thing there, because it was 2 units to 2 units. I wasn't sure what, I mean, I'd have to like kind of go through the entire consideration of the whole thing, but removing Vincent at the time that it was chosen, was it too early? I don't know, but we're going to get right back into that game either way. It's going to be another matchup of Nilfgaard versus Keltulis.
Like in retrospect,
go ahead.
I mean, you would play the Vincent, it gets the kill. Like, do you kill your own Vincent, or do you just wait for Keltulis to burn the Roderick, and then you can go ahead and, tailor your pings and this and that to get it done? Ultimately, I think that was probably the best way to do it, and take that kind of decision out of your opponent's hands of where they want to boost, or you don't know what they have in their hand, obviously, and I think you just take the safe plays. In that case, you're guaranteeing that you have a protected unit in that Hefty Helga, shielded, armored, charges on it, and here we go. Again, when it comes down to the best players in the world, ties are going to happen because they are, like I said, the best of the best of the best.
Game's pretty close right now. If you've played Gwent lately, anybody, they can be some extremely close games. Now, that was an interesting situation where Pieball actually going down. That round one was so wild. For it to all end in a tie, you have to wonder, all those decisions that were made. Pieball does have a much different hand now. Having both Fire Scorpions in hand means that playing round one will be a totally different story. I don't think the decisions will be as difficult this time around. He doesn't have Hefty Helga, but he does have some consistency with Menno, and of course Masquerade Ball. We didn't even see that in last game.
Yeah, and this is also a different story for Gravish as well. He's got Keltulis and Alzur in hand, as along with that Oneiromancy and some spells to combo off with. The problem here is that you commit, if you're committing these cards, you are, again, still susceptible to the enslave effect of grabbing and pulling it over to the other side of the board, pairing it off with something like Tourney Joust, let's say. But we're just going to open up with the Fire Scorpion. Again, the proactivity of Nilfgaard is not always best, but there are options. Magni Division, Fire Scorpion are perfectly fine plays over here. And now it's Gravish's turn again. Perhaps, he kind of is going to replay. He's going to play the first round a little bit differently than he did last time. I think perhaps he was kind of upset about giving up some of those plays. That Heat Wave could have really changed the dynamic against an untouched Helga in the previous match.
Gravish does run 2 natural selections here, but if he opts to use the Thunder to kill the Fire Scorpion here, I think that's going to tell Pieball that his options are limited, because this would be a pretty good natural selection follow-up kill. And in a way, this is kind of, in many ways, is like the Magni can sometimes be played in this way as well. It's removal bait. It's trying to see, can you stop this thing before it gets me 9 points of value? So it's going to be Oneiromancy instead. Is he actually going to grab the best solution here? He's just going to grab. It's always the turn 1 troll for Gravish.
Yeah, and playing it onto the front row probably eliminates the Alzur in this round, given the fact that you don't want to accidentally. Well, no, the Oneiromancy's gone, so you're not risking spawning a Keltulis to burn your own board. It could still be Keltulis depending on how the board shapes up. But we'll see. We could actually be Alzur in the front row again. Just counting the spells, however, you're kind of limited. You have an Alzur's Thunder, and you have a Pact, and that's pretty much all you've got in terms of spawning units off of Alzur. So perhaps he's just playing it safe here. He wants to dodge the enslave effect, and it might just be a matter of, all right, let's go with the Beast. Let's slam down the Foglet. Let's eat it. Let's get a little bit of tempo, a little bit of thinning, play a few spells, and then see where we're at, reevaluate, and maybe take an opportune pass.
Yeah, Alzur is looking at probably on average +3 on any of those cards, Pact and Thunder, unless he gets like a really high roll, gets something like a Skellige Veteran or like an Anal Conqueror or something like that. But that's, those are the really high rolls. It's kind of Garbo down there in the 4 provision territory, but you could get an engine in 5. If it happens, there's the poison on the defender, which would either require a Veil from Leader or, that's really all it could be.
Or you say bye.
Do you want to do that? I mean, you can't purify a defender without getting rid of the defender. That is kind of the pincer that goes with the poison here, as Gravish is deciding his next play. Pieball is much happier, I'm sure, with this setup, forcing Gravish to be reactive at all times, and the reactions aren't all that great, considering you're letting either something die or something that's going to be very annoying for you a little later on live, especially when you are looking for reach to kill things like the Beast. Just right here, the Joust, ping, the problem is solved if you could get past the defender, of course. Vincent can do it, but I feel like if Vincent could have done it, maybe you wouldn't have poisoned it in the first place.
I still think that the poisons here are negligible and not a factor unless you can combo them off of let's say your Masquerade Ball into Roderick into another aristocrat to go poison on one turn. I think that's your only way to actually execute poison properly against the deck that has the Carapace ability and the Veil. Now, I think Piebol, I mean, this is a completely different dynamic because there's no purification in hand for Piebol. And here comes Vincent again. Did work in the last match, but in round 3, and he's been expended already in round 1 here to get through that defender.
You could almost say that Fangs of the Empire was just to draw out one charge of the leader, because there was that only one option. Vincent appears to be the solution anyway. Would have been the solution right away, but of course Gravish would have 3 charges after that. So I think that's a pretty solid play here. And now the Tourney Joust, or actually getting Menno and an Assassination, would be enough to take care of the Beast with the pings from the Fire Scorpion. So Gravish doesn't have a lot of options to keep his board intact. He might consider pacting the Beast maybe, but of course he's playing right into something like Yennefer's Invocation or something, which would just solidify the round for Piebol. Gravish really cares about the round. He fought tooth and nail in the last game.
Now that Beast is going to go up to 8, and again, he said Menno into Assassination only works if he doesn't actually stack onto that row. Gravish, knowing that Piebol runs 2 Assassinations, will probably give the Beast some company on the front row if he's playing there. As you can see there's the Keltulis, and a very timely Keltulis as well. It's going to burn the 3 off the board, and it's going to force Piebol into a situation to play a tactic in this case in order to, kind of dodge what Keltulis is doing.
So this is the position that we haven't seen too often, actually, a Keltulis push from the Carapace player in round 1. Usually Keltulis has been such a centerpiece for that discard dance that we've seen. There is our first response from Piebol. Just going to go ahead and deal damage to Keltulis, leave the amount of units on the board the same, making sure Keltulis is the lowest unit, because sometimes Keltulis, she looks in the mirror, she just doesn't like herself very much. She'll be the one to take herself out.
Sometimes it takes a monster to slay a monster, as they say.
Yes, perfectly timed right there. As the Pact will bring Keltulis back up to 9. Move to Piebol here, play a unit, watch it go, play battle prep, keep the units the same, keep Keltulis the lowest. Gravish, what's up now? It's a little, man, it's such a wildly different game from the first one, where round 1 seemed like you had to really think about what you were expending. This one is just completely around the Dragon Dance.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more of a shootout in terms of just firing spells back and forth. It is definitely, a little more sparkles in this one. There's the Alzur's Thunderbringing saying now, okay, now you are the lowest unit on that side. It's like you said, Dragon Dance is a good way to say it. And I mean, if necessary, Gravish can always just go ahead and drop the Foglet, which dies to Keltulis, but thins out the other Foglet. Here's the Menno into Assassination, trying to complete the job here. That's just a sacrificial play in this case, because Menno, being 2, is going to die to Keltulis, assuming that there's nothing else that Gravish plays if he plays another spell. But he's out of effective spells, because that Adrenaline is only effective on a unit of on a single row.
So if Gravish lets Keltulis go here, Piebol can't coup de grace it, if that's one of his thoughts here.
It's not the right play. I mean, you can coup de grace and pick up the 9-point Keltulis, fine, amazing, great, and then you're starting to burn off your own units, because you're not just ahead of your opponent in terms of board presence, but you're way ahead of your opponent in board presence. So you are there's going to be a lot of attrition just to sort of make that nifty play, to be cute about it with coup de grace.
I'm just saying it's you play it on the range row.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, there's that. Yes, I mean you can't. Keltulis is effective on the.
Cute. So here comes the Foglet. The Foglet will be killed by Keltulis here. He's going to be using the Carapace second leader charge on Keltulis, which now, like the resources that are being spent. We saw Piebol go all the way down here to spend leader, and now Keltulis is 5. But now this situation is a little different, Flake. Keltulis at 5 won't get locked because of the Veil, which means that Menno would be immediately killed in this situation here. So it's going to be Magni. Menno is targeted by Keltulis on the turn end, but the Magni tick keeps it tied.
A-Rush on the back row, boosting the Foglet up to 12, and Keltilis is going to make short work of Menno. Menno doing his job as that tutor play. Piable says, okay, all right, we're done here.
Gonna lose on evens here.
Completely different ball game here. As you know, Gravish still has his Alzer in hand, but Keltilis is now long gone. But there is the Masquerade Ball, one of the cards that Nilfgaard likes to lean on to win rounds and generate points in creative ways of poison to remove units, as well as getting a lot of status effects on the opponent and getting that thirsty dame nice and thirsty, but opting instead to actually recycle that card. I don't think that's going to be what he wants to see. I'm curious why there was that, why there was a recycling of that, the Masquerade Ball.
Masquerade Ball did go back into the deck on the mulligan, picking up a hefty Helga here. This situation here, the reason why it went away, it looks like there weren't a lot of reliable aristocrats, and of course poison could be just it just didn't really have the support. He does have the tactics in place to set up hefty Helga. With his leader, it's going to be just incredibly hard to bleed Piable, almost impossible. So I don't think Grevish really has an option.
I feel like, I mean, you do have Joaquin, who's an aristocrat, and you do have Coup de Grace. So you're playing him twice onto that for immense tempo. I think that you did have the option to go ahead and find the two aristocrats if necessary to make it happen, but Piable knows what he's doing. He's won tournaments before. He's made it here to the semifinals at GWENT World Masters. So he's trusting the process. He's got a game plan in mind. He doesn't like the Masquerade Ball, and so be it. He's gonna see how this affects. I think maybe he's just tossing it away, expecting perhaps a bleed. So that was a low tempo play that he doesn't want to make. He doesn't want to. Nobody wants to be caught in the middle of a bleed, wondering when they have to play Masquerade Ball, because no one wants to play Masquerade Ball for 4 points as their last card in round 2. It is such a bad feeling.
Gravish will start the bleed off here by dropping the squirrel on the graveyard of Nilfgaard here. I don't think it gets anything of note. Ardfane Tortoise will come on the melee row, and here comes Alzer. No protection, no change. This is protected from an assassinate, but it wouldn't be protected from anything else that would want to remove it. But I think that's the whole point. I think that's the bait. This push right here is pretty strong. Hefty Helga. Oh man, Gravish has a chance to no spells in it. Oh, the Aniromancy. He has a chance to make a ton of points right now. This could be a crippling amount of points if the Aniromancy pops off. Again, it's a 4 out of 5 chance to get decent points. Those 7-point cards are Giant Oak and Drog. 9-point card Keltalis. 12-point card Spear Tip. 2-point card Regis.
What you can do in this case is you can actually go ahead and pick out your Siri and Protector with your Carapace and just bleed out the rest of your cards, get a 2-card advantage in a nasty way. But instead, I think Gravish is just saying, let's do this in a... There it is, making another appearance. Keltulis is not done getting in on the fun here as she shows up once again on the back row this time, just as a spectator.
She is the last of her kind. This one is for sure the last of her kind. Gets the 9 points on the Aniromancy, gets another 4 points on the Slave Infantry, which is probably better average than you'd hope for, but that is an extra 13 points on the Aniromancy. That's extreme.
It's a lot of points. And that Hefty Helga that really ran the table in round 3 of last match now is looking a little worse for wear compared to a Mage, a massive steroid-ridden Squirrel, a Dragon. It's looking pretty ugly over there as we go ahead and pull out a 12-point Poison, which is just going to get laughed at when it comes to, the Veil that Gravish can just go ahead and slam down. Now, Piable is still hanging on to his Enslave ability here, which I suppose is perfectly fine to go ahead and for a maximum 10-point swing if necessary. But as you can see, Gravish is actually hanging on to that charge, knowing that, you know what, if you want to complete the poison on this Squirrel, you're still going to be far behind, I think.
He could do that. Getting another poison involves getting Joachim Coup, which is possible with Hefty Helga, but you wouldn't have another way to do that for sure. You would be able to use Imlerith Wrath and get 10 points on the 12-point Fangs, which is probably better than nothing if you already have a 10-point lead and you want to further develop it. 10 points is, putting a nice 20-point cushion here. Even if the poison is there, that still is probably a slow follow-up play with the poison. Payabal will still need to overcome this mountain of points. He can't do it without the leader, I'm pretty sure. Gonna go be a Purify here with the Peller. Why Veil it? You just Purify.
Peller doing God's work here and actually just cleansing the squirrel. And again, Payabal is kind of it's a different story than it was last game as the Pellar, which is so effective to either offensively scrub out a defender status. In this case, has gone ahead and removed the poison status from a 10-point squirrel. I just love saying 10-point squirrel. It just makes me happy.
I mean, we all love the squirrel. I mean, come on.
Everyone laughed at me when I said that this was going to be an awesome card, and I mean it's not exactly an auto include in every deck, but it does have its uses. I love the squirrel.
Awesome. I don't know if it's awe-inspiring, but I will say that it certainly has its place. There is the Enslave. Alzur is now mine. No spell to capitalize on it, but does actually get ahead in score, putting Gravish in a situation to either play Imlerith's Wrath and then just get overtaken by the Assassinate, and then ultimately not really get... Is he happy with this bleed, Flake? Is Gravish happy with this bleed? What did he get to see? The leader is the most important part, but the rest of it wasn't, considering the fireworks Gravish put on in this round and the points he was able to get out of Alzur, this may not be enough.
The blood's in the water. Gravish senses it. It's hard to pass up a massive Imlerith's Wrath that you have over there. Committing something like Natural Selection when you had won the previous round on even is a perfectly fine play. Get rid of the Alzur. Not that there were spells to pair up with, but Gravish also didn't have spells to pair up with the Alzur, so it's not a huge deal. As the Assassinate comes through, and you're only up by 3. I think that what you need to do in this case is you could actually just go above and beyond, use your ability, put the squirrel to 12, use the Imlerith's Wrath on the other 12, and just wonder if what Payabal's holding. Put him on the card. Perhaps you're putting him on Masquerade Ball, like I mentioned earlier, that you don't want to hang on to that. It's going to come down to some special effects here as 10 points of damage puts him up by 5. The coup de grace
just
on the
enough
Pellar
with the Pellar.
Yeah,
he has the ping as well.
There we go.
Just enough on the Pellar. Didn't want to use Joachim again because I think he's pretty happy with the top card, I suppose. He doesn't want to accidentally get something. Now, Usurper was grabbed. That was this game, right? Where Usurper was grabbed early? Or was that last game?
Usurper was grabbed early in the first game. And...
It was the first game with Roderick. Yeah, so Usurper is still in play for Payabal. No leader. Gravish drawing Osrel and...
This is actually pretty lovely. The problem is that enough to get things going? You drop Masquerade Ball, hope that your Thirsty Dame lives. You can play your Roderick into something pretty, and then coup de grace your Roderick into the other card. If he's got enough gold cards fooling around, this could be a nifty play. The problem is that as Payabal, you have to go first, and you have to hope that your opponent doesn't just, negate the board, and then playing proactively with Masquerade Ball with nothing to interact with is really a feels bad situation.
Well, I mean, you got to just take what you can get right here. There is the pick. If he picks, it's going to pick the points right here. It's all going to just going to poison Roderick. Not kill him, though, because coup de grace could matter. Ultimately having to poison one of the units that he'll be taking, I think, in this case.
Well, the other card in his hand that he had options for was the Cupbearer, and maybe he just if he doesn't like what the Cupbearer is cooking, then then you just complete the poison here for the guaranteed points.
Oh no, he took the Usurper. The Fangs is from the scenario.
No. I mean he did have the Chef in the as an option as well.
Yeah, I think you got to go for the.
But you know what? You could actually coup de grace the Eager and try to hope that he does not have Osril to follow up with.
True, but I think it doesn't matter. Well, he's just going to go ahead because Osrel, you're just giving the Osrel.
Oh, there he is.
For his invocation. That is a great way to finish this off here. I'm pretty sure there's nothing in the graveyard. It's going to be worth quite so many points that Osrel will be able to take this. Payabal, man, it looked kind of dicey there in round 2. I wasn't sure how that was going to go. And it all came together with the big grab Payaball is going to go up 1-0 in the semifinals. It took 2 games to get here, but we are here. We do have our first win of the day. Payaball on blue coin with Nilfgaard. I haven't seen Nilfgaard lose in our games. I've only seen them tie.
No, and Nilfgaard is definitely OP. It needs to be nerfed. You've seen Reddit. Reddit is all about nerfing NG. It's an overpowered faction that has way too many good cards. Nonetheless, friends, that was an awesome game. It took 2 to just figure it out and sort out. But as the dust settled, again, it looked real grave for Payaball, especially on blue coin being bullied that way. You think that Gravish making the bleed in that way, really squeezing out the resources. I think that when it comes down to it, tossing away that Masquerade Ball in round 2 for other options, sensing that he might get bled and that Masquerade Ball was just going to not work out for him, was the proper move. And that was a very, very, very good intuitive play by Payaball, which resulted in not just a win, but a very convincing win coming out of a very dire situation.
I mean, it's just, that's what Control can do. Control just puts you in a position that in a short round, nothing sticks, nothing lives, and the points that are left over are just going to be enough. In this case with Payaball, we've seen Hefty Helga do great work. Hefty Helga just doesn't get removed. In this meta right now, there's no jousts to come after it. There's not enough tricky pings to deal with it. And, the Cave Troll has just been fruitlessly trying to protect something for Keltalis, but that will be Payaball going up a game 1. This will now put Payaball on the red coin. He does still have access to Precision Strike and Blood Money. I know how you feel about Precision Strike. You think that that would be the right pick to take. So if you were Gravish, how would you counter that with your
countering? If you're Gravish countering the Precision Strike, you have to, in my opinion, go with Shield Wall and hope that some of those Precision Strike options come. Get absorbed by the shields that you're representing, get absorbed by some of those units that have armor, etc. The boosting that occurs, because when you're playing Shield Wall, you're presenting units that are getting boosted based on the Temerian Drummers, Anna, the leader ability, meaning that it's going to take a little bit more for your opponent to remove it, and time is going to be an enemy for the Precision Strike player, because leaving a lot of those units on the board will mean that the Temerian Drummer builds them up more, meaning you have to expend more resources to remove them. So it's a little bit more of a pressure situation for the Precision Strike player in the red coin, because eventually you just run out of gas, you run out of resources to remove it, and you don't want to necessarily use all of your pings when busting shields in round 3 that you need to bust is a little bit more important. But Precision Strike on red is something that you can definitely count on. That's where that deck wants to be. That's where that deck wants to advance from. And then you go on from there. So I think that we're going to see Shield Wall here. We might, it depends on what else we push forward.
Skellige can be a tough one, right? Skellige's got an interesting matchup with Shiro. It's not always an easy one, but it is going to be that exact matchup. Gravish is going to be taking Skellige onto the blue coin, acting first against Payaball's Precision Strike. A very hand buff oriented double Circle of Life Precision Strike, ending off with Gord controlling on the way down with Becker's Rock Slide and Karathi Heatwave. And we got some mulligans. What are you talking about? What made you feel that pain, Flake?
Well, I've seen it before when the draws occur, playing Precision Strike or playing any type of Scoia'tael list that runs Precision Strike. You have to worry about the Markham Volunteers, and you have to worry about the Broccolon Sentinels just polluting your hand early. And in this case, I think that my groan of despair was more so because the Pellar looked a little bit like a Markham Volunteer when it came out, but this is a little bit better. But opting rather to hang on to the Markham Volunteers, there is, if I'm not mistaken, there's no Novigradian Justice in hand, but what you do have is you do have a Dwarven Agitator, which can pair up nicely with the Sheldon Skags, and then you can follow up, if necessary, with the Markham Volunteers, the old school way, right? Just play them naturally, au naturel.
Play them naturally with the Dwarven Agitator. That's how it used to be. You'd have to consider, do I want to remove this Dwarven Agitator so he can't thin out his Markham Volunteers? Beta feelings. But what you have right now is you do have a Neuromancy for Novigradian Justice, in which case you can bring out a Pyrotech. We saw that a lot. All God is in the hand, so it doesn't need to be sourced by Oneiromancy. And now 2 Protectors coming down here. That's 2 pretty devastating engines when coupled with the Light Longship, or really anything at all. You could put the Totem in between that. Of course, they're very difficult to remove now because every ping makes its friend stronger.
That's correct. It's going to be a difficult situation over here. You have to kind of pick and choose. Maybe he kind of lost an opportunity to just cleanly ping Circle of Life, one of those protectors away. Because, like you mentioned, the protector is going to look to his left, look to his right. If anyone's suffering, he's going to feel stronger about it. And in this case, with he's got one rebuke. He does have the Force Protector to double up on that rebuke. The problem is now is he is going to be taxed for pinging one of those protectors, and I think he knows what's coming. I think Piable knows that there's going to be a boat nestled in nicely between those two, and this is where those Skellige bronzes can really, stretch out and get a lot of reach with the few provisions that they represent. The damaging boat will look nicely here as the Nature's Rebuke is going to just remove one of those threats, and as you see, the other protector gets a little bit better on the back row.
Piable now has the option of playing Forest Protector and to clean up the next thing that needs to be cleaned up at 5 if this is that unit. But the Longship ping will be enough to save it, so it won't be quite that easy to deal with it.
The thing is that this isn't shield walls, right? So you can be maybe a little bit more liberal with these pings if it means that you're defending this round. I think that the protectors with that ship is the bronze engine piece that Gravish wants to ride into round 2, all the way to round 2. Perhaps take this round as far as it can go on the backs of those bronzes.
Jerry the Pro coming down. You like 6 is one of my favorite numbers, my friend. Destroying any unit with a multiple of 3 in this case. Geralt Professional, one of the many interesting picks that Piable put into his deck list. Has all sorts of things that it can fit into. Really hard to have this be a dead card when you have a leader like Precision Strike, because you can always get that unit to the right price point. But here, using to forego the option of Novigradian Justice to use Geralt Professional for a pretty big wipeout of this engine, and now he can just be following up with some easier pings. One more charge used from, or one more order used from the Longship puts it into Circle of Life reach, which means it just gets better and better for Sheldon Skaggs, double dipping on those points. And Gravish at this point, what is he looking to play here? Maybe a Raider for the Graveyard. He's going to be playing the big points on the totem in this case. And he is going to put this unit to 3, only to be boosted back up again. That makes more sense.
Yeah, that's a perfectly fine play over there. Again, the option was, what are you saving that tactical advantage for? Really, it was going to go on that ship every day of the week. The difference is that the protectors are now gone, so you're not getting the bonus of the self-damaging ship. But in this case, if he was saving that tactical advantage for something else, then he wouldn't have fired off with that ship, knowing that there's a Circle of Life just slipping around. But here is a nice little play.
Circle of Life anyway.
That's a great one because...
when you said ping circle, sorry to interrupt you, man.
Oh, no, it's all good. I was going to say, by removing the leftmost Fanatic, now you're kind of taking away the value from, triggering that totem.
All I was going to say is when you were suggesting a ping circle, I thought, I don't know if that's worth a ping. I don't know if I would do that. But there you go, ping circle. I mean, we're talking about red coin. Piable does know the power that he holds, having the last say and having the reach that he has. If he can take it with something small like Algod, if he needs to make a small play like Algod, he needs to have a little bit, it needs to be a closer game in round 1. It needs to be much closer. He does still have the thinning play of 8 with the Mahakam Volunteers, probably the lowest that we've seen those cards come up. They usually end up getting some sort of boost. As the veteran touches down here for Gravesh, will be 7 next time we see her, as the veteran status will make her grow in the graveyard. Piable now looking to make the next choice here, which is probably going to be a thinning play, but the tempo is starting to look, it's going to start costing him at some point.
Well, I think you have to make that play. You don't have any other dwarves that you want to expend here. You're not playing Sheldon in this case, definitely not. So this is going to be Piable playing the Mahakam Volunteers, most likely, because really he's one turn away from losing that thinning option and, again, having to fight the pollution in the deck of all those bricks that might be floating around. And, to sort of circle back, no pun intended, on the ping circle play on the Fanatic, it's not just ping circle of the Fanatic, it's the points that it represented. It sort of freezes the flip of the totem, so you're denying the extra points that would have represented. So that was an above and beyond, definitely a value play.
The Karathi Heatwave denying the ship having any more value, doesn't go into the graveyard. Here's why I think it's fine to hold on to the Mahakam Guard, or the Mahakam Volunteer. Because as long as you hold on to the Mahakam Volunteer and you don't play Novigradian Justice, Gravish has to assume you can take with that play. You can't just assume that Pieball cannot make that 13-point play. So it gets much scarier for Gravish to look at his lead, to know that that's something that Pieball can play and likely play, especially when Pieball grabbed Oniromancy, grabbed the Heat Wave with the Oniromancy. If anything, Gravish can only assume, with that being his only grab, maybe he has it in hand. He can't assume that he doesn't. So it's tough play here. There's not a lot to really react to. The Raider, perhaps, is really the only thing that you might want to set up, but it's probably your last big choice.
Not seeing a great sword here in this opening round. I mean, I like to hang on to in this matchup against Patricidal Fury, I like to hang on to my Heat Wave for a great sword.
Look at this. Forest Protector. He makes a 3 and he Forest Protectors the Circle of Life right away without even really thinking about. Oh, he's going for the Rebuke instead. My mistake.
Yeah, the Rebuke offers the Rebuke is offering value in this round to get ahead. The Circle of Life would not be enough. Not to mention, you're also taking away the 2-point charge, the 2-point damage charge that Raider would offer. I think what Pieball is trying to do here is put himself in the driver's seat that put him ahead in that case. But an instant reply with Raiding Fleet, 4 points of bleed, purification from the Peller is not going to find a better option than that. Frankly, cleaning that up.
Settling for the tie this time. Gravish not settling for any such thing. This is a pretty big play here for Lugos. There were 3 damage units on the board, so Lugos is playing for 10 points, dealing double damage for each damage unit. 3, 6. 6 is the ping there, 4 on the body. Gravish now 16-6. Pieball doesn't really... I mean, Pieball can play All God and then play Volunteers, but then he has to play... Oh, man, what... This is... I mean, I feel like this is probably a better position than I think it is for Pieball, because if you just playing Skags of all,
I was gonna suggest playing Skags here because it puts you back on top, and playing All God invites a pass. And every card that Gravish plays now, if you're looking at what he can respond with, Hemdall perhaps, that Yalmar is not all that fantastic as it could be. But here's Hemdall comes through, does a little do-si-do with that little
8 points
lightning
for the
party.
Volunteers right here. Perfect. Gets him to 21. There it is. Volunteers. Hi ho, hi ho. To round 2, we are about to go.
Oh, he's going for it. He's absolutely going for it. And the worst part about this is that if you're Pieball, you're either losing the round or you're playing everything.
Everything. What did it cost? Everything.
Everything.
But isn't that what you're looking for? Then you lose the Sentinels though. You lose the whole.
But you're losing the Sentinels, but you're cleaning out the Sentinels at the same time. I think that's fine. I think that you're thinning out your deck from potential bricks that might come back to haunt you later. Now, obviously, you're not getting that tempo later, and the precision of the accuracy, the surgical precision of Precision Strike. But I think he's going to do it. I think he should do it, frankly. And you can now go ahead and drop those All God charges on things that aren't the Broccolon Sentinels.
But look at the units that are the choices here. Like, this isn't.
It's got to. I think you're buffing
Those are the most beautiful cards you've ever seen. I mean, his better stuff is going to be. Yeah, Gravish has got to be pretty. I mean, Pieball's done the thought. Like, this is the highlight if it is one, because everything from here is going to be in Pieball's. Pieball dictates the whole thing. He won it on red. He won it on evens. He can pass. Gravish has to go down a card. Pieball just has a stacked deck. Double last say potentially. Really, when you talk about spending everything, the game is everything. And at this point, if it comes down to these cards, Oniromancy, Novigradian Justice, very strong. There's Gord. Pieball can probably dust his hands off at this point. I think that's a pretty good hand.
That's definitely a good hand. What he needs to worry about here is how deep he wants to go with the bleed. Pieball is going to be going first here, but if he wants to guarantee that Gord survives, he can just dry pass here, get 2 cards ahead, play however he wants, and Gravish is going to have to catch up. But I think that if you're Pieball,
playing here, yeah, you don't want to see Herald come down and actually outpoint you later on. That would be the scariest part about it. So if he has, we want to see Herald if he has it, and if he doesn't, he might just not take this round. Pieball might go up 2-0 with the 2-0.
Paya can still actually go ahead up 2 cards here. That's a perfectly fine play. Cleaning out a bronze card, you always have last say with that, with your Gord. Another option for Paya would have been just getting a Dwarven Agitator, adding a little bit more investment into round 3 by boosting a Gord even more. But I think what Pieball wants to see is some tempo, perhaps to kind of just squeeze out that leader ability from Gravish and go from there. But a lot of what Skellige needs to do is set up their graveyard for later plays. Not having access to a greatsword in round 1 means that you don't have, a decent Yalmar. You saw the low tempo Yalmar in round 1 earlier, just tossing 4 points of damage versus what he wants to do, which is toss the 10 points of damage. And the Blood Eagle comes through, pulled out by Vebjorn, and he's going to go ahead and grab himself a Raider. That's the best that he could probably hope for in this case. And Paya has a decision to make now. Do you want to hold on to an Echoed Oneiromancy and a Gourd and buy another card out of Gravish, or do you want to continue the push?
It was a really gross board there for Gravish. A shielded unit, an armored unit, plus you have a Berserker and you have Blood Eagle like dealing damage. So much value lost at this point, and Piable being in a considerable spot here. If he believes that Gourd is worthwhile, let's take a look at that deck. That's a good idea. We see Shiro does have that boost, and we know Oneiromancy will get you anything at all. Oneiromancy can be, at this point, just getting removal. But, I mean, at this point, also, Oneiromancy represents your best card. Paya just might pass here. I mean, these are two really strong cards. Gravish has to play at least one more card to stay in here, and then he'll have to go first, which makes which puts Paya in a good spot to control from there. He's going to go ahead and play the Oneiromancy.
I don't think that's a terrible play. I think what you're looking to do is just continue to push the tempo as far as it'll go. Remove, maybe clean out a bronze card. In this case, the Rebuke is worth 7 points, removing the Raider's ability, removing the Raider and its ability to deal 2 damage. I think what Payable is looking to do here is to see that leader ability come out. And Gravish is you can see him kind of shaking his head. The gears are turning there. You can see the smoke coming out of his ears as he's really trying to make heads or tails out of the situation here. You're playing with 2 bronze cards that pair up nicely together. Unfortunately, we're going to see where this ping goes. It does find a nice home in the back row there, and Payable might be taking the pass here.
So what happens here? The Pyrotechnic doesn't have you don't click it. It's going to be just the pass. I was just thinking about what was the math on this here. He does have to play as leader. This is the best bleed.
Now, leader still exists, which is worth a lot. Hemdall's gone, so you're not necessarily capitalizing on that. Champion's Charge is not really going to find the ideal target, given that Gourd is going to have a free and clear path to last say when necessary, and given the hand that Gravish is representing, it is not looking good. There's Champion's Charge, which is really, is not ideal. You don't have any bodies to really play either.
You can't even hold that card. It's scared out, You might get those points, but I mean, look at this. Payable just needs to...
Well, Gravish has to go first. What does he do?
Yeah, Gravish has to go first. Immediately drop everything you can. Arnyolf, Herald, it's all coming down. Every warrior needs to show up right now because I'm down a card and Payable is looking like he might have me here. But this is a lot of points, and Payable, Circle of Life and Tempering, these aren't the cards you really want to see.
I'm right. Gondor calls for aid, and Rohan will answer, in this case in the form of a Raider. Here's Circle of Life. There's at this point, it doesn't really matter where those points are going to go. You're just going to go ahead and take it when where it's given. In this case, it hitting the Pyrotech. Another Warrior, 7 points. I mean, 26 points is a lot of points to come back from. Skjordal is not ideal here. You're kind of missing a little bit here, but check that out.
31 points. I don't think Tempering plus Gourd is going to be enough, my friends. Gourd will be playing 14 points. Yeah, it's not nearly enough, my friends. Wow, Gravish with the big Skellige points when Payable had the control all the way down. That was a dope draw. Sorry about the missed call there. I thought that was a tie game and the leader had to be spent, but no, the leader definitely pushed Gravish into a much more victorious position there. Now 1-1 after 3 games here, thanks to the first tie. And we're going into game 3 here of the first semifinals of GWENT Masters, trying to figure out who's going to be going into the hottest of hot seats and taking a chance at the big piece of the pie.
Skellige's fine. Skellige's perfectly fine. There's no problems with Skellige. I mean, you could see, like I said earlier, this is a deck that could do some magnificent things. So fundamentally sound and solid and well constructed. The Patricidal Fury Warrior build, it lost on even in round 1. It got bullied in round 2, went down a card into round 3, and dominated that round to win it. It's special how that deck can operate and really surprise. It is good in the long, good in the short. It is a fantastic, fantastic deck.
And I'm looking at Payable's list, like we saw when he was playing All God, it's not like there was something amazing in his deck that he missed out on. I think that, I don't even think like a big piece of removal like the Beckers would have made that much of a difference. We saw the Forest Protector early. And yeah, I mean, Skellige just makes so many points so fast. And, you know, between Leader and Herald, it was just like, that's just one of the most dominating turn ones you could ever hope to have in a short round 3. And it got the job done for Gravish. It got the job done when he was looking like, you said smoke coming out of his ears. I'm like,
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, it could have been celebratory fireworks that he was firing off when he just knocked off that many points. I'm really curious. Excuse me. To have Shinmiri break down where Skellige can be buffed to be better, because I think that is absolutely necessary, as maybe Shinmiri can give us some suggestions with his gigantic Gwent brain of his. But that was awesome. That was honestly awesome. Again, great players doing great things with the limited resources. And I mean, it's hard to argue from Payable's perspective here of, I win on even, I have to bleed, and he did his best to see the leader when he saw it. He might have put Gravesh on a Champion's Charge, and Leader Champion's Charge meant that he just deletes that Gourd in round 2. So I think that was a fine play from Paya to hang on to the Gourd without seeing that leader in round 2.
Pretty much. I mean, that's the ultimate thing. You got to protect your best, when champion charges in the game. As we see Payable queuing up here, blue coin, Blood Money. One of the only players bringing this one. One of the only players that have ever brought Blood Money. I think maybe there was one meta way back where Blood Money was looking pretty good, but this is the meta. This is the World Masters meta. Blood Money coming in with Payable, looking for another win. Gravish on the red coin with, once again, Keltullus Carapace. We have seen a lot of this list. Payable brave enough to not bring either Skellige or this the Keltullus conspiracy you were talking about. No overwhelming hunger here. It's all about the Carapace. As Imka comes down to start the coin generation here for Payable. Interesting and cool new Syndicate play that we'll get a chance to see. Syndicate plays very differently depending on the leader, and I really I'm not the greatest Syndicate player, that's for sure, but I love seeing the best players in the world navigate these matchups.
Yeah, this is one of those bust out your TI 83 plus graphing calculators to figure this kind of stuff out. There's a whole extra layer of complexity as Syndicate when you have to manage a micro economy as you're playing, especially with something like Passiflora. Now Passiflora's second chapter being gain 6 coins. You don't want to over profit. You want to make sure that you squeeze the value out of every single coin possible. And in this case, dropping MK and also shielding her immediately against something like Carapace, it's going to be difficult for Gravesh to actually have access to that card and remove it. As we see Alzer, there he is, Dr. Strange himself in the back row, boosted, veiled. Poison is not an option, and at 9 points, it's going to take a lot of investment, a lot of hoarding in order to get a favorable Philippa in this case, but I don't think that's going to be on the table.
It's a pretty solid control deck that Payable is running. This is a Passiflora list, of course, but it does have Philippa, Karathi, Heatwave. It is running 2 Fistacs and the Fistak Trafficker for some poison. No morale or anything like that. Old standards, big chunky engines like the Dire Mutated Hound as well. But this early Alzer is saying, we're going to get things started right away. You need to use one of your big pieces. Your Blood Money, you got a Heatwave in there. You better start using some of your big removal right now, or I'm just going to run over on red coin here. Payable does not want that. What decision is he going to make here? The option is probably just to remove this with the Heatwave, but then that's it. No more Heatwave. Keltullus is bearing down on you, but it's gotta happen. The Heatwave happens. Gravish knows that everything else is pretty much safe from hard removal. So Gravish now, with that knowledge, has to move forward here. He can play Igurin with a ton of armor. He can just set up his Foglet with Endrega Warrior, and then just get out of the round when it feels good, I suppose, and maybe just go with that knowledge that Heatwave isn't going to cramp his style anymore.
Yeah, Carapace dodges poison fairly effectively, again, with the leader ability offering Veil. I think that the one thing in the back of Gravish's mind right now, between him and victory, is Philippa stealing something quite important. But the way that you kind of keep that in mind is you just take a look at that bank. If you can get your unit above 9, if you get it in 10 plus range, Philippa won't be able to have, pay enough. She won't be able to pay the troll toll to get the boy's soul and get whatever she needs, be it Keltulis. But again, stealing Keltulis is not a great thing either. You're pretty much going 2-for-1 in terms of unit generation, and that's not what you want either.
Gravish finally playing Igern in round 1 when he wants to, instead of drawing it later with Ozrel in hand at the same time. Dire Doggo will simply just respond here, start building up that aggressive engine that it is, a very hard engine to deal with, to completely stop and shut down. Igern on the board will likely live and be fine. Now, Pieball is running Fistek Trafficker and is also running Fistek, and going up against Carapace, it is going to be a little bit harder to get those poisons to convert. So we don't see any of that right now. Pieball isn't worried about that at the moment. But Imka and Dire Doggo, those two things can make just a ton of points happen with just a Spender, with just a Jackal, with just a Sea Urchin. So I think that Pieball might be able to, between these bronze cards that he's holding onto, the Ransackers as well, he might just be able to generate a lot of coins for his Spenders and just capitalize on the backs of Imka and Man's Best Friend here, the Dire Mutated Hound.
Given the board state right now, there is a Flying Redanian in the deck for Pieball. MK going to add 2 coins to the bank, allowing for that dog to come out, but that dog is now threatened, and it's going to be difficult to protect it and keep the coins. So Gravish just making Pieball have to consider certain decisions here. Do you spend coin to rebarricade the dog and protect it, and then you're a few more turns away from thinning out that Flying Redanian?
Oh, he's making the purchase. You know, it's cold out, Flake. Your dog needs a sweater to thrive, so it's just the only way you can really get it done. But that is one of the worst deals in Gwent. 4 coins for 1 armor, and I guess 2 points boost. But
it's the holidays, man. Sometimes you gotta overpay. Have you seen the price of PS5 right now? Forget it.
I certainly have. In my own receipts. That's why I'm doing this tournament. Did you get
me a PS5 for Christmas, McBee? You could tell me.
Yeah, but it's slightly used.
It's fine, and it's in my house, and you have to come over.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's yours in spirit. I mean, it is the spirit of the season. I think that's all we have to go for here for self-isolating. Let's move back to the game here as the Foglet is dropping next to Igern, making probably one of the most tantalizing snacks for Endrega Warrior you're ever going to see. But that is also, you're playing in a world with no heat wave now. The tall removal isn't here. And here comes the Spenders, just like we said. We got the profit from the Urchins. We got the spending territory from the Sea Jackal. Pieball's going to make these bronzes do good work here, and Gravish is going to have, he can just start. Well, at what point do you consider Keltulis?
Well, that's going to be a good question, and I think that that's why you play the Street Urchins, keep them low to the ground in case Keltulis does come down. The problem here is that every card in Pieball's hand is another unit on the board that is just Keltulis food, and that Endrega Warrior, like you said, is it's such a great Endrega Warrior because it's not only gonna allow you to thin out that Foglet, but it's also gonna consolidate a unit down as well, making your Keltulis a little bit better. I think you are gonna see the Endrega Warrior here because you have to thin out that Foglet. That's what the Endrega Warrior is there for, beyond just kind of consolidating points into fewer units, giving a little bit more reach for your Keltulis. But the question is we've already seen Alzer, so what else do you want to give up in this round if you're Gravish? Do you want to give up a Keltulis here? I don't think you do.
No, I don't think you do either. You're on red coins. You do have the option. You are getting at least 5 points. You're getting 9 points from the Endrega Warrior when you spawn the other Foglet as well. And he makes another purchase here to make sure that the Dire Doggo keeps growing. Yeah, like Gravish is like, okay, he probably won't spend the coin, so it's worth it. Maybe Pieball is like, I'm always going to spend the coin, so it's just the way it is. It's just that's how he's going to control Pieball's empire. Here comes the Endrega Warrior. Going to snack down all-you-can-eat buffet right there. Foglet's coming out as well. Tying it up here, 4 coins. Pieball with the engine ticking has a decision to make here. Look at Gravish's hand. Pact, Heatwave, Keltulis.
Well, I think you can keep going with... Yeah, well, you can keep going with the Pact. Knowing that the Alzer's there, you don't necessarily need spells, particularly, and still spending money. Not worried about going up to the 9 coins to get the... Oh, there it is. Okay, so a little bit of creative accounting allows you to go ahead. MK is going to bring you up to 9. Nope, still spending. Okay, tis the season, I guess.
Pretty decent lead here. Yeah, gonna go for the self-poison because there will be no real poisoning here. Gravish has already used one of his leader charges, but there is still a lot of opportunities to protect. Very careful about playing a unit here. Of course, Philippa does represent pretty much stealing anything, and the Blood Bunny, of course, is complete and utter removal. Piebald probably doesn't want to play beyond this if he doesn't want to. He's really hoping for a pass here. Gravish can't take it with anything but Heat Wave.
Heat Wave will put you ahead in this one case, but keep in mind, on the pass, Piebald gains 2 coins, and the Flying Redanian comes out, and the dog goes up. So that is still a decent amount of passive points.
In mind. Yes, the Redanian. That did slip my mind.
It has been upgraded from the the Railroad Redanian to the the Autobahn Redanian. It is now the Flying Redanian.
The pact is played. Piebald now can pass with the Redanian.
I think that's a fine pass. It's a decent amount of points.
You're up 11 points, and you're still generating points. Gravish can't just beat that. Also has to beat the follow-up points. The doggo will continue to tick.
But if we're just actually evaluating Piebald's hand here, what are you giving up that you're comfortable with? There's no way that you're giving up the Passiflora at this point. You're not giving up Adriano because it pairs very well with the Passiflora, and I don't think that you want to give up Philippa in this round when you do have, like you said, an 11-point lead. Gravish is going to have to also factor in the fact that that dog is going to tick another time. So he's got to do a little bit of creative accounting on his own here, given the fact that the cards that he has here are not all that fantastic. I think it's Heatwave or bust in this case.
If he plays Kaltalis, his Piebald would lose 2. Well, no, he could get the ship back, I guess. Has to play leader Heatwave to get past that point total right there. That's a pretty pricey take here, but now Gravish is in complete control. Piebald, I think the pass was good. Nice draw here from Piebald, getting rewarded here.
This is an excellent hand here, definitely. And Gravish, having won the round, Piebald couldn't hang on to a bronze card just to toss it out to the Wolves there to, again, pay the tax to get into round 3. Off the dry pass, I think Gravish wants that. Flipping the Jacques there and finding some more bronze power.
Piebald does not let the provision or the color of a card dictate his positions. He's only ever looking for synergy, I believe. So having Passiflora in hand, looking for some more blind eyes. He does have Adriano, and now he has Kalkstein, so he can progress the entire scenario if it comes down to it. Squirrel is going to go down to banish anything of importance for Piebald, or is this
the Flying Redanian?
The Flying Redanian, of course. Flake. What? The Flying Redanian, of course. So there we go. That's going to actually prompt to get the Passiflora out now, saying that this was the attempt. I mean, if you lead off to stop the Flying Redanian, now Piebald is probably not going to lose this round. Even with Kaltalis, should have no problem keeping the amount of units, like the strength of the units that he has, low enough. There's not enough turns in the game to really get enough value to stop Piebald from winning this one, I think.
A great little, kind of side note here is that Azar is a very good card to combat Kaltulis. You profit, you pay the tribute, you spawn 2 1-point cards that can then be, burned in a small fire to Kaltulis's wrath. However, in this case, it's looking like there could be an interesting interaction here with Kalkstein going ahead and purifying what might be a Veil, but there's no poison to follow it up with necessarily, even though there's lots of poison in Piebald's deck. But here comes Adriano. He is going to spawn a Sly Seductress. He's going to profit a whole bunch, and the next one through is going to be another Sly Seductress to really put this out of reach. Gravish knows that he's not going to, get back on top of this. I think he thinks that now cards that he expends are purely to buy more cards out of Piebald, but it's not looking too good here. But at the very least, you can go ahead and drop the Kaltulis if you feel like it's going to get massive amounts of value. It is going to go ahead and snipe a Sly Seductress, but Piebald can just go ahead, like we said, follow up with Azar, profit, and then pay the tribute, spawn 2 1/1s, and you're good to go.
Yeah, Azar. Oh, it's going to be Kaltalis after all. She is here. She is not boosted. and that will immediately kill the Sly Seductress. That's a pretty good, a 9-point remove an engine is a pretty good play. Now playing Azar will protect, like you said, will protect with some small units, some bugs that will be pleasant here. Instead, he's just going to go ahead and Blood Money. There's the leader. Kaltalis has been reduced to, I guess, well, blood, I suppose. Reduced to blood, sold.
Dragon Guts.
Dragon Guts. Imlerith Wrath going to make some more guts here. Smash in the pass the floor Peaches, but now Pieball is able to stick around here. Kalkstein easily procking this. Points to stay ahead. Do you play Osrel for the 14 points? It's pretty hard to go for it, especially, well, you don't have a unit that's easily stolen with Philippa, but it's going to be the pass. Down a card, Pieball looking pretty okay.
I'm trying to think here. If because you play the Osrel and you boost. Philippa's a 3-point card, she can't steal anything, and Azar is a 7-point card. So was that enough actually to 2-0 in the long run? That's a possibility there that could have been. I mean, we can always go ahead and review the math there, but there might not have been enough to get things done.
There was still the opportunity to have Bloody Good Fun, I think, made a lot of points in that case. Poison would have been available as well. There is a Witch Hunter. I mean, I'm sure that there was an option where Pieball could have taken, where Pieball could have taken on like a hero, not a hero pass, but like a hero. Osrel, go, save me. But usually players don't play kind of all in, make them have it. In this game, it's not quite the same. It seems to me more about finding the best opportunities and the best odds. As Pyle gets the lead off here with Azar and will be selecting the cash money. We want to see the flying. Oh, we won't see that again. We've already covered that. But the troll will defend the back row for Siri. I guess Siri Dash doesn't matter anymore either. Man, Pieball's setting
You're running out of time. That's it. Gravish
running out of time here.
Sold the farm there to make sure that everything is working well, and now that you have a fist tech that's literally just 2 coins in your pocket, so you're probably going to follow up with the next play here. The next logical play is to play the Jackal, spend a bit, follow it up with the Street Urchin, spend a bit, fist tech for the 4 coins, and then hopefully everything works out. But I mean, look at that. A-Rush is that troll is holding a lot of weight. The weight of the world's on his shoulders there, but he is veiled.
Saul might actually carry Pieball to victory here. Here comes the 14-point Osrel.
Oh, the Gravish seems...
Did Gravish make a mistake here? No. The way he was acting, he's going to be using the poison, then there's the pact. Is this enough? 9 coins, 38 to 24 with the Horde. Oh, it's just enough. 3 points, 3 coins, definitely managing the economy right there. Pieball just making it very, man, Gravish made it look like he had picked the wrong unit out of the graveyard for a second. I really wasn't sure.
He's giving us a little heart attack there. It seemed like he, honestly, we've all been there. I know we've all been there where we might have clicked the wrong thing or gone and hunted into the wrong graveyard. In that case, maybe he was just kind of doing some math, and I don't know how this is all going through, but ultimately
he could have been thinking about something else, perhaps a previous play, maybe something that happened right before. Maybe seeing that that Pieball only had the fist tech and that he was gonna lose by so little, perhaps. It all could happen, but Pieball will be up 2-1 here in semifinals number 1. Next match could be punching the ticket, as I like to say, to GWENT Masters finals. Pieball now, once again, red coin, has to win with precision strike, and he has 2 chances to do it.
Yeah, I don't know when the last time I don't know the last time I've ever had a ticket punched in any way. It's usually scanned or beeped or they say, Flake, get out of here. You're not supposed to be here. But ultimately, again, like you said, it's coming down to a pretty nifty showdown. These razor thin margins in a lot of cases. In this case, 3 points separating both players. Both players playing excellent, and seeing that Passiflora in round 2, it was just a no hesitation play, a follow up, and the kind of to just lock down the bleed and make sure that you're not playing from behind. I like that Pieball making excellent decisions, and his intuition in these matchups are very, very on point. And no hesitation, like I said, he knows what's going on, and that's a lot of what it takes to win in these tournaments. Is not just to know your decks, but also to know your opponent's decks and to read the situation well and know when to commit big cards and know when to just go ahead and casual, just a standard casual, tossing Jacques back into the deck because who cares? Who needs a 12 or 13 provision card when I can get a bronze?
I mean, we saw Payabol just always mulligan to the strength of his hand, and I think that that's like, it's really hard to deny that he made some pretty big mulligans. As you can see here, it is going to be Gravish taking Queen Maeve in the Northern Realms into battle here with Shield Wall. This is a Shield Wall list. It's running Falibor and Bloody Baron, Prince Henseis, of course, with Selkirk as Shield Wall targets, Protection in Dawnmere, Amphibious Assault, and all of the goodies that go along with that. Payabol has a very strong control list. Very specifically, Geralt Professional can answer all sorts of unique things. And if Gravish manages to get through this, I think that the Keltalis matchup in particular is quite difficult for Precision Strike. But we will have to see this could be Shiro's big day, as we see immediately a boosted frigate to get things started, as Northern Realms tends to do.
No hesitation, Dwarven Agitator comes through, gets the investment piece going on into later rounds. Sort of the standard story for Precision Strike. They don't necessarily want to commit too deep into round one if they don't have the perfect hand. It's just going to be targets of opportunity, Circle of Life on a 2-point card, put that onto the Sheldon Skaggs here, getting him geared up for a late round appearance. And this is what Northern Realms, like I mentioned, does really well. They really can pop off on their bronzes and get that snowball effect, make it really out of reach really early in this case. And Precision Strike, a deck that likes to control, that likes to remove units. When it looks like this, there's just no hesitation. There is a procedure here, and Gravish has it down to a T.
I mean, Payabol is also just kind of going through, like, this is just how it goes for Northern Realms. They don't mind blue coin. They don't mind the fact that they're going to get that set up. They don't mind creating immediate massive threats in the Carrick frigate. And then, boom, pass on 7. Payabol does get to create a little bit of carryover. Gravish gets the round. And now it's completely up to Gravish to either control the long round going into this, dodge a Shiro Scorch, or do some serious pushing. You still have really strong cards like Anna and Egmont to create a ton of passive points. And there's Shiro in the hand for Payabol. And out of the hand. Just as quickly as any gold card is mentioned, Payabol just doesn't seem to like it.
No, he is just ruthless in how he does his mulligans here. But to your point, playing to the hand that you have, maybe that Shiro is not necessarily going to be as effective in this one, given the fact that you've already seen one frigate, and it might not come through the way you want it to. The way that Northern Realms Shield Wall exists is there's going to be a lot of boosts. There's going to be a lot going on. The board state, the strengths, the actual power of the units are going to be fluctuating turn to turn to turn. So finding an ideal Shiro might not occur. So I think he says, you know what, let's just get rid of it right now. I don't need to worry about it, and I have a strong hand as it is. He flipped it. He found Forest Protector. I think he's going to go with the individual attention of removal versus the broader net that he's looking to cast with a potential Shiro.
Leadoff choices here could thin out a little bit, or at least potentially thin out Radovich Royal Guards going to Dunbanner. Would be probably fine, but could not be aggressive enough to really put Payabol in a position where, you don't just want Payabol just to go ahead and just start setting up more carryover and getting out of the round easily. Looks like we're going to get Johnny Nats drop in the Amphibious Assault to grab the other frigate, I would imagine, which will be nicely boosted, surrounded by Soldier Love. And this could be a big push. It
is a big push, but you do have a nice clean response with that rock slide. I don't know where else you're going to put it that, in terms of value.
Meta, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of why it entered the meta.
It's a great card to go ahead and just clean that up. And you do not have to worry about the frigate anymore. And a lot of the times the cards of value that you're looking to remove are going to be shielded. So a rock slide is not going to be the cleanest kill. In this case, it just fits so nicely. Get rid of the frigate and the points that it represents in a long round that you could probably suspect Gravish might be pushing for.
Payabol is just going to go for the Pyrotech, saying, okay, I got one more card I can spend if you pass here, and if you push, I'm up 2 cards, then I probably can defend myself. Gravish is now, you look at the hand, he does have a lot of opportunities when it comes to the engines and the protection of those engines. In the end, though, Gravish with Last Say is what he needs. Probably going to give him the best value because he'll be able to put a reset on Harold Gord. That reset is probably the biggest swing of points that he can hope to see outside of Ansay's or some sort of shielded duel. So if he can execute all three of those things in one round, I'm pretty sure that's the round he's going to win. Gravish just going to decide if that's going to be this round or if it's going to be perhaps a longer round. Done, banner, boosted, and thin.
Yeah, beautiful. That's a nice little play right there. 8 points and a thinning play. You're up by 10. It is going to take a little bit of effort for Piable to get on top of that. But now you're crossing that Rubicon. The 7 cards cushion that allows you to Last Say. Now you have to defend the round a little bit here. If you are committing to bleeding in this round, you got to make sure that it means something, because you do not want to let the Precision Strike get away scot-free with a lot of resources in hand and Last Say. That is just not where you want to be.
Like this here, tempering. Now, once again, Gravish doesn't get ahead here. Pieball could have made a little bit higher tempo play here, but this does limit. It makes, we see the hand, of course. Gravish has to make a commitment decision here. Pieball could just be getting out here, but then he loses Last Say in that case. So this play by Pieball is, I would say, possibly incorrectly risky, because it does potentially give away the Last Say. However, everything else could, this could be Gravish's pass because of that. Could be happy with this.
Well, the other option is what are you,
so good. His hand is so good.
That's it. What are you playing here that you're willing to commit that's so good on its own that it's going to require a lot of cards out of Piable? I think that
Donmir and a pass. With the potential of bleeding, I think that's like the only way I would really see it going down. It is going to be Anna in this case, and it's going to be the leader. So Anna is protected, and it is going to be the passive point generation. The push will continue, or should I say the bleed. Gravish trying to bleed really important cards out here. Piable does have that Geralt, the professional, Jerry the pro. One time you're saving Anna, one time you're not. Sorry, Anna. Now you're my problem.
Another option here, like you mentioned, for Gravish, just is kind of evaluate a pass. He's up by 1 point. He can go ahead and get that Last Say when necessary. If he needs it, go ahead and duel the big boy at the end of the day, if that's what you need to do. But that, again, committing that Anna, you could probably suspect that if Anna's coming out without a defender, she is going to bite the dust. There are so many tools for the Precision Strike player, for Piable, to just eliminate that card. And he got to do it in such a clean way with that Geralt Pro. That Heat Wave is still on the board. Also, the Pellar is there to just sort of negate the defender status. So Piable is really in a good position here to not just generate points on his own with a 10-point Sheldon, but also to go ahead and disrupt the plans that Gravish needs to execute, cleanly in order to win this game.
Gravish is likely, it's going to be a pass after all. Pieball is going to be going into this without Last Say, going up against Baron, Ansays, and Seltkirk with 2 shield charges. This is going to be, I think, a tough one. I think Pieball might just have to catch the carapace later on to have a chance, but, let's not count him out yet.
All right, so there's the proactive play that Piable would want to just drop onto the board, which is the Dwarven Agitator. That is a wonderful pickup. Owner showing up, and that is basically anything you want it to be. It could even be a boat.
Hold on to the Agitator. The Agitator does get the double dip. He has the Peller. The Peller will take care of Donmir. And immediately, Piable is going to get things started off with the Agitator to give the extra strength to Sheldon.
There's nowhere else that you really want to play in this, or no other way you want to play it. Just drop a 3-point card. Nothing worth really. It's not a card worth dueling. It's not necessarily a card worth removing. It's nice target for Falibor to start his 1-2-3 combo punch, but in this case, as the Precision Strike player, playing proactively is difficult. But Piable found the card he wanted. The Agitator, even though it's a low provision card, is gonna get a lot of return when adding power and strength to that Sheldon. And here comes the Defender, which I think is just an easy scrub from the Pellar.
Peller has been doing some pretty good work here. So in this case, Peller and Geralt Professional have dealt with massive cards in the wake of Becker's Rock Slide already being played, which has saved a lot of the extra removal, such as, and specifically, Karathi Heatwave, for big bad cards that were normally protected or stopped by these other by these other out of control engines or defenders. So a lot of big picks. We saw the Teshin Mutna sword in a different series earlier on. There's Eggman going to immediately actually play that charge, assuming that the boost is not worth it. You might as well just get that value right away because it could just be rebuked. And here comes the big play, Novigradian Justice with the Mahakam Volunteers.
Yeah, dodging a lot of bricks in the hand there, not picking up with Broccolon Sentinel. The Volunteers are going to come out as well. 13 points of beautiful tempo thinning. But I mean, round 3 thinning is not the issue. But walking into round 3 without any of those thinning plays already occurring, you're kind of you're dancing a dangerous game there. And in this case, it's been working out for Pieball. As you can see, 2 points of All God boost onto that. So that 13-point play is a 15-point play. Points spread out rather nicely, protected some of them by shield, meaning that there's no one big target you're going to be dueling here until the end, being the Gord or the Sheldon. And even those two, those are 2 big boys that are going to be difficult to deal with.
Gravish now in a position where there's nothing really that he wants to control, so we're just going to go ahead and just play the Carrick Marine, get those points, officially playing his last bronze card from his hand. The AA at this point could do work as the siege support if he thinks it's going to be living, as the siege support would grant Selkirk an immediate use. In that case,
yeah.
Varaxis is also in the deck, unfortunately, so we won't have an option to grab Varaxis to double up on the order. The only way you could make his hand better, though, really, in round 2, his hand was... this was the hand, pretty much.
Well, if the correct Marine was Varaxis, it would literally just be the nuts in terms of going into round 3 as shield wall in this case. But I mean, looking at it, what do you have? You've got Selkirk for a nice shielded duel. You have Anseus for a nice shielded duel, and you have the Baron to go ahead and reset that Gord in a beautiful way. So you have answers, and you have the luxury of having last say to pick and choose your battles in terms of how you want to get this done. Unfortunately, the way that this is going right now, Falibor doesn't have a clean, 1, 2, 3. He's got a bad 1 and an okay 2. But as it stands over here, we're going to see where that amphibious assault is going to go. I suspect it's going to be to facilitate some zeal on the Selkirk. Another option would be just maybe get a drummer for passive point generation, but I think zeal is where you want to go. At the worst case, is it eats up a large piece of removal.
Yeah, so the siege support does come down at 8 or 9 points. So it is out of removal range. Now this is an interesting play right here. I like this. Oh, he's using it too. All right, so that's a big amount of bleed. That is probably something Pieball was really worried about before. However, this is an interesting play because Gravish is now suggesting that he has Varax.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this one. This could just be kind of a little bit of a bluff. There's the heat wave, and I think maybe you're correct about that. I think that he's saying, all right, I have Varaxis. We're going to get another set on that, so use your heat wave on this, which now kind of leaves something like Selkirk with the shield free and clear. But at this point, now you can't shield both, right? You're leaving one of the two out in the open to succumb to potential removal. So you have to get the zeal in this case, do you not?
Yeah, I mean, you can. I guess Gravish has his patience too. He could do that late. Of course, you don't want to just play Selkirk and have it be bad. It's definitely one of the worst case scenarios. Is just ultimately play the siege support, have it be answered by Sheldon. Does it Sheldon? Sheldon and leader or something like that. You don't want to get it answered after all that, and then just have your siege support not really doing anything for you.
What Grapish might be doing with the bleed there on the agitator is just maybe waiting a turn so he can make for a better Falibor, but those points are going to die anyways, so is that really worth it? There's the siege support.
This is probably going to get killed by leader, I imagine. Could just be leader rebuke.
Well, you could also just drop your Sheldon knowing that it's going to possibly die later anyways. You could go Sheldon.
I don't think so,
8.
because you make a better unit for the duel. So I think that he probably wants to hold on to Sheldon as long as possible. But I mean, that is what it is, right? The Baron played, the reset, not so important because Anse's in a way resets a unit to 0 because it's really hard to really have the strength to tango with a shielded, boosted Anse's, which Sheldon is not. So there's no need to reset it when you can just kill it. If you have 2 duels, you can kill them both, I guess.
I'm just still wondering if the 5-point Baron, well, technically the 8-point Baron with the bleed, was what you wanted to do there. There's the rebuke.
Not killing the siege support. I wonder what he saved it for here, because I think killing the siege support was probably an important decision. I could be missing it, but this allows Selkirk to come in, get a duel, kill the 6-point dwarf, whereas maybe Selkirk doesn't get to duel at all. So I think this is a pretty good situation here. Selkirk's going to take that duel.
Yeah, you just take it where it comes. I mean, I think that Gravish is kind of a little bit feeling, you know, #blessed on that one, that he was able to actually play a clean and clear Selkirk without using his shield wall to protect it. And in this case, now you have Anseus to duel as well. I think that maybe Piable's putting him on Anseus Vraxis. And
yeah, he has a good reason to believe Varaxis, which means that he has to say Anseus Varaxis and not Falibor, or he has to pick one of those things. I don't know if it matters as far as the line that Piebald will take. Like, Sheldon Skaggs will always have a unit to hit, but will have more value if Falibor is on the board, as opposed to now. You would use Gord first, but then Gord just dies to the duel and Anseus. So it's going to be Skaggs here. He's going to take the Skaggs probably here on Eggman.
No, I think you just kill that. It's a safer play in case Vraxis does exist, and
right, that is the whole point, right?
And Anseus does not exist. So, it's a little safer play. You might be losing out on a point, but again, the armor would have sucked up that point anyway. So, there's the duel.
There's the duel, huge conversion here, and then Gord's going to come down with the leader, and that's a lot of points. Falibor will be playing for about 3 points.
Well, Falibor is going to eat up these Broccolon Sentinels.
There's one boosted Sentinel, I believe. Yeah, so he's going to be playing for his full value. And then Harold Gord drops for 12. Here comes Falibor. He's going to get his full value. It's not going to be enough. Piebald will take it. Red coin superstar, precision strike. He almost can't believe it, because he thought Varaxis for sure. He thought he had lost, perhaps, in that case. But it was only Falibor. Piebald looking like he's already thinking about the finals. It looks like he already has so much on his mind.
It was only Falibor.
And Gwent aging in front of our eyes.
It was just the Falibor. I'm curious to think now if Gravish kind of replayed that, if he would have maybe waited on that Baron a little bit earlier, or using Baron with the actual shield wall boost to get the bleed. It wasn't a whole bunch of value when you could have actually maybe reset something a little bit bigger down the line. But hindsight is 20/20, and math is for blockers, as they say, as we do have Pavel Burja ready to talk to Piebald for the victory dance.
Beautiful pronunciation, Flake, of my name, but this is not about me. First semis is done. Piebald taking the win. It started off crazy with the draw. We were shouting here in the production room. Super exciting. Dude, what was going on through your mind? Tell me.
The game one was crazy because I got a lot of bad outcomes in that game. In my Masquerade Ball, the Joachim Roll was also quite bad. So I had to my only win condition was Gravish having either 2 units in hand or a Bricked Thunder and the unit. So I had to kill my own unit and just hope it's gonna work. And it actually worked. So it's gonna be nice.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. Especially Gravish mentioned yesterday that he felt like he was the favorite, but you played so well in this semi that you managed to win. So congratulations on that. Something that I always like to ask about in the finals: who do you want to go against?
I'm actually not sure in terms of who I prefer to play against. I obviously want Saber to win because he's my teammate. So I would say I just want to play against him for that reason.
Nice. Awesome. All right, I won't take any more time from you. Get some rest, relax, hydrate, and we'll be going to Shinmiri, who will analyze this first semifinal.
Thank you, Burja. Wow, what an insanely close first series between Piebald and Gravesh. A lot of games were nail biters. The first game was a tie. I want to talk about some potentially missed opportunities and some genius plays. Gravesh, one of Gravesh's decks that couldn't find a win was this Carapace Kaltalus deck. And in game number 4, Kaltalus versus Blood Money, Gravesh has won round 1 and is pushing round 2. He actually, given our knowledge and our ability to see both hands, he actually had a possibility of 2-0ing Piable in round 2. Here the score is 12-18. Gravesh, if he plays his Osrel, or first of all, here it's Gravesh's turn. If he plays his Osrel, there's a 13-point Yagurn in the graveyard. That's 14 plus the 3 on this leader. That's 17. That would take him to 29 points, and he would be up 11. There's no way for him to know this, so I definitely don't blame him for passing here. But I just wanted to point out real quick. He would have been up 11 points despite Piable having 9 coins. There's no way for Piable to spend these coins. He would be up 11, up 10 from the Sly Seductress, and then these 2 cards, the Azar is 7, and the Philippa is dead with no short units to steal. To seize, she's only 3 points, so it would have ended up in a tie in round 2, which gives Gravesh 2 round wins and Piable only 1 round win. So Gravesh could have stole a win here. Piable ends up to win this game. And also earlier in this game, a little bit earlier in this round, another opportunity. I wonder if Gravesh would have been better off using a leader charge, his last leader charge, on this Kaltalus in round 2 on the push. Kaltalus is a big threat here because Passiflora is making so many units. And by playing the Kaltalus and choosing not to leader charge it, opens up the possibility of Piable using that Tidecloak Ransacker 2 damage combined with the Blood Money 8 damage to kill this Kaltalus. If this Kaltalus had received a buff, it would be 12 strength and much more difficult to kill. There actually would have been, I think the only way to kill it would have been like a Bloody Good Fun plus a leader, but that's a very inefficient way to kill it when he's got 9 coins in his bank. And the last option that Piable would have had would be to use the Blood Money leader ability, hit the 12-point Kaltalus down to a 4, and then seize it with Philippa. But if he does do that, the Kaltalus is still on the melee row on Piable's side and would continue burning units on Piable's side. So even with the Philippa Steel line, it's not shutting off the Kaltalus end of turn ability. And I don't know exactly if that would have led to a 2-0, but it was a really interesting line to think about. And then game number 1, the first game between Piable and Gravesh, it's the Nilfgaard versus Carapace game. I want to take a look at that as well. Let me see here. Yes. Oh, this game was insane. This ended up in a tie, but as unfavored as Kaltalus is in this matchup, Gravesh managed, it ended up in a tie. Gravesh had a couple chances to win this one and maybe squeeze his Kaltalus deck through. He won the round 1 on, or he almost won round 1 on even, pushed very deeply, forced out Piable's leader. This is round 3 now, and I want to highlight a really masterful bait by Piable. Piable had the worst of worst low rolls in this game. No Helga or Fire Scorpion in round 1, and then the Joachim forced out in round 1 pulls the Usurper, probably the worst card to pull as that's the highest value card in his deck. But he manages to squeeze a tie and replay this game in round 3 by doing this very interesting bait here. He's gonna play Coup de Grace onto the Roderick here to pull Vincent to kill this Alzur that has a status on him. And he has a choice of where to put this Roderick. Piable knows that there's potentially another Adrenaline Rush in Gravesh's hand. And he decides to purposely put the Roderick back in the melee row instead of the range row. If he puts it in the range row, it bricks the Adrenaline Rush, temporarily bricks the Adrenaline Rush. But Gravesh might have a chance to play another unit in the front row. But by playing it in the melee row, he invites the Adrenaline Rush to come onto the Siri Dash. The Siri Dash is currently being threatened by the Hefty Helga. The Hefty Helga has 2 charges plus another tactic, will end up killing it. So Gravesh has to throw the Adrenaline Rush onto the Siri Dash, which gives so much extra value to the Yennefer's Invocation. As you can see there, Piebald immediately invoing that Siri Dash, not only answering the threat of drawing another card and giving Gravesh last say in the round, but also getting 13 points of value on the Invocation instead of just 5. And he's able to preserve these Hefty Helga charges for later in the round, which ends up being super important, as we can see in a sec here. After the Keltellus comes down, the masterful finish to get a tie where in a game which he probably should have lost, Piebald using the pings to kill his own Vincent, leaving him with only 1 unit on the board. And with only 1 unit on the board, Gravesh's Keltellus can never survive. Even if Gravesh tries something cheeky here, but like thundering his own Roderick, the Keltellus and the Osrel make up 2 units on his board. Piebald just has to discard this another unit, and there's no way that Gravesh is able to keep 2 units on his board because Keltellus becomes a liability after she comes down on the board. So very well played by Piebald here, squeezing out the tie in a dire situation and being able to win the rematch in game number 2, not letting this Carapace deck through. Congratulations to Piebald. We're gonna take a look at the updated brackets, and I'll see you guys in the next game.
All right, now we can see Piebald is on his way to GWENT Masters. He is going to be playing the winner of the next set, Coleman versus Saber, which is no doubt going to be as, if not more exciting, I am certain. Flake, what do you think about this? I mean, ultimately, Shinmiri put it best. There was a lot of really good plays, a lot of really good opportunities. Piebald played really, really well, deserves to get the advancement. Let's take a look at the prize pool, eh?
So lots of money already won on either side. As you can see, the $7,100 stake has been divvied up in a lot into Piebald's favor. $12,145 is he taking home just up to date. Until now, there's still plenty more to win as Gravesh gets to go home. $7,167 can buy you a lot of Photoshop to clean up that profile pic there, buddy. No, I'm just kidding. Gravesh is a awesome dude as Coleman looks ready to go. $7,500 already in the bank. Saber smiling because his first tournament has been a success up to now. $6,190 over there. Lots of money still left up for grabs. Again, over $88,000 USD has been tossed into the prize pool that these players are fighting over. But we do have a nice little treat for you guys before we meet the new players. A little bit of get your thinking cap on, McBee.
Yeah, I mean, we know these players are really good at Gwent, but how much do they really know about Gwent? So let's take a look at a little Ask the Pros trivia before we get on to the next semifinals.
Hey everyone, Ryan here, and this is Ask the Pros, where we'll test the skill, knowledge, and creativity of our 8 GWENT World Masters participants with 9 specific questions. So let's get started.
First question. Which 3 players earned the most crown points in the whole Gwent season number 2?
That has to be Demarcation.
I think I'm the first, and then the other 2 are Camps and Tailbot. I'm not sure like in which order.
Definitely Demarcation.
I would say Demarcation.
Who else?
Tailbot, Camps?
So Demarcation, Camps,
and me.
That's correct. Question number 2. What is the maximum number of cards you can squeeze into one Gwent deck?
40.
I'll say 40 cards.
Is it 40?
I don't really know. I only know that it should be 25. No idea what's the maximum number. I've never exceeded 25.
Oh God. Am I supposed to do the math or what?
Well, I don't think there's a hard limit, but every card costs at least 4 provisions.
You have 167 provisions is the most.
the leader with the most provisions maybe has like plus 14 or so. So 169 over 4 is like 42 maybe?
I think it's 41 maybe?
That is correct. 41 and 1 stratagem.
Yeah. True.
Question number 3. Can the card Master Mirror create Alzur in your hand?
I actually don't really know how Master Mirror works.
I have no idea.
Yes.
Yes, you can.
No, because it's only faction-specific cards.
No, because it's faction-specific cards only.
That is correct. Question number 4. Which statuses does Siri Nova gain when deployed?
Veil, Resilience, and Shield.
Resilience, Veil, Shield.
Veil, Shield, and Resilience. 3 statuses.
When deployed, she gains resilience and a shield. She also has Veil, but that's not a status you gain on deploy, is it? I guess it triggers Dame, so then it should count too.
Resilience and shield
Shield, Veil, and Resilience.
and something else.
Correct. It is Shield, Resilience, and Veil.
Ah, Veil, yes. I feel like I'm not doing it well right now.
No. That's completely fine. Question number 5. How many Geralt cards are there in the game?
Well, there's Vanilla Geralt, there's Professional, there is Irden, Igni, Axi, and Art, so that would be 6.
Well, there's Vanilla, Professional, Jordan. Can't think of another one right now.
There's Geralt of Rivia, Professional, Igni, Erden, Art, Axi. 6?
I'll go with 6.
Geralt of Rivia, Geralt Zawodowiec.
Geralt of Rivia, Geralt Professional, Geralt Igni, Geralt Erlin, Geralt Ard, Geralt Axi, and soon to come, Geralt Gwen. There are 6 now, but there's going to be 7.
Będzie 7.
That is the correct answer. Now, next question, number 6. Which unit likes to chew on fingers?
I have absolutely no idea.
I imagine it'd be some monster unit.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Two on fingers?
I'm afraid I have.
Ghoul.
Okay, I know what it is. It's Oak Critter, right?
Yes, correct.
I have no idea. Oak Critters? Just a wild guess.
Because I remember seeing a tweet, like when the Master Mirror expansion dropped from, I don't remember who, but like it was like a premium version of Oak Critter, and I think it was pretty cool. So I remember that in detail. I think.
Ah, right. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I just forgot to be fair.
Number 7. Which Gwent Pro team is the best and why?
Well, TLG obviously because I'm a part of it.
Well, I'm gonna go and say it's Team Leviathan Gaming because we have the most players in Masters based on that fact alone.
It's Legacy because I'm in there.
Well, obviously it's Team Arethusa because they have the best players and the best content creators and the best team management.
I'm not sure like what best means. I think in terms of achievement, I would go with Team Arethusa because they have been participating almost like every single official tournament as far as I'm concerned, and they have won a couple of them. Yeah, so I'll go with Team Arethusa.
The best team in Gwent is TLG, Team Leviathan Gaming, because Camps is there. They create the best meta snapshots and have the largest number of players on GWENT Masters tournaments.
中国国内几乎没有什么职业战队，然后
China basically doesn't have any professional teams. When speaking of the foreign ones, I'm not quite familiar with those, but I think the biggest and the top level one is Aretuza, at least for us here in China. Another one would be TLG. I think those two are the strongest.
我觉得这两个战队是最强的吧。
There are some other teams I don't know, of course, but I can't say anything about their actual strength.
Question number 8. What is your favorite voice line from the game? And maybe tell me by speaking it out loud.
Okay, my favorite voice line. I think it's Tibor's one. Alba. I just like it so much.
A few months ago, I would say 15 years in the sewers, but it got stale and old. And right now, I don't really have a new favorite voice line yet.
I think my favorite voice line is Leo Bonhart's. It goes like this: "Let's dance."
Perfect.
I think that was pretty cool. Yeah, that was like just imitating. I was like intimidating. Yeah, that's the word.
Any last words?
I think it would be Francis Bedlam, and his voice line is
Kogo ja widzę?
"Who do I spy?" It's my favorite one because it also new follower alert on my Twitch channel.
你来干活，死了再睡也不迟。
Up and at 'em, you lazy bastards. You'll sleep when you're dead. This is the Skellige leader Harold the Cripple, and one of his Chinese voice lines.
I like Draug's voice line. My lords, to your banners.
Not your lucky day.
Perfect. And now, final question. Imagine you are in the final of the GWENT Masters. The match is about to begin. What do you say to yourself?
I take a deep breath and say, let's do this.
Wydaje mi się, że
I think I'll try to stay focused and calm. And even if I'll be losing in the match, I'll try not to tilt because it often leads to negative outcome.
Is your win club?
I usually just say to myself, I can do it. I can win. And yeah, that's probably what I would say.
You got this. Should be easy.
Just play well and focus on the game.
I say to myself, this is just like another random battle. So I would just like treat it as if it's a qualifier game and then enjoy the result.
All right, Flake, what's your favorite voice line? I just want to hit that one real quick.
Oh God! Oh, it's gotta be you nick my mushrooms again.
Nice.
It
That's a
used
good
to
one.
be low, let the dough live, but they took
it out. They took it out. I'm partial to have you no honor, stand and fight.
Yes.
Anyway, let's get back to the Gwent so we can just instead be impressed by the players instead of cringing at us. And you won't have to deal with us until the finals when we come back to see who Paluball is going to be taking on. The next pair of casters will be Impetuous Panda and Jagras. They'll be taking us through semifinals number 2, and then it's the big reveal. We've got Berja and Slama to take us through the rest of Way of the Witcher, and then it's finals time. Pretty much, it's all fire from here before the expansion. So let's hear from the players, Coleman and Saber, as we get into the semifinals too.
Hello and welcome, Coleman. Congratulations for making it to day 2. I know most of the people here definitely know you, but for the rest of us, give us a small introduction, maybe describe you or your playstyle in 3 keywords.
Hey, I'm Coleman from Germany. I've been playing GWENT for 3 years now. Made it to a bunch of tournaments, and I would say patient, calculating, and amphibious assault.
Oh, amphibious assault, I see. Second question. Now, this has been a long year. I mean, the season has fit into this whole year, which I think we can all be very happy about. It was a different year, not the ordinary.
Mm-hmm.
So I would love to know if you've got any special moment that you, I don't know, have some strong memories about that occurred in the last year.
Well, from a competitor standpoint, I of course liked the first season where I was able to finish first, and then also like the qualifiers I was able to win. Apart from that, the expansion, of course, was a highlight. Introducing a bunch of new cards, even though at the beginning maybe a bit imbalanced towards Skellige, but yeah, expansion's always fun.
I see, yeah. Speaking of factions, if you would actually join the game as yourself and not just stamp your legacy on the esports scene, is there a favorite faction that you would like to join as your own card?
Well, I'm still nostalgic towards the glorious days of NECA Consume, so my loyalty would be with monsters in this case.
Interesting, alright. I've already got multiple ideas for that, so we might see that in the future. For now, good luck in the final, and maybe if you make it there. Anyways, it was always good speaking to you, Colomon, and thank you so much for taking the time, and maybe we'll see each other very soon.
All right. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome back, Saber. Congratulations for making it to day 2 of your first official Gwent tournament. I think most people saw the games you played yesterday and were pretty impressed by you managing those rounds. But for the few people that don't know you, I would love for you to give a quick introduction and maybe use 3 keywords to describe you or your playstyle.
Yeah, I think I'm been very dedicated. Qualifying to Masters through ladder placement rather than winning an Open requires a lot of dedication throughout the entire year, competing each and every month. And then I think I'm having a rather calm playstyle, or at least like a way of playing the game. A lot of people seem to get very, very tilted very easily, where I tend to stay more calm, and which leads me to the final keyword, which is my more analytical approach. I try to look at things from like a more mathematical perspective, doing the probabilities, that sort of stuff. Because in the end, all of us will lose some games due to bad luck or whatever, but in the long run, if you make the right decisions, you should get rewarded.
Yeah, now, as you said, you qualified through playing a lot of Gwent Pro Ladder, and it's been quite a long year, and you had to participate in every single season to gather those crown points. So I would love to know, from your perspective, if you've got a favorite moment of this last year.
Yeah, so for me, I think it was really like a lot of fun at the beginning, playing on Pro Ladder. I realized I was doing really well, and obviously that's fun when you can see that your results, you're getting crown points and you're getting close to qualifying. But then, like halfway through the year, I was kind of getting a little bit burned out. I felt like it was a lot of commitment, but it was also getting really close to actually qualifying, so it felt pretty bad to give up. So I started streaming, and that has been an awesome experience for me. The support I've gotten from the community has been huge, and it's really kept me going for the rest of the year.
That's awesome to hear. Now my third and final question, which I also asked all your competitors, is if you would join Gwent as a card, which faction would you belong to? And maybe if you thought about this before, give me some juicy details on what your card would look like or do in the game.
Right, so I mean, I still think my favorite all-time deck is Soldier Swarm from before Homecoming. And I really feel like this archetype is struggling right now. Hopefully the expansion will help that, but I'm not sure if it will. So I think my card would have something to do with soldiers and swarm, and probably be some sort of card that buffed all soldiers on the board. That would be pretty cool.
All right, that sounds pretty cool. You've got a different approach to the other people. Everyone's got their own ideas. I think Tailbot decided to be a Gwent player in Gwent, which is also kind of cool. But I think everybody focuses on what they love as part of the game, so that's awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time for this interview, and I wish you all the best in your next series.
Thanks a lot, Ryan.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second semi-final of Gwent World Masters Season 2. My name is Jaggerus, and I'm joined, as always, by the impervious, the intrepid, Impetuous Panda.
And we have a great match ahead of us, Saber and Coleman. I can't really decide who's going to win it here, of course. There are some things to keep in mind. Saber coming off a very hot win against Demarcation, of blazing win yesterday in the quarterfinals, and Coleman maybe finally getting into the groove of things and finding some tournament success as well. I'm going to be, just very excited to see what happens in this second semifinal.
But we can see what you guys think in terms of who is going to win as we take a look at the divination results. And look at that, a 50-50 split, Saber to Coleman.
I said it was close. I didn't think it was this close, but I guess you guys agree with me. It's going to be a very close match here. Coleman having kind of the veteran experience and being someone that's been, I remember Challenger #2, that was his debut tournament, and he came in like maybe Saber's coming into this tournament, just blazing through competition and just being very confident and very clean in his play. And maybe Saber trying to emulate that, but definitely the battle of the Titans here, and it's just really hard to call. I think I agree with everyone else here.
What's interesting about this matchup is, so we have Coleman from Team Aretuza and we have Saber from Team Leviathan Gaming, and that's almost like the old guard and the new guard. If you look back at season 1, Team Aretuza was incredibly dominant across that season and often had multiple players qualifying for, Masters, for Challengers, for Opens, whereas this season, Team Leviathan Gaming has almost risen from the ashes of Team Aretuza. And this time around, they've had, 4 players qualify? They've got a player in the finals already, and Saber's, hoping to make his mark there. So this really is a battle of the Titans when it comes to teams in Gwent.
We'll talk about the deck list in just a second as well. Keep in mind, for example, Saber was Gravish's practice partner, so their lineups are very similar, and Gravish did go down to Piable. Of course, Coleman and Piable's deck lists are not exactly identical. They're quite different, so it's not, not too much to analyze there, but I think Saber would have been much more confident in his chances having seen his practice partner win and get to the final as well. He would have said, okay, maybe just going to be another practice scrim in the final between both of us, but instead, Piable, also from TLG, makes it instead. We're going to check out the deck list now for these players. Coleman coming in with the one and only Keltulis Carapace deck list. Nature's Gift, a deck list we haven't seen too much. We've seen mostly Precision Strike for Scoia'tael, but Nature's Gift makes a splash here for Coleman. Hitting Cash with Syndicate, more of a mid-range list, not going to that Congregate Swarm strategy, instead having much more control with this Hitting Cash list. And the unique Inspired Zeal Commandos list that only he has brought. Yesterday, he didn't even need the Scouts to win against Wanged in that third quarterfinal. We'll see if he doesn't need the Scouts as well here. But I think he's going to want to draw them. I think it's a pretty key part of the deck here.
You call this Carapace list the one and only, as if it's the only one in the tournament. We have seen Keltulis time and time again this tournament. That is the maybe surprise list of the tournament, along with Nilfgaard. Inspired Zeal, though, that's the one I want to mention just briefly here as a little bit of an uncommon list. This isn't a list you see often on ladder. It's not necessarily a list you would expect. This is the only one in the tournament, so it's perhaps not a list that people have prepped against in the same way as they would have other lists.
And I think the biggest thing is cards like Oniromancy and Amphibious Assault coming into the game makes this list that much more consistent. Although again, it's a card game, there's variance. Yesterday it wasn't very consistent at all. He didn't find the Scouts in any of the rounds, not round 1, 2, or 3, and he couldn't really set up that commando strategy you want to set up. But it does in theory help with the consistency and helps you find the right combo pieces in round 1 to set up that graveyard and that game plan for later on. And it's, I think, what makes this deck much more viable in the current meta.
It's worth noting that as we're showing you Coleman's lists first, he will be going first in game 1, so he will be the blue player. Meanwhile, Saber, the red player, let's see what lists he has. If you weren't watching yesterday, then you wouldn't know, but we have a Patricidal Fury Warriors list. We have a Precision Strike carryover list, often seen on Redcoin. We have Shield Wall, Dueling Threats, and we have Carapace Keltulis once again.
And we'll see, obviously these players have to decide what coin to queue what deck on, but first they have to decide what deck to ban. So what deck they think really they would have a hard time with, with their current lineup, what deck would really punish them, maybe in all of the matchups that could happen, and ban the deck out, kind of forget about it and say, all right, I'm going to play against everything else but this is kind of my get out of jail free card. And we'll see what these players decide for the bans. I'm thinking maybe Precision Strike, especially considering Saber is on Redcoin. This is one of those decks that is really powerful on Redcoin. He might not be able to play his Precision Strike. And for Coleman, maybe something like Monsters. I think that's a deck list that just is very scary on any coin and from any player. You can do some pretty crazy things, as we've seen in this tournament.
Yeah, we did see Colomon ban Precision Strike yesterday versus Wang ID, and I spoke to Saber a little bit, and he did say he expected his Precision Strike to be banned. In terms of the bans going forward, though, let's have a look and see what it is each player has opted to take away from the other player in terms of the strategy. Colomon, like we said, going on blue, so sometimes you may have a strategy to ban a specific deck, and Colomon's Carapace has been banned versus Saber's Precision Strike.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised. Two very strong decks, and as I mentioned, I think Nature's Gift not being a Precision Strike for Colomon makes it a bit, less threatening. I think if you're Saber, you're not thinking too much about it. Same with Inspired Seal in a way. It's not really shield wall. It's not really a deck that, we saw it perform obviously very well yesterday. It did beat Wanged's in that game 3 without even having the full game plan working. But it's not really that deck that you instantly think, okay, it's just ban worthy. This is going to be very scary. Whereas Carapace and Keltulis, as we've seen in this tournament, can be very scary, can be very problematic for many decks that don't have that extremely hard removal, and it's a ban there from Saber. We're going to go right into game 1, though. Saber coming in with Patricidal Fury, and Colomon testing his luck with this Commandos list, hoping to find some Scouts and some Commandos. He doesn't see any of those yet, so maybe it's going to be round 2 of bricking his game plan here.
And I think Saber was maybe hoping for a cash matchup with this Skellige list. He's kind of looked at the matchups with Warriors and thought, we saw Colomon open with cash, I believe, yesterday, and thought that might be the option. But Colomon going for something out of left field with the Precision Strike. But does he have the tools he needs to get the Commandos going?
He has the Oneiromancy, but I don't know how useful that would be in round 1 and how much you would want to spend that for. Oh, that's a lot better now. Amphibious Assault does give you a little bit more consistency with your bronzes, able to draw those out, but you're still missing kind of a few of his key targets there. Squirrel against Skellige is pretty okay. You can banish many things to kind of disrupt that graveyard setup from Saber with things like Hjalmar, for example, with the Greatsword, and with things like even Herald, kind of giving him less value.
Yeah, you definitely do diminish the value from the graveyard, but you don't destroy it entirely. If you can get rid of a Greatsword, that's great. However, there's still going to be these veteran units growing, so there's still okay targets generally for things like the Hjalmar or the Herald to resurrect. So although it is a good card in this matchup, it's not probably game-winning.
What could be game-winning, though, is Hemdall. This is a deck that, for Colomon, we're mentioning the Commandos and the Scouts, but it's also a Draug deck, right? You're also getting all these humans to become Revenants later on, and then you multiply, and that's kind of your last few card finisher in round 3. And Hemdall really can punish that the row stack. We saw the matchup yesterday, I believe, with Colomon against Wanged, playing this Commando list against the Skellige list as well, if I'm not mistaken. And I think Voimir was kind of the MVP, where he was able to give armor to a lot of the Revenants at the very end of that round 3. And we might see Colomon having to do the same in what could be a long round 3 against Hemdall.
In terms of the hand for Saber, though, this is just that little bit awkward when you have no light long ships and you have 2 Heimei protectors. You really want to be slotting those protectors next to those long ships in order to get the value from the potential engines. When the long ships damage themselves, the protectors are getting stronger. And currently, for Saber, there is 0 access to ships. He doesn't have his raiding fleet either, so he's not able to set up that little pocket, which you often see happen with this deck in round 1.
That being said, it could just bait a Boiling Oil, or 2 Boiling Oils that we do see in hand for Colomon. Of course, they know each other's deck lists, but they don't know each other's hands, so you could just pretend you have a light longship, play the Protector, and it might be answered by that Boiling Oil there. Other than that, I think Saber's hand's pretty good for round 1. A lot of bronzes you can just play to just try and continue playing into round 1 without committing too much, and you have that graveyard setup as well with a few of these cards ready to, like things like the Warrior, for example, or even the Raiders, being a target for Herald later on as well. The first Commando does come out, so finally maybe the game plan coming into effect with also the Amphibious Assault possibly pulling out a Scout.
The tactical advantage being utilized there to boost up the Commando and make him nice and safe. And there's absolutely nothing that Saber can do about that unit. Colomon is going to manage to thin the remaining Commandos out of his list. And there's really very little that Saber can do. There's no nice removal. One thing of note, though, this does give him a Morkvarg target. We talked about Morkvarg yesterday and how you need a toll unit, a toll boosted unit. So he has that for round 1, so Morkvarg maybe not going to be dead in this matchup, but Saber just saying, well, I can't do anything about your strategy, so I'm going to try and set up my own.
Yeah, sometimes with Morkvarg, it seems like you're committing a very strong gold card in round 1, but you have to look at the matchups and take the value when you can get it, and in this case, this might be the turn to get it. But there it is. Finally, we see the actual game plan for this deck working in round 1 for Colomon. He has to be happy after yesterday's disaster. Well, he still won the game, so I can't really call it a disaster, but maybe less than ideal gameplay. In this case, the deck now functioning as intended. The scouts come out, the commando comes out, you can able to multiply, and then Pavetta can shuffle all of this back into the deck and go again in round 3 with something like the Roche Merciless.
And this situation at the moment just looking a little bit awkward for Saber in how he kind of plays out this round. His pacing a lot slower here, utilizing the Greatsword for the heals there, placing it next to the Protected, causing it to boost up by 1. I think, he's going to have to look at what his options are with things going forward, because this hand, it's just got mediocre points.
Yeah, and Colomon now with this big enough gap, and I think he can just start trading bronze for bronze and still stay pretty far ahead with things like Boiling Oil, things like even the Caraballista, for example. And at some point when he sees that he's going to have to spend some gold cards he doesn't want to spend just yet, he can play the Pavetta, for example. It's not an option. He has to wait to play that in round 2. He can, I think, eventually pass. I'm not sure how important Last Day will be in this matchup. Things like Morkvarg don't matter too much. Yeah, just to pass in round 1 even. I think it's really not that big of a detriment, giving Saber control of the game.
Yeah, he's gotten his commandos all set up, and that is what he wanted to do here. With that said, that's still a big gap for Saber to climb, and how many ways can he do that with 1 card? 26 points to 9. That is a
probably very
17-point gap.
But the magic of this.
So then you have to go down 2 cards, and you give them a long round 3.
Exactly. So Colomon, with this pass, he knows that, sure, you can catch up in 2 or 3 cards and then just dry pass round 2 and get back your 3 cards and then draw again to 10 in round 3 and not really lose card advantage if you are Saber. But it basically forces Saber into either winning it now in 1 card, which is, well, probably pretty unlikely, I think, or just having to do it in 2 or 3 cards. Sure, you can play out some bronzes, but you're committing to a long round 3 where things like Draug and the Revenant game plan might pop off.
And Saber, he did have the Vabion, right? So he has access to his raid cards, which I believe included the raiding fleet. So he would have been able to find 1 boat, but it's just such a slow way to get that going. And Colomon's kind of identified that he's made the tempo that he needs in this situation, and it hasn't allowed Saber to get to that point where he's starting to generate points from his engines. And that means that if you look at this game, Saber's just expending a lot of cards to make up the gap. With that said, they are bronze cards, and because he knows he's going to be dry passing in round 2, he can afford to spend, up to or down to 4 cards in order to make up this gap. So he's actually just spending his weaker cards to do that.
Exactly. Saber could possibly do it in 2, maybe using some higher tempo cards, but it's the same difference doing it in 2 or 3. You have to dry pass anyway to get back your cards and to go straight into the 10-card round 3. So you might as well just kind of throw away some bronzes, not use anything of actual value like Raiding Fleet or like Vabjorn, and save that for potentially a very long round 3 where you need as many points as you can get against this Draug deck.
But then the question becomes, who has a better long round? The Draug deck or the Skellige Warriors? And Skellige Warriors does have a lot of points, and a long round does feed into things like Hemdall, but you need to obviously find the cards that you want, and you need to set up targets for something like the Blood Eagle. So we'll have to kind of see how this plays out. One thing of note, though, is that the Selkirk, because this is not a shield wall list, it means that you don't have the option to give it the shield for the duel. So the duel is slightly less impactful as it is in other Northern Realms lists.
You do have Zeal, though, at least as your leader, so you have the chance to get that value instantly and not kind of break your Selkirk, have it die instantly. But the pass here from Saber comes in, as we mentioned. The Pavetta being saved for round 3 does make some sense, of course. It is still a 6-point body, which is nothing to scoff at, and definitely better than most of the bronze plays you can probably make in round 3 anyway. And it is a human as well, I believe, so it has that Draug synergy. There it is.
You also avoid diluting your draws with commandos by playing it this way. If you play the Pavetta in round 2, all those commandos go back into the deck, and you're not really going to draw that well. But we can see that Colomon was very happy with the hand. Playing the Squirrel just to remove a graveyard target, probably a great sword. But beyond that, taking the extra mulligans just because he feels like he has so much value in his hand. And if you look across the hand, there is gold after gold after gold, and he didn't even use a mulligan.
Yeah, he has a pretty ideal hand looking at his deck. I mean, he's missing the Roche Merciless, but he has the on Aeromancy, as we mentioned, so I mean, he really has everything he needs. The rest is all just filler that is there to, again, fill your deck up with 4P bronzes, which is not really part of the game plan here. And he has the ideal hand. We'll see. Both players, I think, have to be pretty happy. I see Saber also has a pretty great hand, hasn't really missed much of anything other than the Hemdall and the Champion's Charge. Hemdall is a pretty key card, though. Yeah,
he has access to it, though, with the Blood Eagle, and he has access to the Champion's Charge with the Vabion, right? So he's got all of his golds as well.
And there is the Pavetta coming out to start things off. And we'll see how important Voimir is going to be here as well to get that armor and protect against the Hemdall. If you would have asked me, the question of who has a better long round a few months ago, with Wild Boar of the Sea being a thing in the meta, I would maybe say Skellige, because Wild Boar of the Sea was a pretty crazy card. Could do a lot in a long round. But in this case now, I think it's going to be a lot more even, and Hemdall is really the only kind of punish for a very long round. The rest of the cards play for great points, especially with the veteran tag on a lot of these Skellige units, but they don't really have much of an engine value, especially now that Uncrate Longships are not really run in the Skellige list due to the lower provisions with recent nerfs. So it's really just a point for point and who has more points and who can get the better sequencing, but not much of an engine value from either deck.
You do often end up with a little bit of a game of chicken in this matchup in terms of the Hemdall versus the Voimir of who's going to kind of jump first. Because ideally, if you're Colamon, you want to get as many units as you can, Revenants or Commandos, before you give them the armor. Although if you're going to transform them, obviously don't give them the armor because they'll lose it when they transform. Whereas Saber's got to decide, when am I going to snap my Hemdall to avoid that. The tricky thing for Saber with his Hemdall, though, is that he needs the Death Blow from the Blood Eagle in order to access it.
The Herald goes down. That is, one of the engines that there are in the deck. Not really considered an engine because it usually dies pretty quick, but with the Warriors coming in after that, we'd be getting a lot of points, a lot of random pings coming out from Herald, so the Boiling Oil does come down to answer, a necessary answer. Heatwave might even come down on one of these Raiders because there isn't really a better target in this list for Saber. I mean, I guess Hemdall is an 8-point body, maybe a Greatsword if it is able to survive the initial answer from Colamon, but we'll see what Heatwave. It's really just not the best card in this matchup. It's not hitting any kind of artifact or any kind of massive tall unit.
So here comes Selkirk onto the board with the leader charge, which we mentioned, just to activate the ability and utilizing it to shut down one of the Raiders. And the thing is with Saber, he floated the charge there, but that wasn't a loss because, if he'd utilized the charge from the one Raider this round, then Colamon would have just dueled the other one. So he would be in exactly the same position in terms of having access to one charge regardless. With that said, neither player kind of really establishing much in terms of engines at this point.
I think there aren't much engines to establish in the first. I mean, they're both kind of point slam tempo lists, kind of in different ways because the scouts list obviously have to have the setup. Well, I guess both have some kind of graveyard setup. So, in a way, both of these decks play in a similar manner. Although Skellige, of course, is much more damage oriented. And of course, Colamon has the Revenant as kind of the engine value going into a later round. But first, is to set up one of these rows to have enough humans, and then you can play the draw to transform those humans into Revenants.
And in this situation, often what you would want to do in a shorter round is you would pull the commandos out of your list deck, right? The ones you've just shuffled back in, you would pull them out and transform them. But actually, in a round as long as this, you do have the option instead of having one row with commandos and utilizing the other row with just humans. So then you have choice of which row you transform because there are a lot of human tags within this list. So you can actually get a decent number of Revenants without transforming all your commandos. And the other thing you need to consider is when is the row too full? Because Revenants can create more Revenants. That's their kind of thing. So if they're doing that, then you obviously want to ensure that there's space for them to do that.
Exactly. It has to be kind of a healthy middle ground where you transform a few Revenants, but you also don't just fill up your row because then they cannot multiply. Usually it tends to be 5 or 6 units. That's kind of the value you tend to get. And here we see an enormous point gap for Colamon. This is kind of the name of the game with this deck. You're on the Commandos, and now a lot of his plays are not going to be as powerful. So I think Saber will slowly start catching up with some of his stronger plays as well. But we'll see when Hemdall comes out, and I think Voimir comes out.
I think this is the Hemdall. Because you've got the points, right? You've got the ping from the Raider and the ping from the Light Longship to put Pavetta or, someone down to 2, at which point you guarantee the pull. And you haven't seen Voimir yet, whereas Voimir could come down here to protect that entire row if, Colamon intends to transform other rows. So, I mean, maybe you wait for the transformation to do it, but if you're doing that, you do risk the Voimir being utilized on the commandos and the other row getting transformed.
We saw Wanged waiting, and in the end, he was kind of punished because he couldn't get the value from it. Voimer came down right after before he could use the Hemdall, and ended up losing that game against Colomon. So in the end here, War of Clans comes out. You still have the Deathblow effect there onto one of the commandos, and a Warrior comes out as well to get yet another commando down. There's no more Zeal leader charges for Colomon, and he still has a Scout in hand, so he has to use his Scout now onto that backer commando. One of them does thankfully survive this onslaught, and you can get a little bit more commando synergy now.
And this is a really clever way of dealing with it, and not one that I thought of that Saber's utilized. Rather than playing the Hemdall now, he's just removing copies of the commandos, right? Because if there's fewer copies, then the Voimir becomes less lucrative, so it's not going to happen. So it's a different way of kind of controlling the problem. And this is where you see the pro players really shine on the main stage, is coming up with these solutions that aren't initially apparent to a problem.
That being said, you can just wait for the Drog to come down and transform all the units into Revenants, and then have also a lot of copies of the same unit. But then maybe in that case, that would be when the Hemdall does come down to answer immediately, and not give Voimer the chance to protect those units and give them armor, which would just almost nullify the Hemdall as well.
Saber continuing to take down commando after commando. I feel like now is not a good time to sign up to become a commando. In terms of your life expectancy, it's not looking so good. And at this point, he's really modulating the number of humans. But with that said, a very lucrative fallible comes down, clearing up Saber's board.
And the point gap's still huge for Colomoine. Saber doing a good job of not only killing commandos, but setting up these Bloodthirst units and not have to expend his leader, his Arnelf ability too early and leave that vulnerable to something like a Heatwave. That would be maybe the answer that Colomon would want to use Heatwave on, and just have the Bloodthirst available so that things like Champion's Charge are a threat, are a possibility to threat at least. Looking at the Amphibious Assault in hand for Colomon, his options. Well, yeah, his hand was pretty great. He didn't mulligan anything, so they're pretty mediocre, but I guess that's what you want with something like the Amphibious Assault. Seat support, not really needed anymore. You've already used most of the cards that do need Zeal. And there's the Drow coming down in the middle. Revenants to both sides, and we'll see now if Hemdall can come down.
Yeah, the timing, though, makes the Selkirk bleed come down to 2, which does set up a target for the Blood Eagle. The other thing to note here, in terms of Amphibious Assault, is because those units in the list are so low provision, they're going to get a big boost, but that boost is going to be completely negated by Morkvarg. So the Morkvarg, in this situation, because the Amphibious Assault is going on to a low provision unit, is actually going to, come up in spades.
And there's a flip.
And he's holding the Hjalmar.
I mean,
sorry, not holding Hjalmar, holding the Hemdall.
It's only a 4-unit row, so it's not that crazy. And this front row is already at 3 units, so you're not losing too much value once the Voimer does come down. And maybe you want to control how many of these Revenants can spawn as well. We see the Babylon there, yeah, a great target for one of these Revenants. And Hjalmar also kind of playing into that Revenant game plan. You can ping it twice now, and then maybe you save those pings though, because you can't guarantee that kill just yet. The third Revenant that just won this turn still doesn't have a Zeal effect.
Do you consider killing your Selkirk? You've got the 2 pings, so you're going to remove 2 and gain 3. But you're also thinning the front row, which makes it less lucrative for Hemdall. You're removing a Blood Eagle target, and you're giving yourself an extra unit for Voimir. It's just a line play that you could consider.
Or Ballista and go for damage. Yeah, that also works. Either or is going to do it. And the Revenants hit the Hjalmar as well. He does go down, and that's another Revenant spawned in. And now there's a chance for this Hemdall to come down. I think this would be the turn to do it, because Voimir next turn would go off and give all these Revenants armor and make that Hjalmar, or that Hemdall, a little bit less appealing for Saber. And still a massive gap. We see 23 points here separating these players. Of course, Saber still has lead ability, and Colomon has already used all 3 charges, so some value still stored there.
And Saber finally pulling the trigger on the Hemdall and managing to avoid the Voimir issue. So using it to, I guess, try and kill one of these Revenants, getting the target there, pulling it out, playing the Hemdall down, dealing 1 damage to, 6 units? So let's see where the pings land. Is he going to be lucky?
Never lucky.
Never lucky.
Both Revenants survive. Colomon has to be happy to see this, and the Voimir still finds value here, of course, after the Hemdall, but there's still a lot of units to buff here, and you can still try and proc. I don't know if you kill your own Revenants. You can't. I don't know. I mean, the math is always difficult here when you think of what to kill. The Ballista still has a charge though, so it can help out in trying to find a unit there. But other than that, The Heat Wave is going to be a bit awkward considering that Saber has Lassé. I think Saber's going to wait. Because he was able to create so many bloodthirsted units, he doesn't have to use this leader ability early, and he can save that and not give those 11 points to this Heat Wave later on. But the Revenant on Revenant action does occur. The Revenants do continuously respawn and copy each other, and there's still a fairly big point gap here. We'll see if Voimer and Heat Wave is enough for Colemon though.
Yeah, not an original thought to be had on Colemon's side of the board with all these copycats. And finally, Voimir coming in and protecting those Revenants, giving him a juicy number of points and extending the gap 52 to 29.
Heatwave will probably hit this Hemdall later on. Morgthar can hit the Ballista for some amount of points, not really a dead card. Still pretty fine value here for his provisions. And we'll see if, I mean, having a Tursek Invader as a finisher isn't really, I think, what you tend to see in these Skellige matches for Patricides Fury. The Hemdall comes down, 20-point gap, and there isn't going to be, plus the Revenant Pings, it's not going to be enough for Saber. I think he's going to have 8 from his leader with the 3 Sirens coming in after Hemdall's being used, and the Tursek Invader as a finisher, not really what you want to see. And Colemon is going to take it here. It's going to be enough points to win this round 1. Invader comes down for only 7 points, no other effects, and Revenants reign supreme, especially when you find your commandos and your scouts. Game 1 goes to Colemon. He has to be happy about this.
Colemon really finding the right draws at the right time, and with this Inspired Zeal list, this is where the Amphibious Soul and, you know, cards like a Neuromancy, for example, have made it more consistent, because we've seen it come to tournaments in the past and just fall on its feet. In fact, we saw it come to tournaments yesterday and just not find the commandos. But when you find the cards that you need, and Colemon found exactly the cards that he needed, it's very, very powerful, and it's just hard to control all of the units that it has. And we saw that exactly with his draws. You know, if we looked in the deck, it was all, 4 or 5 provision bronze cards.
And it's the problem with NR. You have a very top-heavy, gold cards usually, and then you have a lot of kind of filler bronzes that aren't as synergetic as other factions. You have these ballistas. You have, maybe the siege supports are in this case synergetic with the Zeal effect to help out Selkirk or the Commandos or the Roche. But overall, sometimes it happens where you just draw bronzes. We've seen it in some open tournaments as well this year, and you just have nothing to do in round 3. Your point value is so low. In this case, like you mentioned, Colemon, he had 4 mulligans. He didn't use a single one. He was incredibly happy. So the opposite of what happened yesterday against Wanged, where he couldn't find his scouts. His game plan was all over the place. In this case, if you would have, asked him, how do you want your game to go? I think he would have said something like what happened in this game 1. It just went perfectly in round 1. He was able to tempo out, force a long round 3, and then have that Revenant synergy and the perfect cards for a long round 3.
And it is worth noting that Saber didn't necessarily have the ideal opening hand for the Skellige list. It was just such slow tempo. He went down to 4 cards just to make up the points that Colemon put on the board in 3-4 plays. Very, very kind of efficient points on the board. With that said, Colemon, he still has Nature's Gift, he still has Hidden Cash. Saber, on the other hand, he's got to try again at some point with the Patricidal Fury. There's also Shield Wall and Carapace still to play, so down but not out after this first game in the series. And we didn't get a tie, which is always nice.
Game 2 loading up. No Keltul is to be seen just yet. Thank the gods. Saber bringing his own NR list this time. It's going to be a Shield Wall and not an Inspired Zeal. And Colemon trying his luck with this Hidden Cash kind of mid-rangey list that we've seen had quite a bit of success in this tournament. Great into bleeds, for example. Great into controlling the game plan and having options for a lot of different kinds of threats with things like Philippa, things like the poison ability as well.
And this matchup, in Saber's opinion, is his worst matchup for the Shield Wall list. He feels that the Shield Wall list has better matchups for Gift, Keltulis, and Commando. So Saber really not finding the matchups that he wants in terms of the sequencing here, and that potentially could cost him.
Yesterday, I think he found, from when we casted his match against Demarcation, it was looking like everything was going perfectly. He had great matchups all around. He was very favorable, other than that game 3 where it was a Keltulis mirror. It's kind of, you never know what's gonna happen, but everything else I think was pretty favored. And now in this case, maybe not having the greatest reads or not getting as lucky with the matchup like you mentioned, so it can happen. Some days you're gonna have, everything's gonna go well for one player and bad for another, and then the next day it's gonna be flipped. It can happen. Card games, a lot of variance, and it's not always a guarantee how things are gonna play out, especially with the best players in the world having such a similar skill level.
And this is kind of a weird matchup when both decks have engine potential, because going first is really impactful in that situation. If you can develop your engines before your opponent develops their engines, then you're always kind of trying to play catch up. So you'll have to see how this turns out. But Colamon managing to thin the Flying Redanian from the deck there in turn 1 and apply pressure with this poison on the frigate. He's got the follow-up poison in hand. So I feel like the crew may have eaten a bad batch of soup within the next round or two.
This is the dream for any Syndicate player, getting your Flying Redanian out just first turn of the game with a Fist deck. And like you mentioned, because you're on red coin, you can play much more reactive. You're able to play these 2-card combos with the poisons that don't really give you many points, but they give you a lot of control of your opponent's engines. And if you're on blue coin, it's the opposite. You have to put points on the board. You have to make sure you're not losing on even. And playing these poison synergies, maybe it's a bit too slow in some cases, and your opponent can kind of play against that. But in this case, being reactive, it gives the opportunity to shut down an engine, get his Flying Redanian out, and have 7 coins as well to work with, which gives you a lot more options.
And one of those options is also just to take your money and go to the next round. And that's where Syndicate on red, it's quite nice that you don't have to invest the coins that you earn. Yes, there are diminishing returns, so you'll lose half of them going into the next round. But with that said, it's still carry over points. We see Saber setting up Anna here, boosting her up to 9 to keep her out of range of Philippa and establishing another engine.
And this is Saber putting down his foot. I mean, when Anna comes down and she's boosted as well, so you're getting 2 points per turn, and you have the Royal Guards, the order ability is still there to help out any of the other engines coming out, like the drummer that we see in hand there. You can even play down Dumb Banner to thin out your deck and still have that Anna synergy, give it a boost as well. So things are looking pretty okay for Saber. Of course, Anna is maybe not the most important card in this deck to commit round 1, but it is an important card. It is a card that, if left unanswered, can be very strong. And in this case, Colamon has a chance if he wants to answer it by just passing and going into the next round. But I think he might not want to give Saber that much control of the game just yet.
But speaking of cards that need to be answered, Soul here on the back row is another engine that more or less equates to Anna at the moment, getting him, I believe it's 3 points per turn with the hidden cash ability, so hitting that Horde 7. And that means that, actually it's slightly better than Anna. So Saber, he has to do something about this if he wants to maintain control of the round. But if you're going to do something about this, you need to spend. And I think the thing you need to spend here is Anses.
And that's one of the dueling units committed in round 1. You don't like to see that if you're shield wall. I think you want to commit your frigates, your drummers, your infantry, sure, but you don't want to commit your big dueling units because they're kind of the key of the deck. We've seen so many times when they're missing, when you don't have the Varaxis synergy, etc., things can get awkward. But there's a dumb ban I mentioned earlier, the thinning plus the tempo play, and a big lead now for Saber. And Saber has to be very careful once Colomon's able to hit 9 coins. If he's able to hit 9 coins and Philippa can steal this Anna, that could be a pivotal moment in this game, because Colamon is on red coin. If he wins on even by having that huge tempo swing and the engine swing going in his favor, he can maybe just win the game off of that. So Saber has to be very careful to play around that 9 coin point total.
You can always boost the Anna, right? You have options like the Carrick Marine and the Leader Charger, but then you're in a bit of a catch-22 because Colamon is running Heatwave. He doesn't have Heatwave, but he is running it. So, if you're boosting up an Anna, you're also then making a more lucrative Heatwave target. And Colamon continuing to develop engines on the board with the Passiflora Peaches.
It's a chance though that if there was a Heatwave in hand, it would have been used already. I mean, this Anna is 9 points. It's already a great target to hit at like 6 points when she's boosted, or 5 points even, because of the engine value. But when she hits 9 points as well and you're getting the engine value, it's really a premium target for Heatwave. So once you don't see it at the beginning of the game, maybe you're much more comfortable that it's not in hand for Colamon, and it is not in this case. Pretty big point gap here. Both players do have engine value from Saul and from Anna. We'll see what Colamon decides on here to make it up. He can do it in 2 cards and go to a long round 3, or he can try and do it in 1 and have more say in how the round 2 bleed goes.
So Tide Cloak Ransackers being utilized here. And unfortunately for them, no Death Blow option, but is easily enough with the double triggers, because Saber had already passed, whereas Colamon, he's going to get 2 triggers from his engines, like the Soul and the Peaches. It's quite, it's actually a smaller point gap than you might originally think.
And this is now hitting cash, kind of a deck that is incentivized to bleed because of the leader ability. You kind of renew that order ability every single round. So if you don't play into round 2, you kind of miss some value there. It's a deck that tends to I've seen a lot of players on ladder just 2-0ing people that just aren't aware of how powerful it can be with a first save Passiflora or a way to protect the Passiflora in matchups you don't expect an artifact removal, and then just going ham with all of your engines in a maybe a shorter round 2, but a round 2 that if you don't answer these engine threats from Coleman could get out of hand very quickly. And I think Coleman definitely is comfortable now being in the driving seat, having control of this bleed in round 2 and how far he'll go into this round 2.
Yeah, and you can definitely consider just throwing down the Passiflora here. A lot of people kind of hold Passiflora and hold Passiflora. But like you said, if you can put your opponent in that pressure position, that is going to pay back in spades. And this is what I was talking about with the first say. You know, Coleman has already started developing his engines on the board. He's got the peaches from the Passiflora to start generating points. And Saber, he has options here. He's kind of put himself in that position of the fork, like Shinmiri was talking about yesterday. You have a choice. You either answer the engine or you develop the engine of your own. And so Saber's opting to develop an engine here, but you're always going to be on that back foot unless you happen to play more engines than your opponent.
Exactly, because that first engine is already on the board. If you don't answer it, then you're just always going to be behind by 1, let's say, especially if your opponent has a more of a control list and has answers to all of your engines, then the first engine that sticks to the board is always getting passive points every single round, and that lead eventually snowballs into 5, 6, 7 points over a long round, which could be crucial in Gwent. We've seen so many games go down to 2 points to 1 point. We've seen 3 draws already this tournament, so it goes to show how close these games are and where every single point matters, especially the free points you get from Mr. Flying Redanian coming out with a carryover, 7 coins in the purse for Coleman now.
With that said, Saber does have the option of potentially a double reset, provided he can keep his Baron alive. You have the option with the Viraxis to trigger that, but you aren't gaining the 3rd level devotion effect that you would usually like to have in round 3.
We'll see how much Saber's going to have to commit here because it's going to be engine after engine. Adriana comes out with a Sly Seductress. The last chapter of the Passiflora will bring out another Sly Seductress, the second Peaches. So it's just engine warfare going on here. We see it just coming down. Now you have the effect, the bonded effect from the Sly Seductress as well. So every single time your opponent plays a card, they're going to be getting boosted. And now if you're Saber, you have to start thinking, I have to start taking these down. I have to start committing my maybe more valuable dueling units here to try and start removing some of these engines, or this, like I mentioned, might get out of hand.
Absolutely, and it's really tough because Coleman also has those 7 coins in the bank. So on top of that, he can deny your own engines and give himself a huge tempo swing. And then it maybe just gets to the point where, you know, Coleman's like, well, every card you play is giving me +2, and every turn that I have, I'm getting +2 from the Peaches. So, you know, you might even take the pass and your opponent just can't catch up even in like 2-3 plays.
Yeah, and because these Sly Seductors, they are, you know, 6-5 points right now, but that isn't really kind of that huge tempo zone where you can shield an Ensace and get, you know, hit a 12-point unit and with a shield not lose any value on your own board. This is a good targets to hit, but not maybe the ideal targets. They're still spread pretty wide. There's 4 different engines, not just 2 really tall ones. So it makes it harder for Saber to make it in just one play. And again, we talked about the engines. There's more engines coming. This is engines, the game for Coleman here, and this is why you want to bleed with hidden cash. Your deck just works so well around having that first say in round 2 and then just going all in. And this is why some elite players on Pro Ladder are able to 2-0 so often with hidden cash, because their opponent maybe doesn't expect it, doesn't think, okay, he's going to 2-0 me, and he does get 2-0'd almost every time.
And we can see here the Ansays being shielded and protected and dueling the one of the Seductresses, so denying the bonded effect at least. But, you know, Saber is still playing units at this point. He's not playing special cards, so the bonded effect really not that impactful.
We could see a Philippa here. We could see a Heat Wave here. And Sace, of course, although the order ability has been used, it can be enabled again with Viraxis, so you have to be careful about that. It can come back and hit you again, even though it does not have a shield in this case. We'll see what is a decision here from Coleman and how much he wants to play into this. He still has 7 coins to work with to try and get maybe a lot of value. Of course, he doesn't want to go too tall. If he goes tall, then he just gives more value to the dueling units. But there's a Philippa. I mean, you have 7 coins. You're going for 6 here with this. Oh, stealing the frigate actually for 7 and getting the small token, the volunteer there as well.
Yeah, just putting the tempo to the metal, foot down on the freeway. There's no police around. Coleman is just zooming, and Saber just kind of getting left behind. His, 1-liter engine really not matching the sheer power of Colomon's deck. Saber, he's also in that tough spot with Selkirk where you don't have the zeal. So you don't have the option to play the siege support and give it the zeal on the turn. So if he plays it, he has to float it. And if he floats it, then it could, end up in a heat wave without any water and just die a horrible death by dehydration.
Yeah, these points are insane. Once I saw the tempo from the Felipe there, I'm like, wait a minute, this is a 30-point gap. I was talking about 2-0s happening on ladder, but they might even happen in tournaments because it's looking really scary for Saber now. He has to just commit a lot of things. The siege support comes down as a great 9-point tempo play, but also enables the Selkirk to hit instantly with the Zeal effect in that front row, in the melee row. And at what point does Colomon think, okay, he has no more engines, he doesn't have great plays in hand. The Heat Wave is reactive. It can't hit the 9 here. It can't hit the siege support. It might be worth it. You don't have anything else to answer the Selkirk after, but then you can just pass, and it's still a good tempo play, hitting a 9-point unit here if you are Colomon, and still getting more value from your engines, of course.
Yeah, the Heat Wave onto the siege support does deny a lot of points, and like you said, Selkirk's going to take another turn. And Viraxis is slightly awkward in round 2, but actually, Colomon just respecting the tempo. He's saying, I'm getting points per turn with my Peaches. I'm getting points per turn with my Passiflora. I've taken away one of your engines. This is a massive mountain to climb, 23 points at the moment, and that's not doing any maths about, drummers and Eggman and jaunty tunes and all that, or Passiflora Peaches. So this is a tough spot for Saber.
He definitely can't do it in one play here. Even if he shields the Selkirk, he kills the 10 in the back row. There's still engines that are still getting more and more points every turn. He has one engine of his own, the drummer and the Eggman, I suppose, but that's really it. The problem here with Syndicate with the hidden cash list sometimes is that you kind of go all in round 2. You play a lot of great cards, you go into round 3, and you look at your hand like, wait a minute, this hand sucks. So it could be kind of the saving grace for Saber. We'll see what mulligans and what Colomon has left in his deck and what he can end up with to have some points in round 3. But it's not going to be enough to do it in one card here for Saber, and maybe not even in 2. I mean, the Viraxis can come down, of course, but you're committing 2 huge gold and barely making it, if you do make it, with the Von Herr still ticking, the Sly Seductor still ticking, the Peach is still ticking. This is what hidden cash does. This is why it's so favored against this shield wall list and why it's so dangerous against any list in the game.
It is worth noting that you will get 4 triggers across your, 2 triggers each from your Eggman and from your drummer. So that is the other math you have to do. This is the awkward math, so I end up messing it up and then being like, oh, well, I'm down 2 cards.
Saber does the math. He's from Denmark, he's in EU, so I mean, he has the EU math ready to go in his back pocket, but he makes it. He doesn't really survive the bleed. I mean, he survives the bleed, but he's lost at least a leg there. He's down a card, so it's not looking too great. And now we're going to look at the problem for the Syndicate hidden cash list. What do you end up with in round 3, and what can you make of this hand? You have an extra card, but is the card quality good enough to offset some of the stronger cards in this Northern Realms list for Saber?
You also sometimes end up in that awkward position of having a single poison. Jacques, however, is a lovely draw for the top deck. And if we look at Saber's hand, he's got the Viraxis, and his target, I guess he has the Carrick Marine, so it's not completely dead, but it's not having the big kind of impact that you would maybe want it to have.
Yeah, the Jacques is a saving grace here. Also, the MK will survive, and there isn't any dueling capacity anymore. Selkirk and Sage were both played in round 2. They had to be committed because of the all-in potential that hidden cash has, and kind of all the answers that Colomon was demanding once his engines were all online. And it means that now there isn't really too much interaction with for the deck list for Saber in terms of killing units like MK, for example.
It's also just that card differential of 6 cards to 5. Colomon managing to find Vivaldi Bank, managing to find Jacques top decking into MK. So he's finding a lot of nice pieces. With that said, there is a Ramsacker and a dead poison, but is the poison dead if you have a Vivaldi Bank? Not necessarily.
You have quite a few options. You still have a Fist Tech and you have Morale as well. So Morale's definitely the best option there, and he's going to have the coins to do it. He's going to have MK, and MK she can't be answered, I believe. Looking at the deck here for, Donimir and Falibor both in the deck for Saber, not ideal at all. And Phoebus' Assault can only do so much. He can only get, as you see here in the card, can only hit the 9 provisions or less. And both the Falibor at 11 provisions and the Donimir are...
Donimir's okay.
Donimir's okay, but do you care about defending? I mean, the Heat Wave hits Donimir, and that's basically it. You're fine with it, I think.
I mean, I guess if he heat waves Donomir, he doesn't heat wave
Viraxis
your
or
Karak.
Marine, which just isn't ideal either. So the Donomir maybe is a bait even.
I don't know. It's just the whole situation for Saber here is just really quite awkward with the hand. And Coleman just really taking his time here to decide how it is he wants to sequence these cards. I don't think he particularly cares about this little drummer playing his jaunty tune all by himself. Just developing his own engine in MK on the range row, getting 2 coins per turn, and getting lots of tasty profit, which he can always spend.
And you have to be extremely happy for Coleman seeing the 2 dueling units come out in round 2, because you can play kind of so much safer and have so much more peace of mind knowing that your cards are not going to be really answered in any way. And I believe Boiling Oil was also, yeah, oh, there's still one in the deck actually. You have to be kind of careful, but doesn't take the risk and try and shield there on Imke. Maybe Boiling Oil, if it was kept in hand, it was kind of a low tempo play, so you're okay with trading that if you're Coleman. But Never Punish does have the Imke unanswered on that back row, so coin generation is going to come down for quite a few more turns here in round 3. And I mentioned in after game 1 that Coleman, if you would have asked him, I think he would have said it was kind of the perfect game 1 for his game plan. And for this game too, I think it's much of the same. I think if you ask him, how do you want this game to go, he would have said exactly what has happened till now. A great bleed in round 2, bleeding out so many units, and now card advantage in round 3, and still a lot of great cards like Heatwave and Jox to be spent here.
I think Saber, however, might have said the opposite. With that said, he couldn't have shielded the MK in round 1 just because he didn't have the profit for it. She obviously generated 2 coins here, so I guess the alternative would have been to wait and play something different. But now we see the engine coming down. Coleman's kind of realized Saber doesn't have control. He hasn't seen any control in MK, and Jox is too big to kind of control anyway, so he's quite comfortable in developing his spenders now and just setting up the board so he doesn't over-profit.
And Bloody Baron being spent as well at the end of round 2 means that, there's complete peace of mind. He is in Zen mode right now. If you're Coleman, you have to worry about so few things. And sure, having the Viraxis enabled by something like Karak Marine is great, but it means you're going tall. And you're going tall into a Heat Wave and into possible Poison Synergy as well. So really, if you ask Coleman, he would have said, this is exactly how I want the game to go, and it has gone exactly that way. Saber, of course, cannot be very happy, currently down in the series, and could be. It looks like it is going to be a loss here as well from just the extra card advantage and the card quality in hand for Coleman. And going 2-0 down to start is going to make things so difficult for Saber. Yesterday having a great showing in this first quarterfinal against Demarcation, and now maybe kind of the opposite, facing Coleman and having a tough time to start off.
You have to look at the maths in that round 2, and the situation was really awkward. I'm just wondering if there's a way that you play it differently with, say, Viraxis or with Baron, rather than holding the Viraxis, for example, and maybe keeping your removal. But Coleman making a very quick heat wave there. It's an easy choice. The Viraxis ability not used yet, representing 11 points of value, gives you really nice value. Plus, you're getting the coins there to thin your Redanian from MK, and it's 20 points to 12, 3 cards to 2, and 1 shield wall. Leader charge is just not going to do much.
Not just 11 points, but also debuffing the remaining soldiers that come out as well. So even more kind of an engine synergy like the Herald in the last game we saw with Skellige. So yeah, just a key target to hit there. Ransackers comes down. Not the most exciting play here, but just doing business for Coleman. Putting down your cards, still staying ahead by 10 points, and still a card up, and has 9 coins in the bank, which usually can transfer for 9 points. And yeah, there's Saber saying, all right, that's enough. I've suffered enough here, and this game, from start to finish, I have to say, completely in control of Coleman. It could be the player, it could be the matchup. I think maybe it's both. 2-0 up in the series, and he could not be happier. This might be a 3-0 quarterfinal, or semifinal rather, against Saber.
And you see Saber doing the emote there at the end, at last a worthy opponent, and Coleman really showing why he is a worthy opponent. I would say that I feel like Coleman has had some maybe more fortunate draws, but you kind of make your own luck in terms of the matchups. For example, he's found matchups that are favored, and when I was speaking to Saber, he thought that he did have some really good matchups versus Coleman's lineup. So for Coleman to be 2-0 up at this point, you have to give credit to Coleman where credit is due, that he has managed to find his outs and find the matchups that he wants. With that said, his last remaining list is Nature's Gift, so he's going to have to find a win with that against all 3, or potentially all 3 of Saber's remaining lists.
The way the Conquest format works, you have to get 3 wins with all 3 of your decks. That is why targeting can be a thing, because one of the decks are banned, and the other 3 you have to get a win with all of them. So if your opponent targets one of your decks, you might have trouble getting that last win. Even if you're 2-0 up, if you have an unfavored deck to finish it off, you might just get reverse swept in some cases. Nature's Gift, maybe not the deck you would say, is the current best deck in the game, so at least Saber has that going for him. I think it's a deck that not everyone has brought. It's only, I think, Tailbot and Coleman bringing it. The rest of players have brought Precision Strike instead. So maybe not the deck that Coleman would say is his strongest, and that might be something that, you know, we might see Saber having a chance to claw back into the series. Maybe not win it, but at least have a more honorable, you know, 3-2 loss or 3-1 loss and dodge that 3-0 that no player, I think, ever wants to see in a high-stakes tournament like this one. We'll see what is the answer here from Saber, bringing Shield Wall into this game 3.
And Shield Wall, I think in this matchup, you know, Coleman's list is a little bit less interactive. It's not going to be touching his stuff quite as much, and it's not necessarily going to be generating the same sorts of engines. So, you know, Saber may be feeling a little bit more comfortable with the situation here. Saber now on red, Coleman on blue with his Nature's Gift, but Coleman's hand is very gold.
Maybe a bit too gold. Sometimes you want to kind of distribute your provisions into later rounds, play more of a slow game plan, a more, you know, seeing what your opponent's going to commit, and then you kind of answering pretty equally. And ideally, in this case, you might have to just spend a lot if he wants to win here, and not just win, but not lose on even is the important part. He is on blue coin here. I think it's a deck that you're more okay being on blue coin with compared to something like Precision Strike, where you're playing so many low tempo cards like Agitators and Circle of Life that you really can't play solo tempo when you're on blue coin. You have to make sure you can stay ahead of your opponent. In this case, he doesn't have that much of a carryover game plan. He has a lot more higher tempo options like the Rebukes, for example, and I guess Justice. Justice might have to be expanded here because the rest of his hand is, yeah, like you said, very reactive and very kind of committal here. Dunka also a good option to play early on, kind of an engine type list, or card rather, that can't really be punished like a Heat Wave in the Shield Wall list from Saber, so gets the instant boost there.
Yeah, Dunka opening here just is going to put points in the bank, and especially with Coleman having such limited units in his hand, all those points, they're going on the Forest Protector and they're going on the Pavko. And Saber just opting to react with his own engine, but at 5 points that can be rebuked should Coleman want to, you know, put pressure on Saber and deny him the engines. Yep.
And there is the kind of the engine, the setup game plan as well from Coleman. Now he's played the Rebuke. He also now has the Rebuke activated in his graveyard to enable the Forge Protector later on. So important to have that as an option when you need it, when you need that really high tempo play, sometimes in round 2, for example. He already has it activated right away. And the second boat comes down. The second boat, well, comes down and will go down possibly to Rebuke once again. And Saber not maybe having the start he wanted, trying to get his engines to stick and having a hard time doing it against just a faction like Squirtle that has so many great control options.
And Saber just missing his control options in return. You know, this Dunka is generating so many points for the future. With that said, Baron is a card, so you can hopefully try and reset the carryover. And especially as it's going on to only 1 or 2 targets, you don't have that spread that you normally would. But on the flip side, Coleman doesn't then have to, you know, start committing his carryover in round 1. You know, he can continue to just play special cards and play quite slowly and just maintain carryover going forward. And Saber's board really, really not developed at this point because all of those engines have been answered.
This is the point where Coleman, with a bit of a point cap here, can now expend some of these lower value bronze cards like the Dryad's Caress, like the Tempering, just to stay a little bit ahead and see what Saber reacts with. Once 2 of Saber's engines go down with the single drummer surviving, it means that maybe he's not going to push for this round 1 as heavily. We see a big 15-point gap already, with the Dunka still buffing things up, with the Symbiosis still, you know, getting these Wandering Treants out on the board as well. And yeah, maybe just going for more of a consistency game plan, thinning out the done banners, and getting maybe some tempo on the board as well. But I mean, unless we see like Anna come down, I think he's not really going to fight for this round 1.
And Timbana far less triggering than they have been in Gwent's history. You know, I feel like I used to have nightmares about alert to arms, but you know, Saber, I think, like you say, he does need to commit this Anna if he wants to keep going. And Coleman, because of his Nature's Gift ability, all of these nature cards are generating these extra points with these little Trents. They're so adorable. Just look at them chilling in the forest. And 25 points to 10 plus 1 per turn carryover is scary because the longer this goes on, the more points of carryover Coleman's generating.
And there's the Anna coming down, so Saber putting up a fight. He has the infantry to come down after this and get a massive double boost from both the Anna and the drummer. And there is not really a direct answer from Coleman because it'll come down at 6 already after the double buff, and it can't be answered by things like Rebuke. We could see a Force Protector hitting the Anna right now, and that would, I think, seal the deal for Coleman here. But is that too much to commit into this round 1?
Forest Protector is big tempo, especially, when you're this many points ahead. Considering you've got the 6, if you get the death blow on it, then you get the +2 from that, plus the 5 points of damage. That is pretty big. That's 13 odd points or so. So to spend something like that now seems a little bit excessive. Plus, actually, the point from the leader as well, right? Because you're spending a nature card, so you're getting a little tree brew.
If you play Force Protector, I think you 100% win this round. There's no doubt about it. If you don't, then I think you have to pass. And the Heat Wave comes out instead. So lower tempo, it kind of disables the chance to hit things like the Dawnmere later on, and the shielded dueling units as well. But NR doesn't typically go too high, so you're not losing out on a tall punish, really, I think, if you're Colomon.
Yeah, 26 points to 12. So I think it's not an unsurpassable gap, if only because Colomon's engines aren't putting points on the board, they're putting points in hand. And Colomon starting now to get towards the point where you don't really want to be spending things, right? You don't really want to be spending your Novigradian Justice, for example, because that's a big tempo play with your volunteers. You don't really want to be spending your Pavko because he's got all the points on him. You don't want to be spending your Forest Protector because that, again, is big tempo. So your last option there really is an Neuromancy.
The infantry hitting the armor there, not ideal. 1 point loss down the drain for Saber there to start things off. So not, if you're, sometimes in these round 1 passes, when you pass and your opponent has to make it the points, sometimes it comes down to 1 or 2 points. So already that could be a deciding factor here in this round 1 for Saber. But a pretty big gap still, but a 2-point engine ready and activated on Saber's board. We'll see if Colomon wants to commit an Neuromancy. Of course, with the Echo effect, you're going to draw back into it in round 2. So you're not kind of committing too much there. And we'll see what he goes for here.
Yeah, quite a few different options in the deck in terms of the strategy you want. You have Foul, for example, to find more nature cards if you want to push out tempo. Things like Hammer Dryad and Sage aren't really the cards you want to see at this point, just because, they are the engines. So instead, opting for the shaping nature, taking the boost, taking the vitality, taking the tree bro, and just creating a bigger and bigger gap.
And a 2-point engine might not be enough, and now both players having to commit, their gold cards. It's still a Radovid Royal Guard. Too slow of a play from Saber, I think, at this point, and every other card is maybe... John Natalis, I think, and Eggman are both fine to play here. Veraxis definitely want to save that for round 3 or to defend in round 2, I think, but we'll see what's committed here if you are Saber. No current targets for the Veraxis anyway, so definitely cannot be played at the moment. And we'll see if he just wants to pass.
Yeah.
It's a 16-point gap.
I mean, you have to Natalis onto the Amphibious Assault, so you can make a decent amount of points in one turn. Maybe not close the gap, but make it close enough that perhaps something like a Royal Guard should be enough.
Mm-hmm. We'll see if that's the case there. Of course, there is kind of a pseudo engine there with the Vitality ticking for one of the Wandering Treants in the back row for Colomon, and the 2-point engine for Saber. Amphibious Assault comes out with a Tutor. We'll see what he hits here. Yeah, could be a Carrack Marine for more of the less engine value, more just immediate points on the board. 8-point Carrack Marine, 4-point buff, 2 points. Could have hit the infantryman there for the extra point of value. I'm wondering if he's playing around something like a... Well, Heatwave was played already, right?
Yeah, that is true.
I'm wondering what exactly he was worried about. There must be something, but Novigradian Justice comes out from Colomon to answer. Tempo for tempo. The volunteers do come out, and the point gap is still there. Is he ever going to activate this Dunka, though? At this point, he's thinking about passing fairly soon. I don't think he wants to expend this. Doesn't want to, obviously use these 2 carryover cards that have been accumulating all these points this entire round, and you have to use this order ability before you do end up passing, I think, if you're Colomon. 3 points that would be lost if not.
Prove here in the broadcast, but like you say, Donka, usually you click that when you're kind of done with the round, so that's just the Colomon's decision here. And he's, you might be bluffing with it though. If you don't click, and you might be trying to pretend like you've got more things you want to spend. But I'm not sure Colomon really wants to spend all these stacked points. And Saber knows that what's left in Colomon's hand is stacked points.
Especially not the Pavko. The Pavko is a card that is at 11 points now. It looks like a point slam card, but it's an engine actually just been boosted so much. The Force Protector, maybe you're more fine spending it here, especially to take down this Radovid Royal Guard, but still not ideal. It's still a very strong tempo card that also offers some control with the Rebuke coming out of it as well.
And Saber, I mean, he can still commit the Eggmans, using the leader, not the leader ability, the activatable ability on that makes it, the party's over. Makes that a little bit more impactful than playing it here. You've also got your leader charges that you could potentially consider utilizing. So you can kind of close this gap, especially with the drummer combo, but we'll see.
Could just be a pass as well. A sizable gap here, at least for Coleman. It would have, yeah, a pass comes down. The engines will be ticking for Saber, kind of the 1-point advantage with the 2-point engine over the 1-point vitality tick for the Wandering Tree. And Eggman comes down to also, well, it doesn't matter, the infantry can only get so much buffs. Yeah, just gonna use the order ability instead and get ahead in that way with the engine on the board and still win this round. 1 card down as a red coin player.
And this is where actually utilizing the order ability doesn't really matter here. You know, you would have had 3 extra points, but that doesn't put you ahead in terms of the play. And I think, you know, Saber just really valuing the control of this round and the ability to perhaps bleed. I think when you know there's that many points of carryover in Coleman's hand, you may have the argument that it's actually worthwhile, you know, going a card down potentially. With bleed, you have to kind of think about that, and that's the decision that he's going to have to make here. With that said, you know, if you do find your Baron, which he hasn't found yet, so actually passing, then you can potentially reset those points.
Important moment here. Ansace and Selkirk still not found. They have to be found if you are Saber. You have to take down this Papco Gale, the Defender, the Figus if it does come down. Actually, Figus is not played in this list for Coleman, actually, but still no Ansace, still no Selkirk. He has to find them with these mulligans, or else his game plan kind of goes down the drain. There's the Ansace, so the saving grace comes in for Saber. Not gonna, you know, end up losing this game from a brick, not a brick, but just a less than ideal hand. The infantryman also goes down, and the less than ideal bronze siege ladder comes in. Can move the Papco Gale at least. That is an option.
Yeah, a good option for disabling the Papco Gale's ability by moving it to another row. So, you know, it's not a complete brick, but, you know, if you're Saber, those aren't the cards that you're wanting to see here. Not at all. You know, Baron, for example, would have been really big on just resetting some of these points, for example. And we talked about Selkirk as well and his dueling potential, and neither of those found. And also with Gord, you know, when you've got Larcey, you want to be finding your resets, and he's not been able to find it.
I think at this point, though, Ansace, with the way the shield works in the shield wall list, is basically a Bloody Baron, is basically just a reset tall unit because it can hit a 12-point unit and not lose any value of her own with just that shield wall ability used on her, so on him. So Papco Gale, he's at 12 points. He got all this round 1, you know, hey, set me up for later. I'm going to be so strong. No one's going to take me down. But Ansace can come in and just instantly punish that. So this is the magic and the reason why shield wall has been so strong in the past few months, because it just has this, yeah, just instantly everything you've worked so hard on for these past 20 minutes gone in a flash with the duel here. And yeah, that's the quick 18 points of swing in Saber's favor.
And it also gives him options to deal with some of these potentially other threats, things like the Hammer Dryad, for example. Decent engine, whenever it has vitality, it's also boosting itself every turn, so you're getting extra value from that. So another, you know, nice target should you wish to go down the route of dueling that. We'll see. I don't know. I still feel like Baron in this matchup, there's a lot of boosted units. There's a lot of good targets for Baron, and if I were Saber, I would have liked to have Baron instead of the Siege Ladder.
Well, I mean, Tigris, you can't just pick. Yeah, do you want a gold or do you want this siege ladder with a knife in his mouth? Not the ideal way to be climbing a ladder, I think. A lot of work risk happening there, especially when you're going to kill the Papco Gale with a dueling unit anyway. So now siege ladder doesn't do much in terms of movement. Then yes, I think the choice is Bloody Baron. But if you had to pick between Bloody Baron and Sace, what would you pick, Jagras?
I don't know. I feel like this fellow hasn't read the risk assessments though at work. There's definitely been risk assessments done on, you know, health and safety of climbing a ladder and wielding sharp objects. And definitely, I think it says in there that it's high risk to climb ladders while, you know, biting a knife. But I don't know if his job security is going to be that good going forward.
Maybe not much job security in Gwent, where units are dying and respawning every game. And yeah, it's a battlefield out there. We talked about it yesterday. Vomiting can happen. Blood is spilled all over the place. It's not a pretty place to be. I'm glad we're here in the caster booth and not, you know, on the battlefield among these monsters and magical beings. But the option here for the Sage, kind of an engine ability here. But I don't know, Varaxis and Say still being on the board, nothing to really clear it without, you know, being above that rebuke range. It's looking scary here for Coleman, I think.
Yeah, and at this point though, Saber, it's a fork in the road, right? You've got to pick your poison. What is going to be worth more points, the Hammer Dryad or the Sage? And Coleman, bear in mind, doesn't know that Saber is missing his Baron.
The cards missed here for, yeah, Selkirk and Baron and Donimir missed. Amphibious Assault is there in hand for Saber, so he has the option. A few options to thin out from his deck some of the key units there. Royal Guards comes down. get shielded, because why not? You don't have a Selkirk, you might as well shield the poor Royal Guards that always end up dying every game. Give him a chance to survive with his order ability.
And I suppose at this point, Saber can really take his time. He feels, like there isn't threats from Colomon to these cards. So he can kind of wait for the biggest, baddest boy in Broccolon and slay that unit with Anses, demand some satisfaction. Because Colomon isn't really showing any attempt to deal with the Anses, and so because of that, he does feel safe.
There's a thinning wombo combo coming out from Colomon. A lot of points on the board. This is kind of the point slammy version of Squirtle. Less control, but more points. And we're seeing, it's evident the differences here. A lot of points on the board, great. You can't answer Veraxis though, you can't answer Anses. You can't interact with your opponent's game plan. And is this point slam kind of list going to be enough? I mean, it still has very strong tempo cards in hand. Gord is going to be much bigger than he tends to be in Precision Strike. You have more spell synergy in this Nature's Gift deck list. It might be close. I mean, I'm not sure how much more value the Anses can get from the Veraxis. And Selkirk coming out as well with, it's going to be a lot of value here.
Yeah, I forgot Selkirk was just under the provision threshold. I thought he was a 10 like Baron, but he is a 9. So actually you have 2 answers at this point. And with that shield in pocket, there's actually a lot more going for Saber than I maybe initially realized in this matchup. We can see Colomon, though, trying to spread out the buffs in regards to the Hamadryads, for example, using the thinning there from the Valve in order to get a second one, means that you're not putting all your points in one Dryad basket.
It's going to be tough, though. Double duels, and this is the problem when you don't have interactivity. Your opponent can do whatever he wants, and Saber has a chance to just pick out all of these very tall units as they continue growing. Yeah, the effect here comes down to at least make Selkirk smaller, but the shield can still come in. The Carrick Marine can still come in, and this is a thing where if you play into the game plan of trying to lower the points of these dueling units before they duel, sure, it might work, but if your opponent has a Carrick Marine, it'll just lift it right back up to where it was, and it'll still be problematic. So the duels will come in. It's a big point gap, though, now. This is kind of the point slam nature of Nature's Gift, with a 24-point gap right now, double of Saber's points, but Carrick Marine and Selkirk will have something to say about that.
Yeah, it is a really big point gap, and that is, worth pointing out. The other thing to consider is that the ladder, he's not really impactful, but on the flip side, Falibor going to see maximum value with these Trents. They just kind of play into his strategy, setting up a 3, a 2, so then you can get the final 1 and get the full 13 points of value from the Falibor.
And because there's no answers from Colomon, so many points stored right now in order abilities for Saber. He has the shield comes in for Selkirk. Selkirk can take down the back row unit there for a pretty big tempo swing, and now it was 24 points, now down to 4. So it has flipped considerably. Veraxis' order ability still there to renew a, Selkirk still with a shield, so it can hit Selkirk again. Selkirk can take down Gord as well. We'll see what the option is here for Colomon. Shaping Nature coming out first.
And shutting down that Hamadryad, also denying one of those symbiosis engines, so denying a point off of our little tree bros as well, our Forest Trents. Gord, though, sitting at 16 points, which is pretty big. I mean, I don't know. I think that Saber has finally managed to find his footing in this matchup, but with that Carrick, with the Siege Ladder being a Siege Ladder and not a Baron, it will likely be closer than you would first expect.
2-point gap here. The Selkirk can take down anything he wants, which will be the score, so these 16 points will evaporate. The Siege Ladder is not a soldier, so does not get a buff from Veraxis. Comes down for 4 points. Should be more than enough, though.
Does he have a crew pocket, just out of curiosity?
I don't think he needs it when he just needs the 4 points, Jaggers. And the crew pocket comes in, the Selkirk gets a buff as well, so you win by 4, and Saber stays alive in this series, and we see the difference here with Nature's Gift and the Precision Strike. Nature's Gift just playing its own game plan. You have a lot of points, sure, but with a deck like Shield Wall that if left unanswered can be that threatening, with Selkirk just doing what he wants, taking down units left and right, it's just too much to handle. And even with the kind of an ideal hand for Colomon, not enough points, loses by 4, and Saber stays in the series and goes up to 2-1 now, losing to Colomon.
Yeah, I definitely was a little bit worried for Saber in that last game when I thought he didn't have access to the Selkirk or the Baron. I think that would have spelt disaster. And that is, one of the things that can happen in Gwent withdrawals. But Saber managing to bring himself back into this series and take down that Nature's Gift list once, but he's got to try and do it 2 more times, once with Patricidal Fury and once with good old Keltulus.
And we'll see if, again, if this Nature's Gift not having the right amount of control can be a detriment to it. We see some lists from Saber that, if left unanswered, could be scary. We have the first win now on Shield Wall. He has the Precision Strike banned, so he has still the Keltulus and the Skellige left alive. Skellige is a deck that doesn't really have those extremely scary engine threats. It's more of a just point slam mixed in with damage, kind of, and a bit of reactivity, a bit of control. And maybe Nature's Gift will have enough points to just outpoint it in a long round 3 or in a short round 3 even. But Keltulus is a scarier one, where if you can't answer these threats, and Keltulus does what it wants against these Wandering Treants, for example, it's going to spell trouble for Colomon. So we'll see what the matchup is here. I'm going to imagine Saber's going to go for the Carapace list for Game 4.
I mean, it's worth noting that in the Patricidal Fury list, for example, you do have Morkvarg, and Morkvarg in this matchup, this is one of his times to shine. He's like, hold my beer, I got this, pinging away point after point after point. And it's not even like you necessarily need Lost Say onto the board, because we saw, cards like the Sage, cards like the Hamadryad, they go tall. You go tall quite a lot with the matchup, so in terms of Saber's situation, it's actually not too bad. He's also got the Hjalmar onto, say, something like a Greatsword, gives him 10 points of reach, so he can actually control some of these bigger units. Then he also goes wide, with the little tree bros, the Wandering Trents, which feeds into the Hemdall. So actually, in terms of Saber's lists, I think both the Patricidal Fury and the Carapace list are slightly favored versus this Nature's Gift list, and I know Saber feels the same way. He does feel like all 3 of his lists are slightly favored versus Nature's Gift. But, favored doesn't mean that you win. It all comes down to the draws, it all comes down to the plays, and it all comes down to the misplays. And, pro players make misplays just the same as everyone else. They are, in fact, human.
And that's the problem we mentioned with Conquest. Colomon 2-0 up, feeling great, looking great, but now he has to win with Nature's Gift. And if he looks at his matchups, and they might not, any of them might not be favored for him, he's thinking, well, maybe I get reverse swept here, which is not ideal. So even though he's 2-0 up, it definitely was not over for Saber, especially considering his deck lists that he had remaining and the matchup that he had remaining against Nature's Gift. And that's 1 down, 2 more to go. We'll see if he can do it. I think Saber now taking the time here to really think about, what is the sequencing order here? Do any of these decks have a favor? Our favorite are going to have a better time on blue coin. He's back on blue coin now for Game 4, Colomon on red coin, and he has to decide not just which deck can get a win, because losing 3-2 or losing 3-1 is not really the game plan here for Saber. He wants to win and make it to the finals. He has to think where is what deck works better on blue coin and what deck works better on red coin for him.
And thinking time is now over, and we see Keltulus here on blue versus Colomon's Nature's Gift on red, and having a little look at the hands. We've got a Neuromancy, Cave Troll in hand for Saber, so being able to find some of the tools he needs. And Siri Dash, so actually a lot of the tools he needs to have flexibility in the rounds. He's got 1 Foglet as well. If we look at Colomon's hand, how do you feel?
You have the Heat Wave, which is going to be very important in this matchup. It is the one kind of just delete anything, press the button, delete it, and that can work on a Cave Troll, for example. He doesn't, I believe, have any sort of a Purify on in his deck list for Colomon. I believe he does not. He doesn't run a Peller, that's for sure.
Not that I can see. And no Dunker, which means that, Saber is not going to get dunkered on in round 1 like he was in the last game. So no massive points of carryover onto Pavko and onto that Forest Protector.
And there are things like this Squirrel here in hand for Saber, kind of one of the tech cards that's very low provisions, very low tempo impact, but can be very impactful in banishing some of the Echo cards that most of the decks nowadays are playing because they are so powerful and so consistent. So at least some value found there as well. And right away, we've seen this time and time again. You're on blue coin, you have to play Cave Troll first, Siri Dash second, and get your free card. Welcome to the club, my friend. As Shinmiri mentioned yesterday in the analyst, the fork comes in. Saber forking Colomon here at the start of this Game 4.
Yeah, and the problem for Colomon here is if you heat wave the Cave Troll, how do you deal with the Siri? Like, yes, you have a Rebuke, for example, but you can't actually use it because of the tactical advantage. So instead, Colomon deciding to develop his own battle plan with the Sage. And, we talked about that fork and saying, well, here it is at 6. You have to play Siri, so go fork yourself because you can't parasite my Sage.
And it's kind of a free winner to play an engine for free, especially engines that can boost themselves, automatically, kind of independent, individual engines that can kind of go back up to 8 now and then get out of that parasite range. And like you mentioned, you can't really just heat wave the cave troll and then expect to kill this Siri Dash because, obviously Kaltolis is built in a way, this deck is built in a way that can protect the Siri Dash with the TA, sure, on blue coin, but even with a leader ability to get the boost, with things like Pact, etc. So a lot of different, even Parasite on your own unit if necessary, like we saw yesterday.
So Valve coming down here, going for the Call of the Forest into a Squirtle unit, and who's it going to be? I'd imagine maybe Dunker. Oh no, Hamadryad, that works too. Trying to develop some engines this round, get some points on the board. You can always spend your leader charge to give that card vitality, as we see here, and carry over points, and just try and build up some tempo when you know that that Siri Dash is going to be going off. And
Exactly.
again, it puts it out of Parasite range.
The game plan for Colomon now will be, okay, I'm gonna, my opponent's gonna get a card, he's gonna be able to kind of flip the blue coin into a red coin, and now I have to make sure I can stay ahead in tempo and basically play as if I was trying to win on even, but it's really just surviving on, not going down a card basically for Colomon, if you anticipate that Saber is gonna get this card from Siri Dash, which it looks like he will.
Yeah, I feel like there's not really ways that Colomon can make it through this, unfortunately. And with that extra card draw, it also kind of means that this 7-coin situation, where typically 7-coin, 7-card situation, where you get to 7 cards and you want to be in a position to pass, you don't actually have to be. You don't have to be ahead at this point as the blue player because you're drawing into other cards. So playing slow with something like the Foglet is fine, and then you can play your Consume with your little Andregabro in the deck and get the tempo that way.
And Consume would have to come out very soon because if not, we could have a little problem like we saw yesterday with our friend the Foglet coming into hand from Siri Dash instead of coming out of the Foglet on the board. And the Foglet on the board has already been committed, so you can't really, you can't just save that, just mulligan it and get that play out later. It's going to be a bricked Foglet in your deck for the remainder of the game. So we'll see. Saber clearly might not think that that's going to happen. It could. We saw it yesterday with Demarcation. It was definitely not ideal, but the game plan for Colomon, he set up his engines, and now he's just playing for points and playing his bronze cards. Now they can get a lot more value because of his Nature's Gift leader ability and because of the cards currently, like the Sage, currently on the board.
I suppose, though, you don't necessarily care about a break Foglet if you are winning on even, right? Although this is the opportunity, right, for Saber to consume the Foglet, not risk drawing into it with the Siri Dash, put the Acorn in the graveyard as well, just to ensure that that isn't removed by some form of damage, and draws into the Heat Wave, which is a lovely draw. And now it's 6 cards apiece. Saber ahead on 43 to Colomon's 36, and threatening to win on even, and starting to bully. This is like a blue coin bully.
That's how I would describe it. Yes, it is. That's definitely what it feels like as well if you're Colomon. And this is why we talk about these decks that play for points, play their own solitaire game plan, like Nature's Gift, like Congregate even. Once you face against a deck that has, ways of creating certain advantages that, if left unanswered, are very, very scary, points don't matter as much. And here, Colomon, of course, doing his best. He has to stay ahead with every play he makes now. If he doesn't, Saber can pass and go 2 cards up, basically going into round 2 rather.
And Imlerith's Wrath being utilized to chop down the tallest unit on the side of Colomon, chopping down Brooklyn Forest, 1 unit at a time, putting Colomon down to 34 and making that gap, more and more difficult for Colomon to climb, especially with some of the cards in his hand. 2 Temperings and a Rebuke isn't really going to cut it when you consider the point difference here.
It would be a great red coin hand to just, you're constantly setting up your gourd for later. You're playing your lower value bronze spells to then draw into your stronger gold cards later on. But because of the coin, because of the Siri Dash ability, and because the coin is essentially flipped, now you can play kind of so lax and so just like set up. You have to play points and have to try and actually win on even. Vitality can still tick here, so he will be getting ahead if a pass comes in from Saber. But with his hand, it's looking more and more grim. He still can only Heatwave the defender. He can't Heatwave the 21-point card, which he would have loved to Heatwave to get very far ahead in this round 1. And it's looking tough for Colomon. This is a deck that, when you give Saber with Kaltolis just free reign to do what he wants, he can really punish you.
And the slow play with things like the tempering, it opens up the board for Saber here that he can afford to play things like the Pact, for example, and stay ahead and continue to be the blue bully that he is at this moment. And there's not a lot, like we said, Coleman could do, because on the other hand, if you do end up playing your Heatwave onto a Cave Troll, which isn't optimal at all, then you no longer have that Heatwave for something like the Keltulis.
Yeah, especially now. I mean, there's no point. And once Coleman has gone down under 5 cards, he can't even try and pass and go for just staying even in round 2 in points or staying ahead in points and not losing his card that way. At this point, he pretty much guarantees he loses a card because Saber can now dry pass in round 2 if he wishes to, and the Heatwave is too late. So I think Coleman now is just trading cards, hoping to stay ahead if possible here. No more vitality taking, so this 1-point lead for Saber is enough for now. Coleman going to continue, I think, trading these rebukes, trading these bronzes if he wants to, but after that, Heatwave and Gord in hand.
He can't play the rebuke here, because what do you play the rebuke onto? A troll with 4 armor doesn't even put you ahead. You get 1 point. You'd have to maybe use a leader charge on top of that, and playing a card for 1 point is pretty nasty. And Saber's kind of showing that he doesn't even need particularly many points. I guess you also get the Nature's Gift Trent, so it's a 2nd point actually.
But it's still not ideal, obviously. And Parasite's a card you can still expend. It's not really the game-winning card that you want if you're Saber.
Girl as well.
Yeah. So yeah, looking tough for Coleman, and this is what we expected in this matchup. I mean, you have no answer for Siri Dash, you have no answer for the defender, first of all, and you get punished. Keltulis, this is what this deck does. If you have answers, all right, it might be in trouble. We saw it have some trouble in some matchups, but when left unanswered, it is one of the strongest decks in the game.
He does actually also have the points on the Sage here, who's getting big, but he's also then becoming a more and more lucrative Heatwave target, although I would imagine Saber wants to keep Lasse and keep the Heatwave. With that said, though, Saber's got 3 leader charges in pocket as well, so if he does need to make up a small amount of reach, he can always pop those just to make that gap and put Coleman in a really awkward position, because, like you said, Coleman doesn't really want to expend either of these cards.
Well, if you're winning on even, I think you're fine spending anything, right, that's currently in hand. Even the Heatwave. Winning on even is pretty important. You're going to be card up going to round 3, and it'll be a short round 3 as well, which may be beneficial for Saber's decklist as well.
Doesn't even need the leader charges, doesn't need any of it. The Skirl will do. Oh, and that's how you want to win a round 1. If you can win by exactly 1 point, then you are not wasting value. If you win by, say, 30 points, 29 of those points are technically wasted value because you didn't need them to win the round. So Saber orchestrating this matchup to a T and putting Coleman in such a horrible position. It's like you spend Heatwave on a 6-point troll, feels bad. You spend Gord for 10 points, that doesn't feel good either, because that's your finisher, and that just opens up Saber to be able to play the Heatwave onto the 18 without concerns.
Maybe trading the Heatwave for the Gord is fine here, though. I think they're both pretty premium cards in this matchup, so I mean, it's fine trading 1 for 1 and hoping to still stay ahead, but yeah, it's looking tough here. Coleman's going to fight, and he's not going to make it. It's going to be enough here once the Heatwave hits the 18-point stage. I mean, there's obviously nothing that Coleman can do now with his own Heatwave. Can only hit a 6-point unit. He can expend even more leader charges, but again, that's playing a losing game plan, kind of going all in. And if you get punished with a card like Parasite, it's not a dead card by any means, and still 3 leader charges on the carry pass for Saber as well, it means that, yeah, you're in even more trouble going forward into rounds 2 and 3. And at this point, he tried so hard and he got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter for Coleman. Still loses on even. 1 card for each player. It's going to be a fairly short round 3, even with the dry pass in round 2 now from Saber if he goes for that. And Saber very much in control now of this game, it looks like.
I don't know what it is about CD Projekt Red and having things going into people's eyes in their card art. Between Parasite and the new Selective Mutation card, it just gives me the heebie-jeebies. But it does go to show that Gwent is an adult card game for adults. So here we are in round 2, and Saber has choice. He has kind of free reign in terms of whether he wants to bleed or just take the card and go from there. With that said, there's not really much in terms of units in hand. There's nothing he necessarily wants to just play and see what his opponent does. So maybe taking the card here may be beneficial, but then a long round with Nature's Gift is sometimes a little bit worrisome with cards like Symbiosis.
Especially because Keltulis can't come down, but Heatwave hasn't been expended. That's, I think, the silver lining for Coleman. At least he still has a Heatwave for things like Keltulis, for example, so he won't get punished for going very wide with the Wandering Train, so you really can't do anything about, or things like the Volunteers even, with Navigate Injustice. So at this point, still if there's a dry pass, maybe not the ideal cards to have for just to throw out. If you're Colomon, the Hammer Dryad isn't really just that 4P bronze you want to throw out. It does have some value in a longer round. So yeah, maybe Neuromancy coming out instead with the Echo ability, bringing out just the worst card you have in your deck that can put some points on the board. Could be something like the Dryad Enchantress, for example, or the Pyrotechnician. Or the maybe Dunka, maybe not, but you do get some of that carryover at least.
Here, like Dunka, you know, she's represents 7 points of value, right? And if she ticks for a couple turns, a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say necessarily the worst card. I'm more kind of geared towards Pyrotech, and then the 4-point Dryad, but we'll see. Colomon is basically making a decree here. You are the worst card in my deck. Who's it going to be?
In some cases, with a round 2 that has, you know, maybe an instant pass from one of the players, and then like
a special card. I was about to say that because you get the 1-point Trent, the 1-point Tree Bro. So utilizing the Shaping Nature here, playing it, picking an effect, not boosting anything, but getting a Trent, then sets that up for the draw. So I actually really like that tactic, and technically not playing the worst card in his deck.
Yeah, and I mean, that being said, Imler's Wrath and Heatwave have both been played from Saber, from his carry pass list, so not really too much tall unit punish. Because it is an Echo card though, at least you're getting that back, so it's not like you're wasting, you're not committing any important gold cards, of course. And at this point, going tall can't really be punished, I believe, by Saber, so it's a game plan that Colomon can, you know, kind of not worry about going too tall. There isn't really a punish once Heatwave and the Imler's Wrath have gone down from Saber in round 1 that we did see, so we'll see what he can do here. Pavko Gale gonna have to survive if Colomon wants to have a fighting chance here, having 1 card less going into this fairly long round 3.
But how does Pavko survive with cards like Parasite? Does, you know, the leader boost, I believe, is just Vitality, so it shouldn't be enough.
And no
Maybe
Figus.
you just play him at hope.
I think Tailbot's list, Nature's Gift list, was running a Figus, which isn't always the case for these Nature's Gift lists, and in this case for Colomon it is not, so no protection there whatsoever for the Pavko. If it was in the deck, then Peller would do a quick job of answering the defender tag anyway, so maybe better that it isn't for Colomon, can use the provisions for some other more impactful card in this matchup.
And Saber has double last say here, right? Because Colomon has to go first now as well. Saber can afford to just react to the cards that Colomon plays, play relatively uninteractively, and kind of take it from there. And so we see the boost coming out here with the Vitality, puts up to 6, and holding that Parasite in round 1 has set up the perfect scenario to, unfortunately, give Pavko a bad case of worms, and turns out it was fatal.
And that is a big, you know, very important swing of points there. It's not just a 6 points, it's so much more in terms of the engine value that the Pavko Gale gives you. 2 points per turn, not just 1, so extra important. Similarly to the Beast, kind of falls into that same subset of cards. This is the monster version of this very powerful engine that, if left untouched, can be very strong. We'll see if Colomon has any answers here. He has a Heatwave, but of course, I think he wants to save that for something like the Kiltulis. Shaping Nature comes out instead, and looks like there won't be any answer for the Beast, so yet another problem that Colomon has to deal with in this round 3.
I mean, you have the option of the Heatwave onto the Beast. I suppose that's where you go, because it's likely in this situation that perhaps you'll see a range row Keltulis, especially with the number of units that Saber has. Like, yes, Colomon, when he plays nature cards, is spawning Trents, but you have to be a bit wary in this matchup, just because the number of special cards means Colomon can kind of manipulate his board state a little bit. But we see great value from Most Valuable Peller, MVP, Top Geezer, cleansing all of the vitality provided there by Shaping Nature.
Neuromancer comes in, a very big tempo play here in the Forest Protector. Can't do really enough to take down. I believe, yeah, Nature's Rebuke was actually banished by the Squirrel. It looks like no Nature's Rebuke in the graveyard for the Forest Protector to use, and instead you have to go for Dryad's Caress. Round 2 of Vitality, let's hope this one sticks. That's what Colomon is thinking. No more Pellers, thankfully, in the deck for Saber. Running 2 Pellers might be a bit much in most matchups. I think you only need 1, if any, in most cases.
What is Neuromancy pulling for Saber out of curiosity? What's the best card left in his deck?
Well then, not Siri is a gold card, sure, but her game plan, her objective is more to have the chance of getting carryover, or card advantage rather, back in a round 2 bleed, for example. Not so much a finisher, but still a decent 7-point play, I suppose, with the damage ping coming in.
Yeah, I suppose you also have. the option with maybe putting something on the row and playing the adrenaline. This kind of sets up Keltulis. Like Saber does have the option if he thinks that Kolomon's on Heatwave, play one more card, play Keltulis around later, but actually opting to just play the Keltulis now and take the 2 extra points. And it makes the Heatwave, I guess a bit of an awkward spot. Do you put it on the Beast? Do you put it on the Keltulis? You got to do the maths.
I think it has to still be Keltulis here, but yeah, the Vitality game plan and the boosting your own unit game plan is just very favorable for the Beast. We talked about a 6-point engine that Pathco Gil was only 6 points, didn't get any more points, whereas the Beast, did a lot more than that and still has more work to do if left unanswered here by this heat wave. And it looked like a lot of points for Kolomon, but the Beast does go down. Keltulis is here going to start taking down this Treant, and then these Volunteers are also going to be on the chopping block, but I think it might be enough points here. Osrul and Siri, Osrul comes down for 14, 27.
Yeah, plus Siri or the Adrenaline Rush actually is 8 and stops you from having too many units, so continues the Keltulis Rampage. Plus the 3 leader charges, don't even need them all, but let's dunk them all on Osrul, make a big 31-point Osrul. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a series. 2 points to Kolomon, 2 points for Saber, players playing for all the marbles and their point in the finals as we go into game number 5, and it will be Nature's Gift versus, let me check what's left, Patricidal Fury. So Skellige versus Squirtle.
And we talked about it. The reverse sweep was a possibility, and Saber is fighting. He's not going to go down so easily, not going to go down 3-0 or 3-1. Ties the series 2-2, and that huge lead that Kolomon had, that huge confidence from just having those 2 fantastic matchups and just perfect game plan games in games 1 and 2 with the Commandos list and with the Syndicate list now has been evaporated. It's now 2-2 again. And this Nature's Gift maybe regretting bringing it even, or just regretting having to face these specific matches where he has very little interactivity, and these powerful decks from Saber that if left unanswered can do crazy things. Crazy things have been done. He's tied the series 2-2. And last chance now for both of these players, Nature's Gift versus Patricidal Fury, to win this game, this series, and move on to the finals, where Payable is waiting anxiously for his possibly next victim, possibly just his opponent.
And it's worth bearing in mind that there is a lot of money at stake in these matches, because if you win 3-0, you get 100% of the match stake. If you win 3-1, you get 75% and your opponent earns 25%. And if you go 3-2, which this match is going, then you get 60% and your opponent gets 40%. So, even these games, if you do end up losing, it does matter because there is a decent amount of cash at stake for both players, and even more cash at stake for the final. That's where the big bucks is. This is World Masters Season 2. This is the end of the season. This is where we play for all of the marbles. If people still collect marbles, I'm not too sure about that.
And I was talking about the honor for Saber of not losing 3-0, but also the fact that each one of these games that he's won, I think it's somewhere close to at least $1,000 per game or something similar to that, now that we're in semifinals. So also pretty important. I mean, $1,000 is $1,000. You definitely don't scoff at that amount of money. And these 2 games that he's just won in a row, I think he has to be very happy. I think he's now in a position with this confidence of having won the last 2 games, and with Kolomon maybe now having regrets for bringing his Nature's Gift list, having thoughts about, where did this go wrong? How did I was going to win this 3-0. I was looking so good. I was looking so confident. And now he's in trouble, and he's kind of on the back foot, trying to finally get this final win that he just needs one more win with Nature's Gift to move on to the finals. And Saber's doing his best to fight against that and to have a chance to make it himself.
And also, I think with Kolomon, he's also playing for the glory of Team Aretuza, right? If he wins here, then we'll have a TLG versus Team Aretuza final, and he'll have to finish the TLG gauntlet almost. Whereas if Saber wins, that does mean that Team Leviathan Gaming has a guaranteed winner of GWENT World Masters Season 2. They had 4 players enter the fray currently. Payable waiting in the final, Saber trying to kind of continue on in that storyline. And they're really trying to just make their mark on the season. And we'll have to see whether Kolomon is able to, bring the glory back to Team Aretuza.
Team Aretuza, and for Germany, Gravish has gone down, so that was the last remaining hope. 2 German players in this tournament. Kolomon is that second player and still has a chance to make it a Poland versus Germany final as well, kind of the 2 powerhouses in terms of the competitive teams and in terms of the countries. Or we could see Saber making it, and that also creates a very interesting storyline where we had 2 players like Payable and Saber that failed in so many qualifiers and had a rough start to the season. Didn't make it to many tournaments until Piable finally made it to Gwent Open number 4 and won it, and Saber made it here. And seeing them both maybe in the finals and having that enormous redemption arc as well, of being able to finally qualify to tournaments and perform exceptionally well as well, would be cool to see. So a lot of storylines to be had for a potential final here. But first, we'll have to see who of these two players, Saber with Patricidal Fury with Skellige, on this red coin against Colomon's Nature's Gift, Scoia'tael on blue coin, trying to finally get a win with this list. Two chances down. This is his third and final chance to make it out.
Yeah, we've got Hero Colomon versus Casanova Saber for the final spot in Gwent Masters Season 2. And let's have a little look at the hands and see how things are looking. I think, for Saber, he's got the two protectors, he's got the light longship, so he's got that little kind of pocket set up, which looks pretty nice.
I have to mention Colomon going for the the OG titles like Hero, like that border, like that Avatar. I think a lot of the classics from very, very long ago. Saber going for the more, the newer guard, like you mentioned before, also coming, really coming into prominence this season as well. So that makes a lot of sense. I have Accomplished Drinker and the dog Avatar and the wooden border. That's the OG, 3 years ago, 4 years ago kind of stuff. So I can give Colomon some respect for sure.
Anyone who's not using Francesca as their icon is a loser in my books. But we also see Shoop with his pumpkin head. Meanwhile, Colomon's setting up the board, utilizing a leader charge on the Hammer Dryad, getting her, placed down on the board there, utilizing the effect of the Vitality, and Saber answering with his Heimei Protector, just setting up his own engine pocket.
And most of the time, there were problems with this Scoia'tael list answering most of the threats from other deck lists like Carapace, like Shield Wall. In this case, most of the engines that are going to be a threat from Saber are going to be near this 4 or 5 point range, the bronze engines, and they can be answered by Rebuke. We do see one in hand, but only one Forest Protector can be played after that to answer maybe a second Protector, but you don't want to commit too much in this round 1. You do have blue coin for Colomon, trying to commit as little as possible while still hopefully winning this round.
And Saber knows that Colomon has rebukes. He has access to those kind of cards. He has the answers. With that said, Colomon instead opting to set up his Pirate Tech. And the thing with the Pirate Tech here is, if Saber does the play of playing the second Protector, then Colomon can just click and he's guaranteed to kill one of them. You got the 4 points of damage there, so you're guaranteed the removal. So it kind of puts Saber into a position where he can't set up the pocket in the optimal strategy. He has to consider instead playing the longship here, utilizing a ping from the longship. We'll see what it is he chooses to target, but then boosting that Protector up to 5, which means that if the Pyrotech does hit it, it's not going to die, but it will slay the boat.
You're still fine hitting the Protector with Rebuke and then using the Pyrotechnician to kill the boat as well. I think that's also a fine line of play. Maybe you want to get the value from Tempering first because you are losing out on 2 points if you click the Pyrotechnician now, but it would be the perfect window to play Rebuke now and then just be able to answer the boat immediately.
Yeah, and we see that happening here with the Rebuke. Unfortunately for the Rebuke, the Trent spawns after Rebuke resolves, right? So you don't get that Trent boost that would be nice, but I feel like that's icing on the cake at this point. You've cleared the board of the engine. Saber's not developing its pocket, and Colomon has a comfortable lead at this point.
And now Saber, shifts his game plan, kind of just play out this Invader without these veteran boosts that you would have in round 3. So only 5 points, and yeah, not doing much on the board here. So Saber kind of saying, all right, here's a bronze. What do you have to answer me? And now I think this is now the game plan where Colomon has kind of gotten a lead with some great value from Rebuke and Pyrotechnician, and the Hamadryad still getting some points on the board. And now he can just play also his lower value bronze spells, set up for things like Gourd later on, his Force Protector, etc., and not commit too much more in this round 1.
And Saber's hand in this situation is actually really awkward because you've got Hjalmar, which you don't really want to be playing in round 1. You've got Harold, which you don't really want to be playing in round 1. You've got Skjordal, which you don't really want to be playing in round 1. And you don't have access to, some of your nicer kind of toll removals. There's no Morkvarg. You don't have your Blood Eagle to go looking for things that you might want. And playing Hemdall in round 1 just feels kind of bad.
And Colomon, a huge gap already. I think he'll be happy going a bit more into this round 1, trading out, low value cards like Tempering and Dryad's Caress, just getting some easy value there. We see no Morkvarg, like you mentioned, I think, is a pretty important card in this matchup. It's going to have so many targets, going to used to be some metas where Morkvarg was, fantastic. He used to just always hit great, big, tall units that were boosted in round 3 as a finisher play. And then there was a meta where he was kind of a dud in so many matchups, and at least in this specific matchup, going to be the superstar he once was once again.
And Saber just still playing slow at this point. He's got the Protector on the board, which I guess is nice because you can use the Berserker next to it in order to get a couple extra points from that kind of stage of things. But Colamon with the Vitality on the Hammer Dryad is just, banking points for him. Colamon, though, does have to be a little bit wary of, well, he did have to be a little bit wary of Morkvarg and consider the reach available to that. But Saber says, enough is enough. I've tried to set up my graveyard a little bit. I don't have the cards that I can pressure this round with, and it's getting to that point where it's getting a bit too long.
And now at this point, I think Colamon wants to go for some sort of a bleed. He has to find the right cards to do so. Something like a Dunka would be fantastic as well. If he goes into too long of a round 3, things like Hemdall will be so punishing, and even something like a Morkvarg, like you mentioned, as well. So we'll see what he can find here to really try and go for a bleed in round 2. He doesn't find the Dunka in hand, but he might have some options to pull her out from the deck. A lot of thinning tools available in this list for Colamon, things like the Call of the Forest, things like Isengram Council, for example, as well.
I mean, do you necessarily want to go for a bleed? This is a tough call, right? Because if you go for the bleed, it gives Saber opportunity to set up his graveyard further. Things like the Greatsword, for example, aren't available in there at the moment. And you do always risk going down a card if you can't sustain it. So it is a risk. And this is where, Colamon is going to make that decision. This play will kind of give an indication of how he feels about the bleed. If he's opting for Hammer Dryad plus a leader charge, then that suggests he wants to invest into this round. Whereas if he'd played something, less impactful, although I'm not sure what is less impactful in his hand, then, maybe he would have just kind of let it go. He could have just passed to 8, for example.
Yeah, there's just certain things that going into the round 3 with cards like the Squirtle having easier time, maybe removing some of the engines you want to put down if you're Colamon, and just the veteran tags on a lot of these Skellige units as well, and the fact that Hemdall's going to hit for so much value as well with all the Wandering Treants potentially coming in. So Hjalmar comes down immediately. We'll see if he has enough to take down this Hammer Dryad right away and deal with one of these engines. Looks like he does, so bye-bye to that Hammer Dryad. And you're still at 7 cards if you are Colamon. You have the chance now, right? I traded a bronze and a leader ability charge for the Hjalmar. Is that okay? Do I want to pass here and not risk losing my card? He might want to.
I think you have to be careful because Colamon, last say is quite a big deal, especially when Saber has things like his leader plus the champion's charge. You have to just be a little bit wary of losing your card here. But Colamon opting to really continue into this bleed, playing the Pavko, saying, I've seen you play your reach now with Hjalmar. It's hard for you if you want to make this up. You don't have the damage unit, so champion's charge isn't going to do it without utilizing your leader, and I'm kind of okay with that.
And this is, of course, open deck list. Players have played these matchups, in and out on ladder, in scrims, in other tournaments, of course, and they know what to watch out for. Once Hjalmar comes down, like, all right, that is your single, big target removal. Maybe you kind of fell for the bait of killing the Hammer Dryad instead, and now Pavko, 2-point per turn engine that doesn't really boost. Instead, it has damage capability, so you're not really giving your opponent too much value for something like a Morkvarg, for example, is ideal now. And Saber can take it down over 2 turns, possibly, yes, but then you have things like Shaping Nature to keep that Pavko nice and healthy. So even without the Figus, I think the Pavko will be able to survive this round, at least for a few turns. I can't see what'll remove it instantly. Although there are some options in Saber's deck with things like Squirtle into things like Blood Eagle and Vabron, etc., having some big removal possibilities in one single turn.
And the Squirtle play being utilized there to, I guess, threaten the card, right? Colamon has to kind of keep going at this point if he wants to regain his card. You could have argued for maybe a slower play, but Saber, I think he just wants that last say. So spending Squirtle here, although it gives Colamon an opportunity to boost the Pavko, it puts Colamon in a little bit of a bind in terms of trying to regain his card.
I think Shaping Nature might have to come down here. Morkvarg could punish, sure, but you're kind of healing and not just boosting, so you're not losing too much value there onto the Morkvarg. It looks like it's going to be fouled into Dryad's Caress instead. Vitality, 1 point of ping, bringing it back down to 6, or bringing it back up to 6, should be enough to keep it, healthy enough to survive this next onslaught from Saber as well.
Yeah, I think you just don't want to go too deep into the boosting, right? Especially with things like Morkvarg and things like Champion's Charge. I mean, Saber would have to spend a leader to do that, which is really expensive. But on the flip side, it is one of the ways that he can answer it. And in this situation, that Vitality is kind of annoying. I think maybe the Berserker over 2 turns should be enough, though.
That being said, if Morkvar gets played now, it's not played in round 3 to answer a Gord, right? That being said, Saber doesn't have last say. As long as Coleman doesn't lose his card here in round 2 in this bleed, then the Gord should be safe going into round 3. And if you go into a shorter round 3, which is why Coleman might be bleeding here, then usually you could, like you mentioned, have other answers like Hamadryads, you can have answers like Sages, but if you're going to a short round 3, it's unlikely you're going to have units that are going to be too boosted, so Morkvar won't find that much value usually.
And
Leader
Saber
committed.
expecting Arnulf to guarantee the card, just saying, I think last say is worth more to me than the card. And I wonder how Coleman feels about that. That is a big spend, but Saber's saying this is worth it in this situation. I've got my greatsword in the graveyard. I'm spending my leader, yes, but I'm keeping a card, and that's giving me last say.
The Greatsword can go down now to Pafko plus the Force Director with Rebuke as well. I believe there should definitely be, there's a Rebuke in the graveyard, so there's that possibility. The Arnulf can now be answered by Heatwave when you want to wait to the very end to kind of dodge things like Heatwave, but it can be answered here for tempo as well. And playing this Arnulf now, Saber definitely has to win 1 card up. If not, then he's going to be in a pickle. Having used his leader ability and also just being even cards going into round 3, less than ideal if you're Saber.
It's not enough though, because of the Sirens. They're not Scoia'tael cards, so Pavko actually getting disabled there. Though Coleman using that leader charge there to deny the Champions charge, deny the 3 Bloodthirst, and try and close up this point gap just a little bit, because there was a big point lead there.
Very, very heads up play, something that you don't normally consider. Most of the times you play Pavko, you think, all right, there's no, it's all Scoia'tael units in my deck, we're good to go. All of a sudden these Sirens come out of nowhere and they ruin your game plan. So if you can't kill the Pavko, at least shut down the 2 points per turn, make it only 1. Less than ideal, but still a heads up play from Saber, adapting to the situation, adapting to the board state and thinking, all right, is it worth it? Is last say that important? With things like Morkvarg and answering a Gord, for example, and shutting down Pavko in this turn and hopefully staying ahead of Coleman, then yeah, it could be.
So we'll see what it is Saber decides to do. He's given himself the wiggle room by expending leader, and Coleman also expending all his leader charges at this point, although, not all leaders are necessarily created equally. Vabjorn coming down now, looking for a raid card, grabs the Blood Eagle, slays, I would imagine, the Vitality Siren, depending on whether he wants the Bloodthirst, and these are his options.
1 Siren down. 2 to go. Hopefully maybe if he just plays front row units if you're Coleman, the Hemdall can take on the other 2 Sirens and Pavko can come back to his ultimate glory of 2 points per turn. But Saber, I think, is well aware of this and he's going to try and not do that if he can. And again, a pretty big lead now for Saber because Coleman's not at the risk of losing a card. He's already kind of lost it because the leader was played. I think he can go pretty deep into this round and he's fine with playing pretty much any card in his hand now to try and continue trading with what could be a very strong hand from Saber, but it really isn't. He still has a Berserker, he still has a Raider and War of Clans, and Totem and Hemdall, which aren't, it's not exactly a Herald, for example. So I think both players are fine with trading and committing a lot of these cards here in round 2.
Yeah, 1 point per turn is just far, 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 less threatening than the 2 points that Pavko, initially resembled. So actually, I really do like this Arnulf in order to disable that. And Coleman is always catching up. He's not ever extending a lead with these plays. He's not creating that space, which gives Saber, a lot of wiggle room for how he wants to play out this round. He has Hemdall should he need a tempo play, because all of those Trents are just kind of stacking up the board. But those Trents really not doing what they usually do because there's no symbiosis units. So at this point, Saber, he could play a Berserker, he could play the what is it called? The Raider, and he's got the kind of choices there, but actually he's just wanting to kind of step on the pedal, put some pressure onto Coleman, heal up his greatsword, and suddenly it's 41 points to 25.
And Saber has to be feeling comfortable. He's lost his leader, sure. His Champion's charge might be a bit of a dud later on if he can't guarantee Bloodthirst on the board. Usually has that possibility with just a leader at any point in time, but he's going to be a card up going into round 3, and sure, you're going to have things like Gord, etc., but he has last say now that he's been able to get this card back in round 2. He has his own fantastic cards like Herald on crate, like the Totem as well as a proactive play. He has to still play first in the round 3, so it's looking good for Saber, to be honest. There's no chance now Coleman can fight for this card here in round 2. He's 16 points behind and still a card down. So Leader really putting in the pressure, especially with the Greatsword synergy and the Sirens coming out on Kolomon's board as well. And this is looking like Saber's game to win here, I believe. We'll have to see the mulligans in round 3, but he has many options to win it here.
And it really is quite awkward for Kolomon, because his deck kind of plays into Saber's strategy, right? You're generating those Trents with all of the nature cards you play. So you're giving Saber targets for things like the War of Clans and things like the Blood Eagle. You're generating those Deathblow targets, which you really don't want to be doing. And at this point, Kolomon, I guess he's accepted he's lost a card, so he's just playing, you know, he played the Dryad's Crest there because it's not going to do much for him, and he would quite like to get another card out of Saber. But Saber, you know, his hand, he's got some bronzes he can commit. And I mean, they are Skellige bronzes though, so they do represent a decent amount of value.
And usually Skellige players might have trouble with having a proactive play for round 3, but Saber's hand is full of them. He has the Berserker that can, it sure loses a value ping there, but it's still an okay proactive play. He has a Totem still in hand as well, the ideal, obviously, one of the reasons why it's included in the deck. And even the Raider coming down just as a 6-point body with the Veteran tag in round 6, and then the Order ability, able to have a bit of extra reach and damage if it's left unanswered. And the Veteran ability will even save it from the Force Protector and the Rebuke as well. So everything looking in favor for Saber. What can Kolomon do now to fight? He took a risk trying to bleed here. He took a risk that maybe he had to take, but the Leader ability play, the committal from Saber looked like a big committal, but I think it was the perfect play to make. It just did so much for him in helping his Greatsword survive and go back up to 10 and shutting down the Pathco Gale as well. It's just working magically for Saber here.
But Saber, they're having to commit the Totem in response to the Heat Wave. I think Kolomon spending the Heat Wave here was, you know, absolutely fine because you're not really going to see better value from it in round 3. So you may as well just try and get something good out of your opponent. And in this situation, you know, Kolomon's managed to get Saber's best card from him.
And Kolomon's fighting. I mean, he still has a very strong tempo play in Force Protector. It's going to get the Treant boost as well, so it's going to be a 12-point play. It can shut down one of these Fanatics. It's going to be an extra point that you're denying from the flip. And the flip would then hit a Protector or an Invader as well, so...
Well, not necessarily, because you could slot a card in next to the Protector so the hit say the Berserker, and then transform the Berserker and boost the Protector. So, you know, that's not necessarily the play, but the numbers here are very close.
I thought there was no chance for Kolomon to fight, but this Pathco Gale, it is only 1 point per turn, but you have the Treants as well, the Sage as well, and suddenly... maybe there's the chance now with 2 bronzes left in hand and these engines still working for Kolomon, having also expanded his Leader ability. So really going all in and thinking, I have to try and get a card back here or I'm going to lose the game.
To get his card back? If he gets his card back, he gets his last say. It means he just has to find Gord.
Vitality still ticking on to one of the Sirens, and it will take on the turn switch. So 48 points here for Kolomon. Saber doing the math, I think he doesn't have it with just the Berserker. He has to play both cards, and maybe he called it too soon. All of a sudden, Kolomon, knowing to also expend his Leader ability, get all the Vitality charges possible, forcing out both cards because there just wasn't a stronger gold card in hand for Saber to take it in one. He has last say. Both players have used Leader abilities. It's coming down to top decks to see who makes it to the final here. Blood Eagle is a great card, Morkvarg is a great card, and the Raiding Fleet is an okay card. He wants to find the Herald.
You need targets, right? And Saber has to go first.
And there's no proactive plays anymore for Saber now. He's used all of them in round 2 to fight that bleed from Kolomon.
I guess if you find Herald, that's your...
He doesn't find the Herald either, the Warrior, not the round 3 finisher. I think I might have called it too soon. Kolomon definitely has a fighting chance now, especially with last say, and a very big Gord.
And this is just the way that Gwent goes. Sometimes, you know, flipping that card, that game on its head, it looked disastrous for Kolomon. But actually, Saber, because he maybe played some of those bronze cards a little bit too late and had to wait, you know, for their abilities to trigger, he didn't have quite enough points to make up the gap. And having to go first here is an absolute disaster. I mean, you play a dry Uncrate Warrior. It's 3 points. You don't put any bleeding, and Kolomon can just react to this, I guess, with the Rebuke. But that does mean that Saber then can play the Blood Eagle.
Blood Eagle, yeah, was going to have a chance to hit any of the Treants, so it's going to be activated and it can pull out Herald. That is fine.
But part of the issue in this situation is Kolomon also needs units on the board, right? So he can't go for Gord. He's having to go for the Marauders instead. But that means that Morkvarg is going to be pretty sad, right? Because Kolomon can just last play the Shaping Nature.
This is still a lot of points. I don't know if Saber has enough with just Herald and Morkvarg. Rebuke can come down as well to answer just the Herald, I suppose, just to deny a bit of that synergy with the Morkvarg coming in later on.
This sequencing is insane. Because he hasn't played a nature card, he's not giving Saber the death blow. Saber isn't getting access to Harold, he isn't getting access to the Resurrect, and he's having to play the Blood Eagle like this for 2 points. And I mean, if he'd waited a turn, then there's he could have seen the value, but then he's wasting Morkvarg and he's thinking, you know, maybe there's going to be a good target for it. But actually, this is all she wrote, and Saber, I don't think, has enough points. Giving a round of applause to Colemon, giving him Emo, and Colemon advancing 3-2. We're just waiting for the kind of the pass at this point, and Colemon making it to the finals, facing up against Piable in what looked like Saber's game to win.
What a crazy turn of events, Colemon. Well, he's not actually very happy or very excited. I was going to say he was, but I would be lying. A face of a man that knows he still has one more match to play in the finals, but he has to be at least a little bit happy inside. He wins 3-2. He survives the attempted reverse sweep from Saber and moves on to the finals. I certainly called it too soon. I underestimated the points generation in that round 2 bleed that Colemon took it to the very end, using all his lead abilities as well. And we mentioned Skellige, the fact you need a proactive play in round 3, the fact that a lot of your cards are situational. You need to literally to have the Sirens to kill for Blood Eagle, to have the guaranteed Bloodthirst for Champion's Charge, or for Herald even. And Colemon navigated that end of the game perfectly and finds the out to win that game 5 in this series. And Burjo will now speak to Colemon to see what he has on his mind after that fantastic win.
I am here with Colemon, the winner of the second semifinal. Man, are you happy? Can you smile for me or something like that? Please. Colemon, do you hear me? You probably don't, because you're not reacting. Are you made of stone? Are you human? Are you there? No. Colemon, I'm waving to you. No, he doesn't want to talk to me, apparently. Well, that was incredible. I just have to say that for sure, Pavko won him the match. For sure. The big, juicy Pavko. Colemon, can you hear me? Can you confirm that Pavko was the key card to your win? Colemon, I think you're still muted because you hear me, but I do not hear you.
Oh,
there we go.
Okay. Yeah, Pavko was the key to victory there in the last game, I think. Forced the leader. Yeah, it's a very strong card when he's unanswered.
Exactly, a super nice engine. How do you feel after this match? Are you happy? Because we saw you at the winning screen. You're always very calm, collected. What's the emotion going through you right now?
Yeah, of course, I'm quite happy. It was a very intense series. I went up 2-0 early, but I knew that my Nature's Gift was going to be the toughest deck to get a win with. Like, all his decks are quite good against it. And especially the Shield Wall and the Kertalis are really tough matchups for Nature's Gift. So I pretty much expected that it was going to come down to the game 5 against Skellige. And it's a pretty close matchup, but you know, in the end, I was able to draw a bit better than him in the top decks, I guess.
Yep. A lot of people have been saying, a lot of the pro players also have been saying that you're super, super consistent, but we haven't seen you this much throughout the second season. We know in the first season, you were pretty much super dominant. I remember going against you on ladder once and getting totally wrecked, but you know, I'm far from pro. But still, how does it feel to come back? Because we haven't seen you in so many opens this second season.
Yeah, I mean, it feels pretty good, of course. Like this season, I mean, I wasn't 2 opens out of 4, so that's a decent amount, but didn't go too well for me in them. So I'm happy that it's going better with this tournament.
Yep, congratulations, man. How do you feel going against Piable in the final?
Well, he has a pretty interesting lineup. Nilfgaard made it in there.
Yep.
And Blood Money. I will have to look at the decks. I don't really know right now what exactly my chances are. But you know, I think Paja played really well so far, so it's definitely not going to be easy.
Yeah, you will have a lot of time to ponder and go through the decks, because we also will be having a pre-final segment soon. So get some rest, stay hydrated, as I always like to say, and we will be going soon to Shinmiri for the analysis.
Thank you, Berza. Wow, what an insanely close series. Going the distance to 5 games. Love to see it. This first clip I have is from game number 1. It's Inspired Zeal Commandos versus Warriors, and I wanted to point out an interesting technique that Colomon used in round number 1. It's what players like to call the tempo pass, and it's something that the blue coin player can employ to ensure a long round 3. Colomon's really far ahead here. After both players have played 3 cards, he's 17 points ahead. And after a little bit of deliberation, he decides to pass here, allowing Saber to win round 1, but Saber has to go at least 2 cards down to do it. He needs 18 points in 1 if he wants to push round 2, and Morkvarg onto this Blue Stripe Scout here is only going to ping it 6 times, which will grow the Greatsword by 6, so that's 12 points, plus the 5 on the Morkvarg is exactly only a tie. So it doesn't get him ahead. In order for Saber to get ahead in 1 card here, he would have to use Leader, and that's way too expensive at this point. So at least 2 cards will come down from Saber to win this round, meaning he'll be at a 2-card deficit in round 2. If he tries to push round 2 with a 2-card deficit, he's probably going to end up losing his card. It's not going to be worth it for him. And Colomon, thus, with this tempo pass, gets the long round 3 that his Draug deck desires, and he's already gotten a little bit of commando carryover by copying it once. So I think a really nice play, really nice calculated pass by Colomon there. And as you can see, we're going to skip ahead to round 3 of this game. He gets his long round Draug off. I like to point out a quick clarification here on the Falibor. Deciding not to kill this Vabjorn. He could have gone 3-2-1 and killed the Vabjorn as well, but leaves the Vabjorn there, deliberately loses 1 point on his Falibor to leave a 1-point target for his Revenant later on after he transforms with Draug. Falibor also acting as an extra human, so very nice strategy, well played by Colomon in this first game. And another, I gotta pay tribute to the thickest Pavko Gale I've ever seen. I'm gonna show you guys here this is game number 3. This is actually, at this point, Colomon is up 2-0. If he was able to win this game, it would have been a 3-0 sweep, but this was potentially the turning point for Saber to come back with a reverse sweep. And we had a very long round 1 in this game. With Dunka putting so much hand buff on Colomon's 2 cards, Pavko Gale and Force Protector. As we can see here, a lot of the buffs went on this Pavko Gale. This is a ginormous Pavko, but this is actually bad for Colomon. Despite what Berja said, the buffs on the Pavko actually potentially lost Colomon the game here, because Pavko is such a big threat. He has to be answered by the Anseus anyways. And so these 7 hand buff on the Pavko, they just get wasted because the shielded Anseus kills this 12 perfectly without even breaking a sweat, without losing any points on his side. So had 4 of these points on the Pavko gone on the Treant Protector instead, that would make up for the difference in this round 3, which ended in a 4-point victory for Saber. So just an interesting thing to point out, those carryover from Dunka, they didn't actually give Colomon that much carryover. He ended up really with only 3 real carryover. So a little bit of randomness coming into play there, but wanted to highlight that. This got to pay tribute to the big Pavko. And last but not least, unfortunately due to technical issues, I wasn't able to get any replay clips for the last game that you guys just saw, but I wanted to point out in round 3 of the last game, there was potentially a strategy that Colomon could have taken as well, discarding both of his special cards, not putting a single unit on the board, not even getting those Treants, and then just last say playing Oniromancy into Gord would have been enough to beat the 3 points and the 5 points bodies from Ankrait Warrior and Morkvarg, completely denying the Blood Eagle, not giving Saber any chance whatsoever to get Herald on Crate. But anyways, really well played by both players, nail-biting series, can't wait to see the finals. And we're going to take a look at the updated brackets, and Jagras and Panda will take it from here.
And there we see the bracket updated. Payable and Colemon, Germany versus Poland, Team Aranduza versus Team TLG in the finals. You couldn't write, I think, a better storyline here. With Colemon being kind of that old guard, that player that's been here since Challenger number 2, making a name for himself. Not so much this season like Burja and Colemon talked about in the interview, but still a player you have to respect no matter what. He is, kind of one of the cleanest and most consistent players in the game, and in my mind, one of the smartest players in the GWENT esports scene. And Payable, coming in from a rocky start at the start of season 2, having the frustrations of not making it past the qualifiers, even though he was performing pretty well on ladder and always at the top 8 position, finally making it to GWENT Open number 4, winning it, coming into Masters, and now finding himself in the final. He has to be ecstatic as well.
That's like Team TLG. That's like saying Team Leviathan Gaming. It's like ATM machine or pin number. You just don't do it. But speaking of ATM machines and pin numbers, let's have a little look at the pricing and see, just how much money each player has won. Currently, Payable topping the charts there with his 3-1 victory over Gravesh, but Colemon securing a decent chunk of change, as did Saber with the 3-2 outcome.
And Gravesh and Saber going home, but still a pretty good payout for their efforts and effort they have definitely put into this entire season. Congrats to them as well to making it, to the top 4 of this tournament. It is definitely not an easy. I mean, the roster was just incredibly stacked. The 8 players that were here were all 8 players that could very easily, on a good day, win this entire thing. There was no weak links, and making it to top 4 is already a huge accomplishment. So congrats to Saber and Gravesh as well.
And so it is at this point, of course, that that will be it from myself and Panda. And I do want to say a big thank you to everyone. It's been a heck of a year for us, I would say, with GWENT World Masters. We've done a lot of events for you guys. We cast a lot of events, and we do really appreciate all of the support we get from CDPR and all of the community.
And before we go, Burja mentioned it in the interview as well, there will be, as always, a pre-final segment, not just because you guys are always, ravenous for more leaks and more information about the new expansion that's about to come out, Way of the Witcher, but also because, in the ideal of competitive integrity, we want Colemon to have a chance to rest, to have a chance to look at his opponent's decks, to think what the best matchups are, what to ban, etc. And this, pretty big pre-final segment with Jason and Burja going over the new expansion, also the new leaks, will give Colemon that time. So we'll jump to that in just a second, and that's it from us. We'll see you guys for the final, and yeah, stay tuned.
Jason! I love it when you open like that. Awesome.
Welcome to the Masters Final.
Yes, finally.
Gotta give the finalists time to prepare for the duel of the champions. First Masters to finally complete. Feels good, I gotta say.
Feels good. We didn't complete season 1, but we are completing season 2, and I am excited. We are just before the finals, like Jason
But
mentioned.
we will complete season 1, right?
Yes. Coming
Please?
early
All right.
next
You
year.
promise, Burja?
I promise. We just
You
want to do it in
promise?
person. We just want
Pinky
everybody
swear?
here. Pinky swear.
Okay.
Jason, we are
yes.
just before patch 8.0, which is bringing our latest expansion, The Way of the Witcher. So people have been seeing the reveals, and we'll be revealing a little bit more today. But before
Some crazy
that,
legendaries coming, right?
Oh yes, oh yes.
Yeah.
I'm excited for those.
We kept the best for last, though, didn't we?
Yeah, plus there's one good boy that we'll be showing today also. Get hyped for that one. Jason's favorite in this expansion, at least one of the favorites for sure.
I definitely made it happen.
Yep, you made it happen. EP6 is coming December 8th, so don't miss that. So we'll be talking about that. We'll have patch notes, of course, a day before, so everything will happen on the 7th. We'll actually have separate patch notes for draft mode and the normal big patch notes for the other changes that are coming. We'll also cover the changes today with Jason, so you guys know what you can expect.
But let's say we'll go through highlights, yeah?
Yes, but also we'll talk about the other ones without maybe showing everything. And we'll also talk about, like I mentioned, the 7 cards that we want to show you. Plus, I think we'll end off by talking a little bit about the pre-order offers that we have.
Yeah.
So, 8.0, there is actually a new feature coming there.
Yeah, so this is something that we've been wanting to do for a long time. This is something that some people asked us for. Internally, I think I pitched it for us to do it last year.
Yes.
And I think I did a joke that I wanted to buy my wife monster kegs.
Yes, it was an ongoing joke.
As a gift, and it just took on a life of its own. And people, when we finally were doing it, people were coming to me like, "Hey, you could finally buy your wife monster kegs." I'm like, she doesn't care. But I like the joke, so let's keep going.
Yeah, when we had, I remember we had a call and we were talking about gifting, and that was the first thing I typed in chat. I was like, "Jesse, you can buy the monster kegs." Ha 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 ha. Lame joke.
I like to make visual examples and add a little humor when I'm selling ideas, so that works. So to you know, if you haven't guessed it yet, with the exception of maybe journeys, because we haven't been able to apply that yet, everything that's in the shop will be possible to gift to a friend.
Yes,
it is the time of the holidays, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's not only real purchase money, like for real money stuff, but also meteorite powder stuff. So you have too much powder, you want to treat your friend to something, you can totally do it, and that's just amazing. And it's just in time for the holidays to spread the holiday spirit. I like it. And it's about time.
I mean, it's good for us, like from a business perspective. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, true. But
I think it's great to share, and it gives people an opportunity to do that, which is also good.
It's the best time to actually do it. Yep. So that is coming, but with it also a lot of gameplay changes. Because like you mentioned, I think you spoiled some stuff on your Twitter saying that Nilfgaard will be getting a buff and stuff like that.
I can't contain myself.
Yeah.
Like, I'm too excited about stuff. It's a problem.
I think that's good though. I mean, if you're hyped about it, why not share it? Especially that people were wondering what's going to happen to Nilfgaard. Nilfgaard, is it going to get better? Is it going to get better?
Well, you know, I think it got out of control because I didn't promise we would buff Nilfgaard. I just said it needed some love clearly, and the stats prove that, and we knew it. It's just, you know, I don't want Nilfgaard to get too strong. Nobody wants an overpowered Nilfgaard meta.
Yeah, totally.
Nobody wants
that. You don't want that meta. Trust us.
So you know, you gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Because when you're buffing Nilfgaard, you're playing with fire.
Yeah, true that.
So let's get right into it. I think the first one we can just talk about really briefly. We have 3 iconic Witchers. Their name Eskel, Vesemir, and Lambert. They were very prevalent.
The Witcher trio.
After Homecoming was released, they were pretty much in every deck. So we nerfed them to the ground. Just obliterated them.
It's true.
You know, we did the most reasonable thing in the world. We changed their power from 2 to 3, so 1 power buff, and we're also giving them a 1 provision buff from 8 to 7. But
there's more.
We gave them Adrenaline 4, so you can't just open up with them anymore. So we think that adds just enough nuance that it can see play, and they're good cards, and they can find their places in some decks. But you know, you can't just open up around and people go like, okay, well, there you go, 9 points, tooth ending. Wow. Will it be crazy good? I don't think so, but it definitely makes them more playable.
Agreed.
And you know, on that vein, Vesemir Mentor, which I think you guys have all been talking about, because I think we've released 1 or 2 Witcher cards in this expansion.
Yes.
Will get a similar treatment. He does exactly what he does right now, but he'll be on Adrenaline 5.
Okay.
So you won't be able to like crazy do him. Although I think now he boosts only Witchers in hand and deck.
Yes.
No, okay. So he's deploy, boost all allied Witchers on the battlefield by 1, and the Adrenaline 5 condition is for hand and deck.
Exactly.
So he always has a role if you want to open with him, but why would you want to open with him? Anyways, there we go. That's that. Now, the other card that probably people have been talking a lot about is Portal.
And we actually want to show that one to you guys.
And Portal was another card that was very prevalent, and we nerf its provisions, so we're actually buffing its provisions by 1 now. We're trying to make it a bit more playable, but there's a downside now. It won't immediately play both of the 4 provision cards. It will do the same effect, but the second card will come out after 3 turns. Now this lets you Heatwave the Portal if you want to stop the second 4 provision card, although I have a feeling Heatwaving a Portal for 4 provision cost card coming out would be a not likely a high value calculation.
Yeah, I
doubt
agree.
People will heat wave portals, but we'll see. Maybe someone will get overeager to get rid of that engine that's coming, and it still gives you the same tempo as before. It still gives you the double thinning.
Yeah.
And you can see that we've added a lot of 4 provision engines. There's at least 3 or 4 other existing engines that were in time nerfed from 4 provisions to 5, just so that Portal couldn't pull it. And this change kind of opens us up to putting those cards actually back to 4 provisions. So Lyrian Cavalry, Elven Swordmaster, Nausicaa Sergeant, and Master of Disguise. No,
Yes.
Nausicaa Sergeant, not Master of Disguise.
Not Master, yeah.
Will be buffed to 4 provision. Master of Disguise is getting a power change from
3 to 4.
So he is getting a buff, but he's not switching provisions. So maybe we'll keep looking, see if there's some more cards we want to put down into Portal range. But already, I think Portal will be in the meta after.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, just giving it a lot more possibilities here, I think, opens up, a lot more possibilities, right?
Right. Kind of moving on through the highlights, I think scenarios were a really controversial card this year, and they've been super prevalent. Although I would argue that current meta, only Haunt is really dominating the landscape. Like
True.
Haunt is just doing some work.
Yeah, people are talking about it a lot, to be honest.
Haunt is getting work done. So I think it's time that we take old Haunt from 13 provisions to 14. We're giving it. Yeah. I think a justifiable 1 provision nerf. And we'll keep an eye on it, and if we need to, we might add 1. I don't know. We'll see. And the other interesting monster buff that we did is Old Spear Tip is going from 13 to 12 provisions. Holy crap. Now, the fun thing about this is that takes it out of Alzur Onomancy range. So that actually is a nerf to Alzur. Was it needed? I don't know, but the swinginess of an Old Spear Tip coming out when you honor Immensity with Alzur, the value is just a bit.
It's just a bit too much, right?
A little bit too much, and I don't think Old Spear Tip needed to be at 13 provisions. I think he'll work fine at 12.
Agreed.
And monsters will be able to adapt to the Haunt nerf, I guess. The next thing maybe to talk about is Northern Realms. I think it feels like it's a bit all over the place this with this set, but I think you could have said the same thing about Master Mirror, and I think Northern Realms, since Master Mirror, has had a very secure place in the meta with some very interesting decks. Like we didn't expect some of the cards in Master Mirror to go everywhere when we were reviewing them and looking them as a community, and it was an impactful set for them.
Yeah, I agree here.
But to kind of help out, we've also decided to buff Vernon Roach from 12 provisions to 11, which is essentially a buff to Blue Strike's Commando, which is, I think, a deck that with some of the cards we release can actually find some really nice plays and synergies. What do you want to talk about next? Maybe let's go to the faction that needed love.
To the faction that needed love. So all the way to Nilfgaard.
All the way. Let's go down south to Nilfgaard.
Yep.
Coup de grace. Of the Echo cards, it's the most clunky. It's the least performing one. So we did what any reasonable balanced team would do. We've decreased its provision cost by 1 and increased its damage by 3. Now, let's be honest, its damage increased by 1 won't necessarily always give you more value because you tend
but that's
to target
good.
spying units. But it's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
I think it's a pretty significant
really
buff
to
coup de grace. Afan is also getting a 1 provision buff from 9 to 8. Emissary is getting a boost, is now boosting by 7 instead of 6. So it's actually not crazy stupid bad card. And Asire Van Nahid, just Asire, has also a provision buff from 8 to 7. So she's actually even easier slotted, and I think she would have found room in this meta at 8, to be honest.
I agree, totally.
There's a lot of deck emulation stuff, but hey, here we go. She's now 7, and with Roach and Knicker's provision cost getting buffed by 1, she's even better. So I think she'll definitely see play.
She'll see more play for sure.
She'll get some work done.
Yeah.
I think there's one last card worth talking about for Nilfgaard.
That we want to show, actually, right?
Yeah, let's look at our boy Brathens. Brathens, the human mage agent, was a bit too, I don't want to say point slammy, but kind of, mid-range, could fit in almost every Nilfgaard deck. That being said, we did nerf him. It didn't feel right, so we're buffing his power back to 4. We're putting his provision back down to 10, but we're putting in this cool condition that he can only create a disloyal bronze from your starting deck. Exactly. I don't think it'll be that hard for a deck that wants to play him in mid-range to put the disloyal unit they want to spawn into it. So I don't see this as a crazy restriction, but it kind of lowers the options you get from him based off the type of deck you're playing, and I think that's a decent compromise. Basically, a disloyal deck will get more value out of Brathens, or we'll have more flexibility out of that Brathens. So I think that's a really cool adjustment. Yeah.
I agree totally here, Jason.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's not every single balance change that we did, but it's definitely the highlights. More coming tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Tomorrow, the 7th, exactly. But now, there is more. One more.
Did you fix Airden? Did we fix Airden? Tell me it's in the patch notes.
It's fixed. Yeah. It's fixed. Yes.
It was broken too long. Sorry about that, guys. But
sorry
it
about
is fixed.
That, yeah.
I don't think he was systematically broken. I think he's broken in some edge cases. It's not always easy to fix those things, but we got it done. 8.0. Airden is back on the menu, boys.
Airden is back.
Weather Monsters makes a comeback.
Hopefully. All right. We got that out of the way. Of course, like we mentioned, that is not all the changes. We will be posting patch notes tomorrow with all this information, plus juicy information about draft, because there was a pretty big shakeup in draft. Jason, I know you were working hard also on it. So
newsflash, I fixed my mistake. Picking Alzer as a core card will actually give you spells instead of specials. No.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. That's totally me not reading cards properly when I was configuring draft. I'm not the only one who made that mistake. Come on.
Yeah.
But I totally made it.
Yeah, but that will be fixed, among other things. Some changes to the packs and stuff. So you guys should
one core card perfection is rotating out. 2 core cards perfection are rotating in. At least 3 new package types. A whole bunch of existing packages are being balanced a bit. Is it the perfect config? But it is a pretty significant config. I did it over a week, so it's not insignificant. Yeah. We have detailed notes coming for that as well.
Yes. We'll keep
now let's stop talking about changes.
Yeah.
Draft balance stuff. We want some leaks, bro.
Leak o'clock.
Let's get to the meat.
All right. Do you want to start it out with a banger?
Okay, so we were kind of sort of following the Chinese New Year schedule. Year of the wild boar for the year of the pig, and here came the year of the rat. And I started looking into the lore books, and hey, there's a were rat. That sounds much cooler than a rat. Let's make this the year of the were rat. But what does a were rat look like, Buja? Can you tell me?
Actually, when I was thinking about it, and then when I read the description, I thought he was gonna be more of a little rat kind of guy that maybe mutated, a little bit skinny. But then I found out that the guy looks like this. And that
Welcome
is
to
chonky boy.
The guy who had an entire year named after him.
He's a total
I love
unit.
this card. I love this card because it's a total upgrade or modern adaptation of the Fran Warrior from Beta, which, let's be honest, was super fun.
Yeah.
Order, reset this unit's power, and spawn a number of rats in this row equal to the amounts of boosts it lost. Cooldown 1. At the end of your turn, consume a unit to the right. Those consume engines are going to get some work done.
Oh, yeah.
You got slizzards, you got were-rats, you've got a whole bunch of new ways to consume on top of existing ones.
True that.
But this is just going to be fun, right?
It's going to be crazy. And like you said, he reminds me a lot to the old round that we used to have back in the day. And yeah, like you said, more options for consume is always good. And yeah, I'm totally in love with the art of this guy. He's just like super crazy, and the little rats on the steps and him kind of on top.
Here's the fun thing, right? You play him first, let's say.
Yeah.
Then you spontaneous evolution him, and you use his order, and you spawn 8 rats.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a bit wacky. And then you kind of what is it? Is it you revealed it in the video? You chimera one of the rats. And you know, you had the portal, maybe you even played the portal before the were rat that has your consume engines going, and every turn they're like going and you combine that with the Vran warriors maybe, and all of a sudden like you got some serious consume going. And you know, if you can protect this guy, if he stays on the board, Monsters is gonna get some work done. I love this card.
I love it too, and I love how he was depicted actually to look like that.
Like you could probably just shut it down. It's five.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. But sometimes it'll stick, you know? Sometimes it'll get some work done, and it will be beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. It will be absolutely stunning, and
Crazy.
I can't wait to see it.
Okay.
What's next? How can we top that? Right?
How
Like
we can actually talk about cards which we haven't revealed yet, because we
the
mentioned
infamous locations.
Yes, the locations. Everybody's like, what are these locations? When are the locations coming? Well, they're coming today. And we actually will start with the first one for the mighty Empire of Nilfgaard, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
We have Gorthur Gvad.
Resilience on an artifact?
What?
What?
Yes, all artifact
boy-
locations, but I mean, resilience on an artifact, Jason?
All these locations will have resilience. I won't do my fake again, but they all have resilience. These are all cards you could play safely round 1 and use their order round 2 or round 3. It's at 8 provisions. It's this one in particular: spawn and play Viper Witcher Adept, Viper Witcher Mentor, or Viper Witcher Alchemist. Pick your poison.
Pick your poison.
Order, move a unit from your opponent's graveyard to the top of their deck, maybe to try and help speed up that Viper coming out. Put maybe one of their less beautiful bronzes back into the deck. Maybe even put your Duchess's Informant back into their deck, so they're kind of bricking it when you have all golds in round 3. This card can do some work. And, and the thing that these locations do is all these locations will basically be deploy, spawn a Way of the Witcher bronze card from that faction, right? These choices are all the bronze cards from Way of the Witcher.
Yeah.
So we have five bronze cards, but one of them is a special, so it doesn't spawn the special card, right? This won't let you play Coded Weapons, but this is kind of adding in a third copy of a card, like in the old beta days. You want to run a triple Viper Witcher deck for whatever reason, this card gets you there, and it lets you F with your opponent's deck as a little sprinkle on top, right? So super exciting. Nilfgaard is really going to have ways to play with your decks in this expansion. You know, with all the other buffs that we're doing, I think Nilfgaard's going to find its way back into the meta, and it's going to scare people. Sorry, but you either live long enough, you either die a hero, you live long enough to become a villain. Here we are becoming a villain by making Nilfgaard great again, but it's needed. So I think they're going to do some really cool stuff.
Agreed.
I think Nilfgaard is always wanted to be a faction that f***s around with things, like just messes around, and this deck manipulation stuff has so many possibilities to do some really interesting things.
True that.
And people are going to either love it or probably hate it, but it's going to be fun.
True.
All right, let's move on. What's the next one?
Skellige is up next, and we have Harn Kaduk.
Harn Kaduk. Again, resilient. Play a bronze card from Way of the Witcher. Order, heal adjacent units by 3. This could be really good against some of even the self-damage cards that we actually saw.
Yeah.
From this expansion, right? I forget exactly which is which.
Off
the top of my head. Yeah, pretty much, right? You'll notice that we didn't do any buffs for Skellige for this update. Some reason we don't feel like Skellige needs a buff. Maybe eventually it'll get a bit of a toning down. We'll see. Definitely Arnagad scares the shit out of me.
Yeah.
But I think the thing that people underestimate about that card is, yeah, he's damaging your opponent as he plays it, but it won't stop the deploy effect, right? So you can still get your deploy effects off. And he's taking damage, right? If I play a Viper against Arnagad, my Viper will survive by 2, but he loses 7 points.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? It's trading points. It's not like imagining points. What it's also doing is it's giving you a chance to actually get to transform things like healing and armor into points, which is very similar to, let's say, what Draco Turtle does, right? So I think it's super interesting. I think self-wound is going to be a thing. How good it'll be, time will tell, but definitely interesting cards for Skellige in this expansion.
For sure, for sure. All right, moving on, we have Stiga Castle.
Mm-hmm.
And we actually showed the art for this one, and some people people guessed it. Yeah.
Well, look at that. Synergizes well with what we're doing in this expansion, right? Let's say you want to go around one, you want to play an extra Cat Witcher of your choosing, but you don't necessarily want to use the order, move 3 allied units to the other row, save it for round 2, save it for round 3. That's what locations do.
Yeah.
No, I think it's really cool, and probably someone will hate it because it's an artifact and it's not really interactable. But come on, some fun stuff here.
Yep.
Let's move on.
Carousel.
Again, spawn a Griffin Witcher of your choice, right? Boost a unit in your deck by 3. I think what you see with Northern Realms in this expansion, I think there are a bit of unobvious nerfs to existing archetypes. I totally think the Griffin Witcher Adepts, I believe, are totally going to be awesome in a shield deck. Like they might make shield and R work.
Yeah,
especially like imagine you're giving charges to the Stam Sorceress, which keeps popping those shield. And remember, you can have one Griffin Witcher Adept transform a Griffin Witcher Adept that lost its shield back into a Griffin Witcher Adept that lost its shield. It's a reverse Revenant, right?
Exactly.
Instead of an offensive Revenant, I think it's super cool. And you know, with the Griffin, man, what the hell is up with that card? You know, like we're moving to a bit more of self deck manipulation and positive deck manipulation with Northern Realms. It's not a fully fledged archetype like maybe Nilfgaard will be now, but if you think about it, Nilfgaard had existing support for this, and this is kind of us opening the door to that for Northern Realms, at least to some degree. Even though I know there's other probably archetypes or aspects of Northern Realms that can be boosted in the future, maybe charges, maybe even shield, although I think we did give shield some love with this expansion.
Yeah, I agree here.
We decided to do that for them for this one, and I think it'll synergize. A lot of these cards will synergize with various Northern Realms decks really nicely.
Yeah, agreed.
And who doesn't love carryover, right?
Everybody loves carryover. Unless you're playing with someone who has too much carryover, then you're not too happy.
So someone might wonder why Order Boost deck would be on a Resilient unit. I just kind of want to add that because I'm pretty sure people are going to have that question. Imagine your commandos, you shuffle them back into your deck, then you want to boost it in your deck to get this card's value. Like there is a situation where you don't want to use this order effect round 1 to get maximum value. Sorry, just a light tidbit to add in.
Good call on that one. All right, moving on. We have Salamandra Hideout. Ooh, spooky stuff.
Again, play your Salamandra from Way the Witcher card, right?
Yeah.
Man, is Salamandra scary in this expansion.
Oh yeah,
right?
they are. But they're cool.
Holy
I mean, they look really cool.
Artists were not effing around with this expansion. And I think the order effect on this one is pretty cool. Move a poison from an allied unit to another unit.
Yeah.
I think this could technically move a poison from an allied unit to a veiled unit, canceling out a poison entirely. And I think when people are talking about Self-Poison and Salamandra in this expansion, they're really undervaluing Veil, yeah?
Yeah, I agree.
Like you play Stolen Mutagens on a Veiled unit, you just got 8 coins with no downside in a 5 provision card, man.
Yeah.
If you have off the books, that's a free Salamander.
I really like the idea of like self-poison. I think it will work super nice.
So definitely I think Syndicate's getting a lot of really cool stuff with this expansion. And it's new. Yeah, I think it builds a new archetype that I mean, let's be honest, Wretched Addict was not an archetype.
Yeah.
He was carrying that archetype on his shoulders. It was so hard. He got really drunk and never stopped drinking, right? But now we'll see. And finally,
we have Dol Dulok.
Again, I mean, 3 succubuses with the way they work. Who doesn't want an extra Chimera? Feeling like putting an extra hybrid engine?
Yeah.
Want an extra Thrive?
Really good. Really
Pretty good
choices. Really good choices.
And I mean, V, or how the hell you pronounce that? The V, the
Mhm.
V of Maribor.
Yeah.
Move the highest power unit to the top of your deck and spawn a drone on both sides of this card. What?
Yeah.
What? Get some tempo in round one. Play that extra Fuka. Play that Chimera. I don't care. But you keep it around. V gets back into your deck. Round two. Honestly, I think V is going to explode in certain decks that really. And this card just enables that. That's Monsters
Totally
is scary.
agree.
Monsters got some scary stuff, and I love it. Clearly, I
Crazy.
forced the design team to give the craziest, powerful stuff to monsters. Sorry.
Of course you did.
Skellige didn't need it.
Nah, they're fine.
Nilfgaard's just evil.
Yeah.
Skoya, come on, they won't.
Oh, come on. We always need good stuff. But I like
Yeah.
I like adding movement, to be honest. I
Oh
love
man,
adding
I've wanted
movement.
movement in Skoya for so
Exactly.
long. I think it's like just a little bit above traps.
Yeah.
Getting traps to work nicely.
Yeah.
And holy crap, am I expecting like acrobatic ninja nonsense with Skoya boards at the end of rounds? I think
I
it's
hope
gonna
so.
be, like visually like what?
I'm gonna be
So
totally
that's
playing around with that.
super.
Yeah.
Some cool shit comes,
Yeah.
man. I'm excited.
Agreed. I'm also excited, man. This is gonna be awesome. Yeah, December 8th is coming. All of this goodness.
2 days.
Yeah. So that's that. But we also have a couple things that will be happening in the future moving forward that we want to talk about. One thing is we will have a holiday event. So we looked at the one we had last year, if you remember, and we switched it up a little bit. And I think based on you guys' feedback, the redesign of this one will be better. Interesting thing will be that you don't want to miss this event because you will be also able to obtain some of the things that were in the previous one, so last year's. But we also, on top of that, we have a lot of new cool vanities and stuff that will be dropping on you. That
It's
for sure
definitely
you
a
should check
big
out.
upgrade to the way
Yeah.
we did events before. Even the Halloween one.
I'm excited.
We were planning this one, the upcoming holiday season event when Halloween was coming out, and we know you guys were quite unhappy with some of the things in there. We're like, the next one is already fixing that stuff. Why couldn't we do that faster, sooner? But
Yeah.
it is coming. So that's something cool.
Yeah, apart from that, we will be releasing 7 new reward book entries to Year
A
of
center
the
piece,
Were-Rat. Yes.
and one for each faction.
Yes, and from this, you will be able to get the location cards we showed you today.
Yeah, they'll be at the end of
Dum-da-dum.
those trees.
Yes.
Where you can just use your reward points to get
Yeah.
these cards. You don't need your scraps.
Yeah.
So that's cool. That's a
We're
different
just
way
making
to get
them,
those
more available. Exactly. All right, and I think we also want to talk a little bit about expansions, Jason.
All right, so we didn't say much last time.
Yes.
In our roadmap.
State of Gwent.
The state of Gwent. That's right. But I wanted to just share a bit more light onto kind of where we're going. The next set that we will release will probably be in the same time frame as Master Mirror was. So we're
Mhm.
talking about 6 months, more or less. I mean, it's really hard to predict exact drop dates this far ahead of time. And that might seem like, well, then how you go to do 3 in a year? Well, or more in a year. How are you gonna fix the content thing? We have a plan.
Mhm.
I'm not quite ready to share 100% the details there, but it takes time to build up. We have a lot of, infrastructure and some building up of new best practices and pipelines and tools to speed us up so we can deliver more content.
Exactly.
But I really want to give the team space to breathe, to get it there, and not try to rush out the next set too fast.
Mhm.
Which means that we need those first half of next year to build that up. But with the whole 100% goal to just enter a new era of content coming much faster for Gwent, starting from there, and that's the commitment we're kind of committed, attached to right now. But however, there's not too much to be worried about here because, unlike the last update that we did, we are committed to really looking for ways to make those 6 months as fun and evolving and interesting as possible.
Yeah.
Somewhere in January, either the beginning or the end, we're actually going to add another new Witcher card to the Way of the Witcher set. So we're actually going to expand the set. And we're going to look for ways to drop content between those two in a way that might be releasing leader cards that were removed from the game in a new form. It might be playing with the leader abilities. For sure, we want to do a pass on neutrals. We feel like neutrals have been too strongly power crept in some ways, or
Yeah,
aren't
agreed.
really fitting very well. And that's definitely something we want to do a pass on. Maybe I'll convince the designers to make Dandelion grow based off how many Geralts and Yennifers. And we got a lot of Geralt and Yennifers in the game right now.
Exactly.
Just like in beta. We don't know. We'll definitely be still doing monthly updates, but we might do some more fun stuff. We'll definitely try to keep that period as entertaining, as fluid as possible while we build up for the new era of Gwent, where we really try to keep the game exploding at all times if possible.
Yeah, just to keep things fresh, like you're saying, to add a little bit more stuff in between the time that you guys are waiting for, because like we've seen based on your feedback that you want something to fill in this space, right?
I mean, we all know it. Like even the time between Master Mirror and Way of the Witcher was too long, with not enough things changing. And I think part of the fault there was we did the leader rework immediately after Master Mirror, and maybe if that had been offset, it would have been better. But still, you guys want content. You want new stuff to do. You want fun stuff to do. I know Alzer was a bit of a meme card, and maybe it wasn't the meta shakeup you were hoping that would come. And, it's hard to set expectations here without disappointing some people. But it definitely gave something new to talk about. It definitely gave something new to play with, and we'll be looking for ways to interact with you guys like that and try and really keep the game feeling fun. And please bear with us. We really care. We're really doing everything we can to make Gwent as awesome and possible for you guys. So thank you for all your support. Thank you for all your patience.
Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you to everyone who has actually recently joined the game and giving us a lot of praise. That's also something very important to highlight. We appreciate it a lot, and like Jason said, we'll be doing everything possible just to make the game better and kind of taking all of the feedback you guys are giving us and kind of introducing it to the game, so everybody's happy in this case, right?
Yeah. So that's it. I think that's all we got for today. Hopefully it was as entertaining and cool for you guys as possible. We didn't ramble as much this time, I hope.
Yeah, agreed. I just wanted to mention before we wrap up to actually talk about once again for the last time about the pre-order offers, because they are soon rotating out of the shop. So if you haven't pre-ordered Way of the Witcher, you have 3 options, starting with Arzur's pre-order pack, which features 25 premium Way of the Witcher kegs, Arzur's laboratory board, which can be equipped instantly, and the Arzur Premium Neutral card from the expansion that is coming December 8th, of course. And also usable right now, so if you haven't crafted it, you can get the premium in that way. We also have the Extraordinary pre-order pack, and this one is something new that we're testing, and it features 10 level boosts in Arzur's journey, of course.
Equivalent of 10 kegs of your choosing.
Exactly.
So keep those reward points you're getting. Buy Way of the Witcher kegs when they come out. Yeah.
Yep. And the Way of the Witcher shape-shifting card back. I've been actually playing with this card back, and I freaking love it. It's amazing, and it changes.
Really nice.
It's really nice. It's really nice. It's really fun. And if you want to have everything, you can just go for the combo offer, which has the kegs, which has the board, and
got everything.
Has the card, and as a bonus, you get the title, The Witcher. So
you can finally be a Witcher, guys. Come on.
Exactly.
What's not to love?
So if you want to check them out, head up to shop. If not, you can also go to playgwent.com and see it there, because we have a big landing page in which you can click and you get all this information. And you also see the reveals there. You have everything there. So all information about the expansion can be found there on playgwent.com.
Again, thank you for those of you who are purchasing these things, even if it's just for the vanities. We really love it when you guys show us our support that way, and we hope to keep moving Gwent forward in that model. Where good product, good service gets our love back instead of really aggressive things, and we aim to keep it that way for forever if possible.
Amen to that. Cool. And with that, we'll be signing off and letting you guys watch the final. So thank you for watching. See you guys soon. Bye.
Bye.
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, from that awesome reveal video. I mean, it was just bomb after bomb after bomb. The Witcher buff, the Witcher trio buff, just the new locations, the type of artifact with resilience that carries over, big implications there. Monster buffs, and obviously the most important thing, Skellige, no changes. Sounds good. McB, thoughts?
Well, I mean, no changes to Skellige, no Skellige in the finals. I guess that's adios to Skellige. I mean, that's really
Sure it
we're
is.
2020 down, and you know, it's the year of Skellige, but we can move on now. Welcome to the year of Nilfgaard, perhaps. Who knows? I will say the location's very interesting concept, but I gotta say the Were-Rat, the return of like a Vran style unit that can then bring all the rats back. And I mean, Jason was saying what was on my mind. Chimera, perfect card to link with that. And a legendary seven cost card that really does feel like you can build like a Nova deck around this. There's a lot of really cool cards at 9 for monsters. I like it. I like this beast synergy that's coming in, and that was probably one of my favorite monsters cards to see there at the end.
And that's the thing, right? There's just so much to digest, and now with these big cards, it's just like a few things just kind of thrown in at the end, where every card now is revealed, everyone's got the full picture, and now it's a matter of putting those pieces together. And that is happening on Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. Boys and girls, children of all Gwent appropriate ages, that is when the new expansion will launch. Berja said it, you have only limited time to go ahead and get the pre-order, so buy it. Buy it? Buy it. You can. Who knows? I mean, regardless.
Who can buy it, though?
I mean, that's it. And that's only going to be lasting for a little bit. But we got bigger fish to fry here, McB.
Yeah,
and like you said, the narrative here is just too ripe not to just pluck out and take a nice bite out of. It is Colamon versus Payable. And I mean, there is some type of redemption, revenge arc for Colamon. Colamon has been on a warpath. I have just never seen someone just so razor focused. You saw it earlier in the interview with Berja. I don't think it was a microphone issue. I think it was just Colamon diving directly into Colamon's list, into Payable's lists.
Quite possibly. Sorry, what I was trying to say is the people that can buy it are obviously the people who are getting through Masters here and collecting a nice chunk of change. And I just want to go over that real quick. How much money has been on the line and how much money has been split among these players right now. Colamon and Payable are sitting down. I mean, you set the stage, Flake. You said what needed to be said. Colamon and Payable in the 5 digits, looking for the match stake of 17,740 USD. If any player were to dare 3-0, they get it all. And if they go 3-2, it'll go 60-40, 3-1, 75-25. But either way, both players pretty happy. And what a story. Colamon and Payable, just the legacy of both of these players. Payable coming up, Gwent Open number 4, and then getting into the finals to face Colamon, one of the most prolific players out there. It's just so great. And I want to know what you guys thought. We've had the divination going. I don't know how you guys are doing. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at the poll here.
Wow. Okay. Well, Payable is taking a massive lead on this one, 61% to 39%. And how much of this is just based on recency bias of Payable beating Colamon in spectacular fashion in a previous and recent tournament here? Or how much of this is just the fact that Payable is, you know, one of perhaps Poland's new favorite son?
Well, you know, both of those things are good, but there's 2 other factors. Payable has a very interesting control list, which honestly could play very well into Colamon's lineup. In addition to that, he has also brought, oh, I forgot that last one. I forgot my last thing. It just left my head in just a moment there, but there was another reason. Oh, it's because he's going second. Yes, they've already flipped the coin. They already flipped the coin. You said Poland's favorite son, and I just lost my bet.
And that was it. That was
from the red coin, so it's possible that the audience, with that knowledge, have favored Payable in this case. But no matter what you can say about it, Payable came in with a list unlike anyone else. I mean, Colamon too. Nature's Gift, Commandos. These things, Skellige didn't make it at all, which is
yeah, I'm okay with that. That's no problem with me. But like we mentioned earlier, taking a look at these decks here, Colamon bringing Carapace. This was a deck that Payable took advantage of in a spectacular fashion last time. The cell phone of his own unit to go ahead and reduce Keltullus to cinders by her own means, and that was such a spectacular play that caught everyone off guard. And even Colamon knew it was up. He hit the pass button with 3 cards in hand, to get him knocked out there. So Carapace, we've seen it before, no need to explain it more, but Nature's Gift as the Scoia'tael option. This is kind of a little removed from the typical precision strike that we have seen. We've seen this flood the board with Tree Ants. We've seen this go, high and wide. It's kind of dodging, what other decks might target in terms of control options. That is a list that can definitely get out of control. And we have seen this list pack in 11-point, 12-point Pavel Burja. So that is a fantastic deck as well. Nature's Gift and Hidden Cash. Hidden Cash has been performing fairly well in this tournament as well. So we'll see if he can't just capitalize on the engine piece of Hidden Cash and getting the coins to sort of spend off the way that they want to. And finally, Commando Inspired Zeal is the Northern Realms option here. Let's just continue the cloning process, recruit a whole bunch of commandos, send them out to war, and then call them back to do the exact same thing in another round. That is Inspired Zeal for you. That is Colamon is bringing to the party.
Pieball on the other end, like I said, a list unlike no other. One of the two players to actually bring Nilfgaard. That is Saber right there, but we'll be looking at Pieball here.
Oh, he has a nice smile. We want to see it again.
Of course, you can't get enough of it. You can't get enough of it. There it is. Nilfgaard Enslaved. Now that's Enslaved 5, and it is running Usurper and Masquerade Ball with a poison package that excludes Morale, but still is looking to drop those Fangs of the Empire and the Van Morlehelm Cupbearer when possible. And you have the Precision Strike. This list has been doing pretty well. We have yet to see Shura really pop off, but we've definitely seen the power and the removal potential and control potential of Pieball's Precision Strike, featuring Geralt the Professional, who seems to always have a great target that saves him the use of something huge like Heatwave or Rock Slide. Then you have Blood Money, a really great control list from the Syndicate, coming in with Passiflora and Jacques de Aldersberg. Lots of control here as well with Philippa and Crappy Heatwave, and some nice mid-range threats with Saul and Dire Mutated Hound. And then again, I gotta say it every time, one of my favorite lists, Mobilization, Cursed Realms, Revenant with High Control, Falibor and Philippa, the package of Consistency, Oneiromancy, and Amphibious Assault. And of course, trying to make sure that you get that incredible board of value from Revenants, Archers, Forbidden Fury, lots of pings at all times. Can't wait to see these players clash with these two pretty different lists. And yeah, like we said before, Skellige did not make it to the party here.
Hey, sometimes it happens. I mean, am I going to cry about it? That's a fat no. But we can go take a look at what the bans are, because each opponent or each player, again, is going to go pick and choose what they do not want to face. And we want to take a look at the bans right now. What are each player afraid of? What do they not want to see when they're queuing up there? We can see Colamon is going to be locked out of playing his Commandos. And we saw him play that earlier where he didn't even get his Commandos anyone. So a little respect to the Commando list as well as Pieball.
Scary, huh?
It is. And again, we have seen Nilfgaard get no respect, no bans from the Nilfgaard today, and it has won every match that it's played, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think it was beaten today, and there it is, the Precision Strike. Again, very dangerous on red coin. You've seen it win very effectively, and here it is, just not even going to get a sniff at this finals.
I think Colamon still has a rough choice to make here. They are all control decks. They all have ways of breaking down defenses and obviously swinging games in huge way. Either you're enslaving a massive amount of points, or you're blood moneying and then spending those coins in the other way. They're kind of all their own ways of just generating massive amounts of tempo. Dual engines for Northern Realms. On Colamon's side, he's going to have to trust in the big red dragon. So many players have tried, and only one made it to the finals, and that's him, plus his own engine game with Hidden Cash. We are waiting for those players to get ready, though. But how do you think Colamon and Pieball are going to approach this blue coin, red coin situation?
Well, I mean, the traditional answer would be that the advantage is going to go to the red coin, obviously. It's just it's the reason why there's a tactical advantage or a stratagem for the blue coin player. If you go first, you kind of need a little bit of boost. And the thing about it is that one of the most reactive decks, the Precision Strike deck, is not really a worry here. I don't know if the coin is going to massively factor into this one. I think both players are comfortable in that situation of playing on red, playing on blue, but we'll see. And we got Ryan Godric now talking to the players. Oh, wait, we're not even doing that. There's no time. We're going straight to the games.
No, we're in there. We got our leaks. We got our leaks ready, and we are ready to play some Gwent. And I'm dying to watch these games, my friend. Carapace being brought by Colamon in the blue coin, and Pieball taking Northern Realms. mobilization revenants up on the red coin. So in this situation here, Pieball is going to be trying to develop some decent threats or some decent control. Having Philippa and Falibor in the opening hand on red coin could make this quite difficult. Because of the sheer amount of control here. Coleman does have his big protection pieces. Look at that, the Dow, the movement Dow as well to save Keltullus, I believe. 7 strength neutral card, just awesome. And then of
You
course,
love to see it. You love to see it. That is not a Way of the Witcher card, even though it might be new to you. The Dow is there as a movement card to go ahead and rescue Keltullus should the move occur. Now, in this case, Coleman opting to go with Carapace right out of the gate. He wants to get Big Ugly McNasty right on the board in the front row when it matters most. The thing about it is that Pieball is going to be having an opportunity to actually counteract the Keltullus effect by either cloning some of those revenants whenever needed, or rather spawning new ones, or potentially just having the Ronvid to go ahead and eat up a lot of that death.
Ronvid could do some tanking, really. There's really there's not much you can say about it. It just almost stops Keltullus's ability as long as you're playing soldiers. I don't think it's going to get to that point, but of course, there's lots of low-strength units that are going to be littering the board. It's not going to be as big as some of the chunkier engine plays as Pieball starts off with the Radovid Royal Guard. Igern representing a full pack of armor there. 9. It's usually a great time to play Igern because if you're going to spend that much work, if you're going to get that much work in to remove a unit, it's almost diminishing returns at that point.
Now, it could be creative in terms of dropping that Philippa to get rid of that armor. I don't think that's the first thing you want to do. You want to wait for other options to hit the board and hope for a decent Philippa sweep. Her Blind Fury, rather, is going to be just kind of, if it's well calculated, then you could potentially get a 2-for-1 removal piece here. This might be it, but I feel like exactly a little bit of protection from the tactical advantage with a 10-point Siri. Now, there's some thought processes that need to be running through Pieball's head. Where is that heat wave going to land? How do I get rid of that Siri? Because you know that if you do not get rid of it now, even if you do it as a 2-point or a 2-turn kind of play where you need to maybe take 2 turns to get rid of it, the second that she gets threatened and damaged, you know that she's going to get boosted right back up. So to me, I think Pieball needs to decide how he values that card on red coin. If he wants to heat wave it or just let her go. But the heat wave
it's going to be the heat wave right here. That is, I was thinking like there's a couple of ways you could do it. You could set it up, maybe Becker's it now, tag it later with some pings from an archer, or perhaps try to get lucky with Philippa. No way. Even if you wipe out one of those things, it could obviously completely tank out of your favor. Even if you are setting up potentially a Falibor 1-2 combo afterwards, there's just too many ways to save it with Adrenaline Rush, Pact, etc. Parasite is there as well. So going for the hard removal, Heat Wave is now officially spent. The Carapace player loves to see Heat Wave spent because it answers pretty much every threat that is being veiled and protected. So Coleman now on blue coin has the ability to set up and potentially run wild here as long as it's out of Becker's range or Boiling Oil range.
Yeah, Pieball again going to just lean on the fact that he's got red coins, so he could kind of devote some cards into this round and see how deep Coleman wants to go, but it's going to quickly get out of reach. A card like the Hound there is, if not answered immediately, will eventually be protected, will eventually continue to grow, and Pieball is going to have to make a decision of what he wants to commit. There are still some cards, that he can kind of just slam down to threaten around if Coleman decides to kind of maybe take the finger off the trigger, the foot off the gas is what I meant to say. Unless you drive with your hands, in which case that is a perfectly good analogy. But in this case, that is not the case, as the archer in the back row, a little boost, an extra hat on his head, and the quiver of arrows continues to get fuller and fuller.
Pieball does have a way of setting up, but it is going to get awkward as time goes on here. Coleman will have large units that, in Igern's case, the value doesn't really go away unless you commit all 9 points, and the beast is growing and growing. So you would need help with a huge hit like Becker's or like the oil to then follow up with a ping or something devastating like Philippa, or you just get out of this round. Igern getting this, being able to stick here and get that value is pretty good. I think he's probably not sticking around. Throwing the archer is probably okay. He does have a lot of bronzes in his hand. He could have thrown maybe something different than that.
That's a great play over there. It's 7 points of jam.
Discounting that archer.
Now, an option there would be, should Colemon have passed, he could have, Pieball could have responded with a rock slide, a ping on to the Egern to dismiss it, and another ping onto the beast, and that would have been a 1-point victory to just kind of walk him out of this round. But Colemon seeing nothing of it, just letting those 2 arrows sit there. The archer is now on a coffee break. He wants nothing to do with this. He'll still continue to get some arrows there, but Pieball writing on the wall, that's too much juice to squeeze out of that orange, so he's walking away from this one.
Yeah, it seems like the extra boost there from the Royal Guard really got it out of reach of the natural selection, so Colemon had to spend a little bit, but there was just too many points staring down Pieball right there. And Pieball is fine. Northern Realms, it's a very patient deck. In a lot of cases and in a lot of metas and in a lot of decks, you look at round 1 like it's not that big a deal because a long round is your friend. You can protect yourself against a round 2 that's being drawn out by the opponent, also known as a bleed, because you are able to set up a number of things, a number of engines that can capitalize for you over time. It just gets worse and worse for your opponent. So Colemon might be trying to push here, but a long round isn't necessarily in Colemon's favor. Colemon cares mostly about the control aspect of winning the round right now. So how can he push with his control elements? How can he use Kaltullus and be just as nasty as possible against Pieball, who does have, some really good counters in Ronvid and a lot of maybe just some trashy low power units that could keep him in this.
Curse of Corruption in hand for Pieball, as well as Rock Slide, obviously. The Heat Wave has been spent, and there is an Amphibious Assault there. There is a Oneiromancy as well. I think that as the Kaltullus player in this case, seeing that Pieball will definitely capitalize on longer rounds where he can set up his archers and his revenants to go, I feel like this is something when I IQ in against mobilization, especially in a control type of deck setting or a deck archetype, I like to push this deck to the limit, knowing that it can't necessarily, overwhelm me in a shorter round. This might be a situation perhaps where he's not committing a whole lot, but he'll just jam some spells, see what kind of cards he can buy out of Pieball, and then perhaps save something like Kaltullus and the Defender for late game. But as you mentioned, the Ronvid is going to be a hero in this case. If he hits the board and sticks, then he'll always be jumping back whenever a soldier hits the board into the next round as well. And like you said, tanking a lot of those Kaltullus charges.
It sounded like you were making a case for Pieball here, and with the way you were talking about having those big pieces of control, the Curse of Corruption that could knock out Kaltullus at any given time, the reactive Philippa that could perhaps prevent something like a troll dropping early. It sounded like you were making a case that Pieball is very, very well protected here. So I think that it might not be in Colemon's interest to push here just because of the ways that there are just too many ways to answer these big units, and then Colemon spent them. It's the same in round 3 as well, but giving up an advantage to try to bleed out Pieball when he might be able to actually do it easily. Amphibious Assault and Oneiromancy both have not been spent yet. Pieball choosing not to echo them at the moment and just play those 4P cards, just trying to see if he'll need to grab something better if a push comes out.
No indication from Colemon yet in terms of if he's going to be committing to this round. Pieball just very delicately playing his bronzes to keep himself in striking distance. If Colemon passes, you can probably assume that Ronvid is the card that comes out. You want Ronvid to come out as a 1-point card, because if it comes out boosted, then you don't want to see he's not going to be the one dying to the Kaltullus. So there he is, Ronvid. The Incessant comes in, boosts by 5, and you'll see him a little later as the soldiers start hitting the board.
Pieball and Colemon going down to the first round 3 of the finals. We got here, folks. One of these two will be crowned the GWENT Master, and the other one will go home, sadly, with thousands and thousands of dollars. But, you could do worse. I'm just saying, we're at even cards at this point, and it's only down to last say. Pieball's got his long round, which Northern Realms really likes. However, Colemon's got a lot of control, considering he does still have Parasite. He has a way of he got Heat Wave out of his opponent already, and the Squirrel, not very useful. You might want to.
The reason why Colemon is kind of sitting on the Squirrel there is that if he can kill the Ronvid and Pieball return plays a turn where a soldier doesn't come out, eating that Ronvid has immense implications in the long term because it will no longer be able to tank against the Kaltulis effect. And Kolobon looking at that squirrel and thinking about it and then eventually hanging on to it, that's most likely where he's seeing, he's seeing this way out in the future here. But the problem is, how are you going to go ahead and kill that Ronvid effectively without just, throwing out your Kaltulis to perhaps die to something like Curse of Corruption?
It's a good call, Flake, and it actually may end up being part of the value that Kolomon's able to secure in this round, but how much we'll have to see. Ronvid does have to be taken out. Kaltulis will make that happen, but of course, playing now, just playing out the defender here. So we have 14 points and 2 charges. I believe, Philippa, you're 1 short in this case, but Pieball can use mobilization right now to make sure that he gets there. He's going to use the Curse of Corruption here. It's fine. It was either this or Kaltulis, I imagine. And there is the mobilization to set up some future removal.
It's a lot of archers that are just waiting in the wings here. It can Kolomon effectively get through this. Again, the problem with getting, it's all fine and dandy to go ahead and drop the squirrel to banish the Ronvid so that your Kaltulis has better targets for her effect. But how are you going to kill it the first time without having to either A, drop Kaltulis only to be, crapped on by that, that rain of arrows from those archers in the back row, plus the boiling oil, plus the Philippa, the rock slide. There are so many ways that Kolomon could just completely get bit in the ass here by the fact that Pieball is playing a better control game than Kolomon right now.
Yeah, and look at the targets. They're terrible here. You have armor on one archer and a shield on the other. You can't get a good beefy removal piece with the Thunder or the Parasite because of that. We're going to have to go for the Heat Wave just to deal with one of the archers, which means that Pieball, anything else probably that he wants to get from Amphibious Assault, perhaps, now has a much better chance of surviving. Like something like Egmont, of course, that has been part of Pajabol's roster as opposed to Anna, which will not be seen in this finals.
Yeah, Eggman looks like one of the better targets there in terms of cards that he has already. You've seen Queen Adalia, Falibor is there, Philippa's already available. Ronvid is already doing what Ronvid does, and Eggman is most likely your best target for the Amphibious Assault at this point. Amphibious Assault, of course, can't pull Falibor, can't pull Philippa because of the provision cap on it. However, I'm just saying that those cards are in hand already. Like, you're already looking real good. So you're just getting the next best card in your deck that you don't have with Amphibious Assault. And as it stands right now, here we see the Amphibious Assault. We're probably going to see Eggman. We're kind of running out of proactive plays if you're Pieball, but again, at the same time, I don't think you care. I think you're perfectly fine and established at this point.
Yep, Eggman is going to be set up on the melee row, which keeps his order intact. Not really benefiting an engine here, but of course does remain one of the many threats that Pieball is able to set up here. We did get a look at the deck just briefly. When it comes to the Oniromancy, we know that there are Revenants. There it is. We got just a bunch of bronzes at this point. Oniromancy does represent some removal, but it was possible that the AA was saved perhaps for that Kidwani Knight, but in this case, it's probably the Oniromancy is probably just going to look to get removal or a little extra reach for those archers to remove.
Eggman sitting at 6 points of strength as well as one little hat of armor, and which puts it just conveniently out of range of that Parasite as Oswald comes through. 14 points to slam, and removal option for that, well, the Curse of Corruption's gone, the Heat Wave's gone, so that's just going to be a big boy. He might eat a Rock Slide, he might just be a pin cushion for arrows for a while, but nonetheless, it's a proactive play. It's a play that Kolomon eventually has to make. The problem is that still in the back row, those archers are going to pose immense problems.
It jams up Philippa. I think it jams up a future Philippa. It means that there's just a ton of points that are just sort of there, knowing that Baron is not in this list of Pieball. We did see Baron in a couple of other lists, but no big resets. These players, they are playing with full information, especially now they've been playing with a weekend of experience as that was the Alder's Thunder there. Or that was, sorry, I think I actually missed that one there.
No, that was Alzur's Thunder zapping the archer in the back row, but we still have that shielded archer that it looks just so delicious. Now, here's the deal. That archer that looks absolutely untouchable, perfectly safe in the back row, 5 arrows at the ready. He's ready to go full Legolas on whatever hits the board at the opportune time. Got a hat of 2 armor. Problem is that Keltulis will first eat that Ronvid. If the Ronvid does not come back, the next one up to be eaten, well, I guess it's now Philippa, but it was going to be that archer. So that's a decent Philippa there, getting full value where possible, and let's just get the cleanup going. And Coleman once again is running out of options.
Coleman is looking to get some points sticking on the board here in round 3 of the first game of the finals. If you can't get any units to stick, those adrenaline rushes pretty hard to play. The squirrel is looking less and less good. If it's less and less likely that Keltulis will even live longer than any turn here, considering that Becker's and a single ping from an archer does solve the problem. There is a boiling oil and a second one from the Oniromancy. Lots of reach, and of course, if that ballista were to develop, it would be that much harder for anything to stick. The Noon Wraith would die just as fast to anything else, just because it's that's within the reach of the boiling oil. This case here, so that's all. So Coleman just kind of, as if he was listening to everything I said, put Keltulis in the only spot that it could be, but we still have 6 points of reach within the board here.
Here comes the first one up. There's the Kidwani Revenant. That is most likely going to...
Let's bring back Ronvid.
That brings back Ronvid. And that's the point of Ronvid in this case, and why Ronvid is so excellent. And he just keeps going off there. Ronvid tanking again to Keltulis' Wrath. And she's a nice and beefy 23. And this is what is so fascinating about this deck, is that it kind of plays slow. It kind of plays very uninteractive to begin with, and then eventually starts to develop and get nasty. The problem here is...
There's the squirrel right now. I think Piebald could have Becker's, and so he had Keltulis was 13 points, 15 points. He had 16 points of damage with the Becker's, 3 pings on the archer, and Egmond. Could have ended part of this nightmare here. There's Ronvid gone, and now units will actually start to be lost here.
Yeah, he's going to have to go ahead. I mean, he is going to be able to go convert some of those archer pings with the Revenant to go ahead and start spawning new Revenants. So, as long as you can keep that clean and nice and concise and very surgical, you could potentially continue to spawn units to really counteract Keltulis, but you're still behind. So you still have to establish some board presence here.
He's
I
still
suspect
just out of reach of Keltulis. I think he had 19 damage with all of the pings. Boom, boom, boom. They're all coming down here.
big switch here now. It's going from a deficit to a nice healthy lead. Keltulis again.
Ooh, losing another engine here. Piebald only has direct damage on a unit that is actually just getting quite a lot of value over time, but will it be enough for Coleman to actually overtake this? Piebald could have just been playing to his best abilities here, and just it's going to be enough.
This is absolutely fascinating. This is what I love about this game, is that it has gone back and forth so much. A 29-point lead, or sorry, 29 points of power with a healthy lead. It is not enough, but he did make it interesting. Absolutely. Coleman, unfortunately, has the dragon he has used cannot slay the dragon who has slayed him in past. So much slaying going on.
Keltulis' revenge, if it was ever apparent. I wasn't really sure how that was going to go there. The opportunity to kill Keltulis. I mean, Piebald doesn't know Coleman's hand. He has to put him on different things. But yeah, it made it a little bit closer. But Piebald's going to go up 1-0. Sorry, Coleman is...
Coleman. No, Coleman... That was Piebald who won that game.
Sorry about that. Piebald's going up 1-0. I was right the first time. Now he will be going into Blue Coin with perhaps his own list of Northern. Sorry, he won't be doing that. Perhaps with Blood Money, as he was successful in the last series with Blood Money there. And Coleman gets to turn it around, perhaps lead off with either Hidden Cash or Nature's Gift.
And I kind of feel, I kind of know how Coleman feels in terms of this sort of feeling, where you're so confident, you feel so confident with your game, you have absolutely just plowing through the rest of the field to get to where you are, and then here you are matched up against, somebody who has beaten you. I just go back to when I used to play baseball. We used to devastate everybody but one team. We were the most confident team. We were the most awesome team, but there was one team that used to absolutely dumpster us every time, but they would lose to everybody else, and we never understood it. And in this case, Coleman must be losing a little bit of confidence, feeling shaky with that Keltulis deck against Payabo, who just shrugs it off in the most nonchalant way. Get the pings going, get the archer going, get Ronvid to tank, and suddenly you're up 1-0, and we're off to game 2.
I like that. Everybody's got their nemesis. Every Toronto Blue Jays has their Tampa Bay Rays. You just can't seem to get through that just for whatever reason or whatever it is. It's just something about that stadium. Anyway, here we go. We're going to get started off with game 2 in just a moment.
I think they're getting
their... hear the whispers of Oxenford in our ears.
Yes, we have the lovely, beautiful, I don't know if that's Jagger is singing or if it's part of the Witcher soundtrack, but it is gorgeous and it is beautiful. I don't know if you guys can hear it where you're at. I might just be going crazy. That is possible after so much Gwent in such short time. But here we go. It's time to get the calculator out. Go ahead and Payable is going to be representing the Syndicate as Coleman comes through with his Nature Gift Scoia'tael list.
I do like the Syndicate list here. I think it is. I think that this hidden cache list has a lot of potential. I also think it's really interesting that we've seen so many iterations of these lists, but at the same time, only like I find it so strange that Keltulis is 6 out of 6, but we still got to see different Scoia'tael lists, different Northern Realms lists, different Syndicate lists at the same time. So. For worse, I think that this tournament, especially considering that last match we cast where it had all 6 factions represented, just absolutely fantastic here as we get started here. Game 2, Payable looking for a second win.
Yeah, Payable bringing in blood money in this case. The hidden cache we'll see later, most likely, as Coleman is the one representing the Crouching Tiger hidden cache, and Payable opening this one up with a 1-point defender. No big deal, just wants to protect something, maybe eat up one of the removal spells, sort of overpay to get rid of that defender. I'm not sure what he's hoping to defend in this case. Could just be a Passiflora Peaches, could be a Passiflora itself. We're going to see how this one shakes out. We know that Coleman, with the amount of vitality, the Hamadryads that you could potentially pull out with Dunka, doesn't mind long rounds, doesn't mind going wide, doesn't mind going tall in this case. And the thing about Scoia'tael is when you're playing Dryad's Caress, and if I take a quick look at the list over here, we've got we've got 2 Dryad's Caresses in Coleman's deck. So purifying potential poisoning situations is going to feel real good with the Dryad on board.
Yeah, the early Azar here does make it a little bit difficult for Coleman. I mean, it's a good Circle of Life target if Coleman was in possession of such a card or even running it, which he is not. So in this case, it does tank the value of some of the bigger pieces. Pavko Gale, however, is fine to shoot down a few Scarabs. He'll be getting set up, but will he be protected with the leader? That is the question. It'll be a little bit early for that, Coleman thinks. Immediate steal with the Tiger's Eye, immediate stratagem with Philippa, and that has turned this into almost a lock of a round here for Payable. Not that he can use Pavko Gale to the extent, but Pavko Gale is protected. He has got 14 points on the board at this point. How does Coleman even mount an assault here?
Well, one option would be you have to kind of think of this in the long term. Number one, you have to evaluate based on what you're up against now and the deficit you're up against now. Do I even want to contest this round? And if I do, how do I get through that? And I'm going to need to be able to build towards it. A deck like Nature's Gift here does take time to establish and grow because a lot of those points are going to come through playing nature cards, through vitality, etc. You are somewhat, I don't want to say bricked because you have that volunteer in hand, but you're not going to get a clean and clear Novigradian Justice for 13 points. You're still in striking distance. It is kind of, an intimidating thought to have your Pavel Berja drop down only to defect to the other side and then follow that up with the Hounds. These are engine pieces that are going to be threatening your total for so long. So the deeper you go, I think Coleman has already kind of, I don't want to say given up, that's not the right term, but has just conceded this round in his mind and is trying to figure out how can I play cards to make my future rounds better while still staying close enough that should Pieball just take a casual pass, I could jump back into this in 1 or 2 cards and take the round.
I mean, counting on Pieball to pass here, I don't know. I think Control likes Control a bit too much, but if Coleman was thinking of not staying in the round, yes, exactly. The 4 provision card, the low commitment card likely would be the biggest thing. It also does put a little bit more protection back on Dunka, which is Pieball's playing very fast, actually, forcing pretty much the entirety of this game to be on Coleman's timer, effectively halving the length of the game. I wonder how Coleman feels about that. Less time to think. Pieball seems to have it all planned out here with his money. This guy, you were talking about busting out the graph calculator. Nah, Pieball knows it's all about QuickBooks.
This guy is just playing like he doesn't want people to get that 8-hour Twitch drop. He's just like, nope, let's just get this done and over with. But I mean, that in itself is a strategy, because the more time that Coleman takes, Pieball's assessing his turn as well. He's kind of evaluating, if Coleman does this, I do this. If he slow plays with a bronze, I just immediately follow up with this play. There's no point in I don't want to say overthinking it, but if you're confident in what you want to commit, you commit it and just flick the timer and throw it right back to Coleman to have to figure things out here. You can see it in, Pieball's mind. He's running through all the different iterations, all the different, situations that might occur. And Coleman has just taken the pass, and that's a perfectly fine pass. He hasn't really committed much. Dunka, as great as she is, in a longer round, she has gotten a lot of her work done just feeding that one Dwarven, that Mach
The only unit. The only unit in Coleman's hand. Pieball, he purchased it, but he does have a pretty decent hand now. He does have Jacques. He does have Jacques. He does have Passiflora. Of course, he's going to get rid of that Redanian, Flying Redanian, as to not draw it later. A couple of bronzes he might want to maybe improve here.
The Quebecer in me is just itching to correct your pronunciation of Jacques, but it's
Jackie boy.
Jackie, the strapping lad.
Yeah. Coleman, so few units in his hand. 1 to be exact. That's not, since the unit limit, it's pretty rare to see an almost unitless hand, but we are seeing one.
Oh, there's a Hamadryad. That is a very, very important piece of the puzzle here in terms of actually generating points.
Wow. Pieball is so quickly playing the Ransacker, just points. Here we go. I can't even use this card. I don't even care. I don't care that I'm not getting it to deploy. It's just here now. Coleman, act.
Look at him playing like it's a school night. He's just, I gotta get to bed.
He's a madman. He trusts pirates with his money. He just has no concept of time anymore.
Yes, exactly. Learned nothing from investing with Bernie Madoff, and it's straight to the pirates. Coleman is taking a little bit more time in terms of evaluating how he wants to go here. He does have options in terms of playing some of those special cards, but something like the benefit of having Symbiosis associated with your leader ability means that just dropping a nature card to remove, let's say, Rebuking the 3, will get you a body on the board, and he's just going for it right away, not even bothering with a leader charge to just protect the Hamadryad. He's just going to go ahead and leave her out there to her own devices, and it's once again right back to Coleman. Ball's in your court, buddy.
Pieball is just looking at the cards that he needs to get out here. Coleman now going to be playing Shaping Nature to get that in the graveyard and then immediately back on top of his deck at the beginning of round 3. He'll be making sure that Hamadryad does get the benefit of this renew, and it's the pass. Pieball just clearly making the most efficient use of his time playing cards he doesn't want to see. Going right into another long round 3, just like the last one. I wonder if it's going to end up being that close. Pieball has an excellent engine deck. He's looking for Saul. He's holding Passiflora. Plenty of blind eyes. A little bit of bounty. We haven't seen that Witch Hunter action yet. And of course, Jacques de Aldersberg, while Coleman is looking for a little bit more than that, looking for things like Gord. He does get the Sage. Maybe he'd rather pull that with Isengrim's Council, so that might be a mulligan.
Holding on to Fist Tech here. I don't think that's going to stay as it gets flopped over again. Playing Poison against Scoia'tael is it's a fool's errand, because you're probably going to have the purification with the Dryad's Caress if necessary.
Sure, yeah.
Sage is such a devastating 6 provision card if you just can't touch it. It is so gross if you can't do anything about it.
I feel like just in general, Scoitel's power level going up over the last number of metas was partially had something to do with Nilfgaard's downfall, just because I know that it was just really miserable trying to get Nilfgaard off the ground and running into a bunch of Purifies, Rides, Caresses. You really can't get the steals you need for the early round control. So yeah, Purify being really good in all situations, but especially against poison packages in some cases. But perhaps a bounty goes out here. It looks like the Witch Hunter, our pyres, will light up the north. It's been a while since I've seen that one. And a quick destruction. There's the leader. Max money flying Redanian out. Piable now playing with a full coin pouch.
No benefit of Azar or Azar. I know that I'm going to get shredded by Twitch chat for this because pronunciation of the cards is the most important thing at a World Masters, but still, it's all good. Azar is no longer part of the acumen here for Piable, so he is going to have to put some of these cards out just to be dealt with in terms of, Kolomon's control package being 2 rebukes, plus you also have a card like you also have the Forest Protector, which can go ahead and fish out another rebuke. So cards like Passiflora Peaches, cards like the Sly Seductresses that might come out without a shield on it are going to be, just easy fodder for a quick and sudden death. But in terms of other control elements that Kolomon has as part of this Nature's Gift list, there's not a whole lot, unfortunately. He's kind of in a situation where he has to rely on those rebukes to get the job done.
Yeah, he doesn't run Beckers in this list as well. By the way, Azar, you're good. You're good. When in doubt, say it how the cards say it. I'm pretty sure one of the Salamander units say Azar Javed.
Oh no, I was calling it Azar. As in,
Azar? In that case, you are absolutely wrong.
It's the Canadian in me and the A part of it, but that's just me.
As a Canadian, I can't even think of another example. All I can say is that Kolomon is at least trying to keep the engines down here from the Passiflora with the Nature's Rebuke, finding value in just this mountain of special cards he has as Pieball. Boy, he sure does have a lot of bronze cards in his hand. It seems like Pieball is tossing something of low provisions at every possible point. Still has a Ransacker, Fistech Trafficker, and Bloody Good Fun in his hand. And the Peaches. Peach is actually a good bronze card, but Bloody Good Fun could still find a lot of value. 7 coins still in the pouch here for Pieball. Lots of spenders, lots of possibilities still between Jack or even the Valdi Bank. Did use Philippa already. Imka is in there. Adriano, I believe, is in there. Saul is in there as well, I believe.
These are big cards, and you're like you mentioned, a big card that is off the table now is that Philippa. We saw that in the big swing play, stealing the Pavko Gale in round 1. And pretty much locking down the victory in round 1 for Pieball. But I just want to talk, circle back to just how quickly Pieball is playing. I don't know how much of that is just comfort with the deck you're playing and in the matchup, and how much of that is confidence. It is a nice concoction of both, and he is just cruising here. He's in a comfortable position, but we're going to see Kolomon start to actually develop points in his own way. I don't think Kolomon is even going to bother going after the Sea Jackal here, because it's as soon as you invest 1 rebuke into it, it's just going to grow and grow and grow. As we see here, the Passiflora Peaches, the proper usage of the coin, not over profiting off of that Passiflora trigger, and the Passiflora Peaches now most likely again going to succumb to a Nature's Rebuke. But that Jackal is pretty much going to run the show.
There was I think, a choice to spend down to 5 and Bloody Good Fun, but ultimately I think that just developing the engines, because there's just, you're playing into a bunch of special cards like this. I don't know. I think it's probably fine. The options are still all there. He does have still full amount of coins right now, and the Jackal still allows him to spend what he needs without overusing the Bloody Good Fun. I mean, he does have a 9 to hit. He could spend once with the Jackal, use that 7 to clean up the Hamadryad with the Bloody Good Fun, and then immediately play Jacques Aldersberg, get some money back up with the Ransackers, smashing one of those trees. I think Pieball could make it happen. I can see it working. Coalmine is just a little bit different story. I have a little bit more experience with Nature's Gift, so I know the points, they will arrive. You have your volunteers. You can see just the massive amount of points that Nature's Protector gets with the Nature's card out of the graveyard. and the Symbiosis trigger as well. And Gord, of course, is usually playing for about 12, 13, 14 points. So I know how Coleman can do it, but I'm seeing how Pieball can do it as well.
Coleman doing his best here to spread out his points, knowing that there's a heat wave lurking. He wants to make sure that his points are kind of evenly sprinkled as much as possible so that they're not going to get erased and just scrubbed out if they're all kind of, you know, lurking in one of those trees. It looks like one of those trees has been seeing a little bit more of the sunshine and the photosynthesis than the others, because it has grown tall and it has grown strong, and it's continuing to do so. So at the end of the day, by eliminating one Hamadryad, in that case, you're already taking away you know, that extra bonus, that exponential, the exponential vitality that you're getting off of slamming vitality on that Hamadryad. So really, right now, you're I think you're comfortable, because Pieball knows he's already got a potential, what is that, 12-point heat wave that's there, and it could only likely get better.
Here comes Fav. It's going to be the double Symbiosis proc here. We're going to get the Dryad's Caress and the Call of the Forest. Double Symbiosis, lots of extra revive, lots of extra points. Doing what Scoia'tael does so well, and making just a lot of points out of small cards. As Kalkstein comes down, is not going to clear one of the Renews or the Vitalities unless I missed it. Or he just didn't want to spend the coins.
You might want to maybe just scrub out the 2 points of vitality off of the tree, but at the same time, if you're spending 2 coins to scrub out the vitality, that's coins that you could eventually use even better on the Sea Jackal later on, right?
True,
you know,
with the Horde.
Correct.
Could come down to a couple of points. That would be the play.
And I think that you're perfectly content letting Koloban grow that tree in the back row as high as it wants to go, knowing that you're just going to point and click it away with the heat wave. So using the coins in the most efficient way possible, you can get a 1.5 point return by the Horde ability of the Jackal, whereas just scrubbing out 2 points of vitality with the Kalkstein is not exactly, you know, the most or the ideal way to do it.
Coleman dropping the Nature's Protector here. Will be knocking out the Sly Seductress. Yes, the Sly Seductress right there. I think Gord might be destined for the desert here, as Pieball is now immediately playing Jacques Aldersberg. Will be making the purchase there on the Firesworn Protectors. Does have a new spender here. 2 spenders at least. His money is quite safe.
Now, keep
Pieball
in mind,
just
Koloban,
doing the math. Here comes
Koloban's got a 7-point Monarchy Volunteer that was baking real nicely in round 1.
Yeah, that's true. He was enjoying Dunka's secret stash for sure, and he's coming out. He's making this incredible tempo play that much wilder. Here comes the Ransackers. Will profit a little bit extra here. Coleman down to just a couple of choices here. Oneiromancy gets pretty much any of these bronze cards that are left from the deck. Oh, he still has Heat Wave. He still has Heat Wave.
My goodness, I completely forgot about the Heat Wave, you know, going in the, just swimming in the deck there. That is a phenomenal, oh my goodness.
Well, you know
I was so obsessed with the fact that there was a Heat Wave in Pieball's hand and, you know, how to properly use all these coins. Like, obviously it's not over yet, but that Gore represents a buttload of points, if I may say. And Pieball, again, playing so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, even assuming that the Gord is deleted here, it's 9. It's not enough, though. Nope, not enough. Not enough. It's going to go 1-1 here. Coleman and Pieball both now have taken a win. Pieball will still have to get a win with that blood money, and he has taken a win with his precision strikes. Scoia'tael has done pretty well now. That's a win for both green decks.
Now, what's interesting in that matchup right there is you had Pieball. First of all, Pieball playing like he had Hot Pockets in the microwave that he was what he wanted, like, immediately. Just bang bang, shooting from the hip every single turn practically. Coleman taking a more, you know, measured and relaxed approach, taking his time and maximizing the rope that Shamiri would most likely appreciate. The problem there is that he might have just been playing, you know, putting all those points into that into the Sea Jackal when he had another spender. He had Jacques. He had the opportunity to just space out some of those spending on both sides, perhaps even using it from the Kalkstein by purifying some of the vitality. Now, it's not optimal, obviously, because you want the Sea Jackal to take benefit of the Horde ability. But again, in that regard, you are completely disrespecting the Heat Wave. Perhaps when he did see, when Piable saw that his Passiflora did not get heat waved, perhaps he thought that Colamon just didn't have access to it.
That could have been it. I think that it would have involved. I mean, I know Jacques wasn't on the board yet, and I'm sure that would have involved like some different spending. And when I looked down after talking, I was talking about something. I looked down after the, I believe it was the Bloody Good Fund was spent to kill the Hamadryad, that the Sea Jackal was already at double digits. And I was looking at the list. I'm like, we've seen Colemon plays Heat Wave in every list. Pieball plays it in every list except for Nilfgaard. So we've seen we've seen so many Heat Waves today. And just for a second, I just thought that we had seen that Heat Wave because
we've seen
really
about a
did
dozen
change
Heat Waves.
it changed everything really quickly.
Well, there it is.
Changed everything.
And Colamon just taking his time. It just seemed like perhaps it was out of reach. But again, you just take your time. You mentioned it. You're the one who said it. It's just that a deck like Nature's Gift will get the points. You just got to be patient. You got to see as the forest kind of grows. You know, see the forest for the trees in that, if that's the saying you want to take there. And as we're going into the next matchup, it is going to be Colamon representing. There it is. Crouching Tiger, blah, 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 blah. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Cache. You could tell that I'm still so flabbergasted by missing that Heat Wave call that I cannot even pronounce Hidden Cache, let alone Azar or Azar.
Well, we are going to see a Syndicate Mirror, which is not common these days. So that's going to be, this is going to be a lot of thought, a lot of planning here from the players, and I don't envy their position. Both players having Philippa in the opening hand as well. Colamon's poison package does include Moral, whereas Pieball's does not. So there are just a lot more poison options here, a lot more ways to get big swings in this case.
Yep, the interesting part about Moral is that it allows you to complete a poison package, a 1-2 punch of poison with Moral in one turn. You poison, they could purify, order, poison, goodbye, adios, salut la visite, and that's it. But the problem is that when you're looking at, I don't know, Mickey, do you remember the old school muzzle meta, whether you played muzzle or you didn't? It was just whoever played muzzle first would just get their unit stolen right back. I remember how many 7-point Archospores would bounce back, not just from row to row, but from side of the board to side of the board. We might see that again with the Philippa.
This is a throwback. It's 2017, I think, the muzzle meta. Muzzle meta, I mean, muzzle comes and go, but yeah, there was definitely a play it very specifically to counter the muzzle that's going to be used against you as well. But in this case, it may just be, it's quite a throwback. Yeah, Philippa versus Philippa, as Colamon is going to open the play here. That was just the swindle, I believe?
That's correct.
The 4-coin swindle. Low rolling a little bit.
Sometimes when a card just disappears like that, you're like, bug? Feature?
I mean, we've seen so many Kalpalos discards, right?
Exactly. It's that is such a new thing to Gwent, in my opinion, is the discard for advantage kind of play. That if it's, unless it's a last place Scorch that's just going to cost you your own unit on your side of the board, you rarely see that discard. But apparently in this tournament, this is the tournament of Heat Waves, discards, and Keltuli, which is the plural of Keltulis.
Dire Mutated Hound will get things started here for Paja. We'll have an engine ticking here. Will tempt with the 4 coins here. Does tempt perhaps rivaling a similar engine here with Saul. But of course, these are all going to be baits, right? They're all going to be removal baits.
Well, at some point, you know that something is going to flip sides, right? You still have the hidden cash charge, the 3 coins that you're going to get from it. And that could mean a big time swipe from your Philippa. What I'm really thinking about here is who pulls the trigger on their Philippa first. And the Flying Redanian is going to be in I believe the Flying Redanian is in both lists. And that could be the ideal swipe for either player. It's an economical swipe because it's only a 3-coin swipe, and it's a swipe that'll have future implications as it's 6 points. Then that'll come back for your boat and its twin boat on the other side. But the problem is whoever pulls the trigger on that first will likely have the response of the opposing Philippa just taking it right back.
Yeah, you kind of have to do that to take the round, I think, and. I don't think either player is going to put themselves in that position. Hopefully not. But at the same time, that would be one hell of a turning point if the two boats end up on one side of the board for sure. 6 coins in the pouch here for Coleman. Does have the option here, weakening the Dire Mutated Hound to steal it. But again, I don't think we're going to be seeing that. We're just be seeing some bronze cards, some profiting. Here comes the first Flying Redanian that we will be seeing.
You could even, if you want to, as Coleman. Well, you could.
Coleman actually very. Oh well, he's kidding cash.
You could boost up the Urchin a little higher, should you please, and then use your Hidden Cash ability. You could have gone as far down as 4 coins, boosting up the Street Urchins up to 7, using your Hidden Cash ability, and then the Flying Redanian would still come out at 7 if you wanted to. Coleman holding on to that Hidden Cash charge. Who knows? I'm not sure why, but I guess he does not necessarily value that Street Urchin too much right now. Maybe not wanting to invest too many points into it for a potential steal, for a potential heat wave, or even getting poisoned.
It's just options. Coleman doesn't need to be any further ahead than this, and he wants as many options as possible. Paya is going to be dropping that Passiflora Peaches, which isn't even ticking from Horde. Dire Doggo, not wearing a sweater in the winter, isn't getting any, isn't thriving, isn't growing strong.
One of my favorite things are dogs wearing boots. Those, if ever I'm just having a bad day, YouTube dog wearing shoes, and 2-hour rabbit hole for me. But you're correct there. The dog wants a hat.
Is it because they like the shoes, or because they don't like the shoes?
Well, because they don't know what they're doing.
When they don't like the shoes?
Exactly.
I love that. That's the part I like.
They kind of walk like the Temerian drummer, is what it is, which is kind of funny. A 4-legged Temerian drummer, a dog with shoes. But the dog over there in the melee row for Piebald not wearing a hat and not too pleased about it, so he continues, or he has refused to continue his growth in this case. And that Passiflora Peaches not dancing either, so it's not exactly the ideal situation for Piebald. The coins are not where he wants them to be. The Hidden Cash is going to pop off at this point as well, meaning that Saul's going to have his Day in the Sun going straight up to 7, and there's an engine piece now for Coleman as poison.
Quick answer, poisoning the Saul. He will have a follow-up with the Trafficker, and this now gives Coleman the opportunity. Now, it's interesting, if Coleman decides to pass on this, Paya wouldn't steal the boat and then pass, come back with a long round in both boats.
Well,
that wouldn't happen, would it?
What you could do is you could just spend a bunch of your coins, use your blood money ability, and then steal the boat. That's one option. Otherwise, you can complete the poison, but you'd still be behind. But it's the problem here with using the poison is that you're not ahead. It's a 10-point play if you complete the poison there, so you're still down by a point, and you still need to commit a card. I mean, you could spend the coins. I guess that's definitely an option. I think that's the cleanest way. But if you want an option as if Coleman takes the pass here and you do want to steal that boat, that would be one of the safer plays here. But check it out. Coleman is doing a very, very good job of just spreading out his points very, very effectively all the way around, giving no one home run target for that heat wave.
Piebald taking more than 1 second on his turn here. This
Blasphemy.
time, Coleman finally making him think a little bit, but it's going to be the Tycloak Ranksackers. Again, nice and patient, nice and slow, low provision cards, low commitment, big money, just keeping the threat alive here as now the Flying Redanian comes out for Piebald's side, making it, now we have an 11-point deficit here. Coleman on blue coin. This can be a scary part to push past. Passing here allows you 1 point or 1 card of protection in a bleed, especially. But being ahead, this many points could be comfortable. This could be where he wants to be. Otherwise, he'd have to start committing big cards. You don't want to go to the bank necessarily. Morale may not actually convert, and everything else is a little too slow. I think Coleman might have to flip that coin.
Coleman is taking his time. You can see him just, the thoughts are bouncing around so violently in his head that he has to actually support it. So to keep his headphones on.
It is going to be the pass. Happy with the lead here, but Piebald can turn this around with the 13-point death of Saul on the Fistech Trafficker and spending the rest of the coins on the Urchin. I mean, there's so many ways you can do it.
Oh no, that was just a clean kill, 16-point flip with the Trafficker, as well as the Passiflora Peaches continuing to impress us with her lovely, sweet moves. And off to round 2 as we go, and Pineapple taking that round in this case. And there's a card that we'd like to see, the Kikimor, the consuming card that likes to just chomp down on that Redanian. And we still haven't seen the Redanian ping pong game yet, but it might happen. We might see it. It's gonna eventually happen. But again, if it goes down to round 3, I believe that Philippa is most likely going to be played as a tempo play. I think you're kind of, unless you're given a very clean opportunity to steal a boat in round 2 to take it, I think that you're most likely going to see Philippa used to steal a key piece from the opposing player.
Piable with a fist attack in hand and no way to turn it around, although he is in charge of the round. He is able to take this as far as he wants at any given time. When you have control, the temptation can be on the bleed. It looks like he's saying, I don't think I can do it. The temptation can be there when you're able to also shut down and play at the same time. But if you miss it, that's your leader. And that's a tough one. That's a tough one to swallow. Coleman does have a card up in this situation, so it is harder to go by. But if you go into the round as well, you're also giving Coleman extra value in his round-based leader. Every round, it's allowed to activate just extra value. Piable is going to hit the button. Coleman's going to take us to round 3 for another long round 3 here in the finals.
So I was going to say, this is going to be an expensive donation to round 2 to go, to go forward here. I guess you can just go ahead and drop something. What are you slamming down there?
Just lowest commitment as possible, I imagine.
Whatever. I mean, if you play the Sea Jackal, you're profiting a lot, but a lot of that just gets cut in half. Yeah, the Ransackers might be the option here. Otherwise, maybe it's just, do you have the poison you need later on? Do you want to thin out perhaps that poison? But I mean, you do have Morale.
Yeah, fist deck in hand as well.
Fist deck in hand as well. Are you comfortable in thinking that your Morale is going to survive?
Yeah, I think he's definitely planning ahead at this point. Oh, he is actually going to be thinning out that fist deck. He's going to take that coin, a little bit extra carryover coins, because it allows him to get, well, it does get him, yeah, that gets him the points on the pass there, but also allows him to generate that much extra carryover here, which means that he can be more aggressive with Philippa as well. He can be a little bit more aggressive with the Sea Jackal or Von Hurst, I suppose. Both hands looking pretty similar. 2 Passifloras, 2 Philippas, 2 Heat Waves.
Looking at the differences here, I mean, they look mighty identical to a certain degree. There is a defender on Piable's side, but you also have a card like Morale on Coleman's side that can go ahead and take something out. But there's only 3 instances of poison available. He's already used Vivaldi Bank. So Morale and the Fist Tech is what you're looking at. Coleman could potentially get some value with the Kikimor consuming the boat as the Flying Redanian as it continues to reappear. But I could probably assume that might be a target for Philippa to steal, and that might be the ping pong target in this case. But we'll see how it goes, because it might be a situation of whoever can hold on to their, who can sort of a game of Philippa chicken in this case of whoever bites first.
I think Morale might be tough to play for Coleman because the response would be Azar to defender and possibly leader to kill Morale. But in any case, you'd have these bugs to get through before you could finally convert on the poison. So it's possible that Piable does have the advantage here in that case with Azar in hand. There's not a lot of differences. Piable does have Sol, whereas Coleman spent Sol earlier in round 1. Coleman now opening up with Passiflora, inviting Piable to deal with it, or just kill the engine, perhaps, with Bloody Good Fun. But I have a feeling Bloody Good Fun is gonna make a lot of extra points here. I think there's going to be much better targets. But then again, when an engine is always looking at its maximum potential, so this could just be a fine Bloody Good Fun target.
Playing on the initiative here for Coleman being able to go first, it allows you a chance to establish your engines and let them go and force Piable to respond to them, meaning that the engine pieces that he can rely on are not necessarily going to get a chance to get active until later in the round, robbing them of the longevity that they would otherwise be taking advantage of. In this case, being Coleman, play your passive Flora, perhaps it gets answered. Okay, follow up with Adriano, go there, play your other passive Flora Peaches, play play your Kikimore to perhaps have that start popping off. So in which case, the setting up the Azar with the double defender makes, like you mentioned, makes that poison mighty awful.
Well, in this case, he did play as our leader. That absolutely happened, but it was on the Passiflora Peaches as opposed to the Morale that I thought. There was the opportunity, of course, to also play leader and then his own Passiflora in his case, but that, of course, would open him up to removal. And, of course, playing defender first and stymieing Coleman's engine potential allows Piebald to spend Passiflora next turn, spend Imka and Sol perhaps with impunity to not even be worried about being stolen by Philippa or poisoned as well. So Coleman now must deal with that, and he did not keep. See, the Ransacker actually would have gotten the Deathblow coin stuff here. It could have been a card that might have helped over maybe the Kikamore Warrior if we were just looking at possibilities here. And Coleman thinking about all the possibilities in his hand here is he's going to be playing Adriano the Mink, I think, to process these blind eyes and get a little bit of extra. Oh no, he doesn't want to overprofit, right? He doesn't want to overprofit.
No, the overprofiting could be. It's a 1 coin overprofit, but still, every point matters. We've seen so many ties and 1 point victories that you do not want to just give up that coin if it could be translated into a point on your side of the board. Now, the issue here is going to be, where are those points going to come from? Again, that is one option. You have more engine pieces. You have another Passiflora Peaches that Kikimore can also go ahead and consume the Flying Redanian every turn and get some point value there. But hiding behind those 2 defenders, as weak and as pathetic as they may look, they get the job done. It's going to be difficult to go ahead and deal with them. It might be a matter of actually expending, I don't want to say poison on it, but perhaps you steal one with Philippa, you kill the other one. It's just the amount of importance that those defenders represent right now is not just the fact that they're hiding the other units behind them, but it makes that heat wave very difficult to get maximum value off of. As you can see, Piebald now is just sitting back and enjoying himself. Now there is a card you can interact with, the RNG of the row decision based on that Flying Redanian where it shows up. Now you have something that you can interact with, but you're not going to kill it. It's just going to come back. You could steal it, but there's a good chance it's just going to be stolen right back. Or even then, is it maybe just left on that side of the board? I don't think that is the biggest deal if you're Piebald.
Piebald drops Sol the Navarrete, and then Coleman responds with Adriano the Mink. Finally, Piebald coming back here with the Sea Jackal. So much happening now. It's all speeding up here. Tons of coins on the table, in the pouch, in the Sea Jackal's pocket. Piebald with 3 engines ticking, if you want to count Imka, protected by the Scarabs, very difficult to get rid of. Coleman just developing his own engines. He's got 2 Seductori at the moment, and of course he has the Kikamore Warrior engine with the Flying Redanian. He's actually getting a lot of value. This is an engine. This is just an engine off here. Piebald's got to get the Passiflora open for business.
I'd argue that it was probably in Coleman's better interest if that boat ended up on the ranged row, clogging that row up, forcing Piebald to play more important cards to the front row that you could actually have some reach with the Morale and the Fistech. Now, as it stands, that there's a lot of space. So Adriano the Mink, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, Adriano the Mink's gonna
got exactly enough room. He can't. He has to play. If Philippa steals a unit and Morale and Sea Jackal are a unit, he can't play any more units.
Well, he's going to have to commit to the front row. He's going to commit to one of, you could play one more unit to the back row with the 9 row limit. But Adriano the Mink's going to go to the front row, so that's at least going to allow the Sly Seductress to be available for steal. Unfortunately, now those Kikimores are also creating a little bit of a log jam there, and there's a possibility that they stop consuming, that they represent just the 9 points that they've come to be at this point. And like we said, check this out. There is going to be some real estate issues over here. So Coleman has to factor that in, because a card like Fistech and Heatwave are not really going to offer board presence, but at the same time, what card are you stealing with Philippa now? You have to steal something that's to the melee row because of the logjam in your own, the maximum capacity as it is. No vacancy on the range row.
Passiflora opened a little bit later here on Payable's side, but he will not be undone. He will not lose sales to Colomon's Passiflora, as he is now taking the lead in points. 4 cards each player, 2 Philippas, 2 removal pieces, I suppose, and Heatwave. This is going to be a wild one. Colomon does actually have poison targets now, given that there is no Purify here, and it's going to hit the Slice Seductors, perhaps.
We might see Payable just respond with the steal here, which in which case I think that Colomon is okay with that because he has a way to complete poison.
True. I mean, he could steal. Yeah, if he steals Morale, the poison is good. Otherwise, there's like an over poison in this case.
Payable might be considering now, is that the only poison completion that he has? Is that the only, option of the circle is now complete kind of thing? Because if Payable is putting Colomon on Morale as his only opportunity to complete the poison, then a steal here is fine. However, if Payable thinks that Colomon might be holding on to more poison, then just leaving the Morale there is fine.
He's going to go ahead and just he's going to spend down all his money into the Sea Jackal, go ahead and kill it with the Bloody Good Fun, which now presents Colomon with the opportunity just to poison with the Fist Deck. And this is going to go down to Payable. The only difference between their hands right now is a Sea Urchin and 7 coins. Sea Urchin represents an additional 3 coins. However, a unit that can be stolen. Perhaps only the melee row can be stolen.
Is that the only? I mean, that's a spender, though. Oh, no, there's
points. We're looking at the cards left.
Payable hiding behind those 2 defenders. The thing is that Payable's going to have to steal from the melee row, and he's got 7 coins. So I guess Adriano might be your best option, but then you're kind of...
And he's also going to remove a 10 from the back. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. But you have to factor in things like Passiflora Peaches ticking, Sol ticking. Do you want to spend to that amount, or factor in their horde and what those points represent? Also, MK getting you some points. This is
yeah, I mean, you could Heatwave and then just steal you could steal a 9 next turn, right?
The Passiflora is one hell of a place to be right now. It is just one giant mosh pit of craziness. Okay, here we go.
He used Heatwave to remove. He didn't remove the Slice Seductress as I. Oh, he's not even going to play the Heatwave. Why even bother playing it on a 3-point card when you've already lost by 3 points? Philippa's going to come down, be more than enough, and in the mirror there, the red coin looks pretty good. Payable is now officially on match point for Gwent for the title of Gwent Master against the legend, Colomon. Colomon is now going to have to engineer 2 more wins. Payable is going to have to complete it with Enslave. Is that correct? Is it going to be Enslave that's going to have to be his winning ticket to the Ring of Glory, let's say? Sure.
Wouldn't that be just so beautiful if it's Nilfgaard that wins a tournament after everyone's saying that it's a bad faction? It's not a bad faction. It's just perhaps a slightly worse faction, but it's still pretty damn cool, as we've seen in this tournament. It has gotten the job done in many cases, as Payable now is just one step away. Colomon back to the wall, but he's got a lot of fight in him. We've seen that razor-focused ability that Colomon has. I've seen him win in even worse circumstances than this, so I'm not counting him out by any means. I do firmly believe this is a 5-game series, and judging by my 0-4 quarterfinals divination record, I am not going to predict who wins because they will then lose, and I do not want to be responsible for it.
I will say that, just except for the fact that Payable is going first in this next game, I would say that he's favored against both of. He's not playing Commandos, of course.
No Commandos.
He has to be Carapace or Hidden Cache, so
yes,
it'll be one of those. Now we saw Payable just destroy Hidden Cache on destroy Carapace on day 1 with Enslave. Just put them in an impossible situation. I think the matchup is even better for Payable against Hidden Cache, given the control and the lack of removal. So
I mean, we're gonna the Enslave list, not just the leader ability itself, but the fact that you're running dual amnesty, something like Hefty Helga, and your Fire Scorpions, you could really tailor some nasty steals away from the Hidden Cache list, stealing engine pieces, killing engine pieces, lifting engine pieces off with something like Yennefer's Invocation. Not to mention Masquerade Ball can just go on, pop off, and get the job done, removing some of those big spenders that get real tall and convert those coins into actual booty. But again, Coleman has his choice now. Does he bring in Carapace and face the demon again, or does he just try another shot with hidden cash on the other side of the coin? I mean,
and you know it's going to be up to Coleman, of course. I think he's going to figure this one out. He had a solid 45 minutes to think about it, so he will have to now put everything that he knows on the line, because this could be the last game of Gwent Masters Season 2. It could be. It could be. We'll see. Coleman will be taking Kelly Keltulis, the Carapace Dragon, up against Nilfgaard in Slave 5 with the big guy. And I think Nilfgaard in this case, I don't think it was Nilfgaard as bad. I think it was more about just the competitive nature of what they had, the options that they had. But the options that they had were always really good control options, and a control meta gives birth to, in this case, Enslave. I think, and the interesting thing about Enslave is in the past, Enslave has never really felt like this unfair deck, at least not in tournaments. But in this case, I don't think it has to be. It just has to have the answers. It just has to have the solutions to these very specific problems. And I think it might just have it here. And if it doesn't have it here, it might have it against Hidden Cash, but we're not nearly done yet for Gwent Masters, the finals.
Fireball now on the play. He's got some proactivity should he need it. The Tortoise ×2, as well as a Fire Scorpion that he could go ahead and play down there and protect. The problem is that Coleman playing that famous Keltulis list. This is, again, it's not just, it's a dragon you want to slay with a dragon of your own. This is going to be an interesting matchup once again. Piebol, I don't think he has the opportunity or the option to kill his own units to win a game if he wants to be, clever like that in this case.
I think Helga can do that, actually. Helga has
she has done it in the past, yes. She has made short work of a Vincent. Yeah, she shredded a Vincent.
It's only Reinforced Ballista that sticks in my head as like one of those cards that you can target your own thing with. And I remember because I always ran it because it could kill the cow carcass in any meta that had Raw Tosser. So, but yeah, we've seen Piebol do that exact thing, actually own his own unit against Gravish to draw the tie in that game, I think. That was the one with the tie here. But Piebol setting up Baby Helga, the unhefty Helga, and that'll be the Fire Scorpion here. Just recently, you haven't seen very much of it lately. It's been a very dormant card since its greatness as a 4-provision card coming out with portals.
Diet Helga.
Helga Light.
Helga
I can't believe
Light.
it's not Helga. I'm remembering when we revealed Curse of Corruption back in the day.
Yes,
Right?
yeah, I can't believe it's not Scorch. Yeah. In this case, there it is. 9 points of Diet Helga in the front row. That's going to get benefits from the tactics that Piebol has, but a quick heat wave now, just saying goodbye. So that's a heat wave that could have potentially gone ahead and eaten a Masquerade Ball, and Piebol once again on the play here. That quick heat wave has just essentially nullified that tactical advantage, the benefit you get of going first. So now Piebol's got to make a decision how he wants to proceed. Really, there's one clean way to do this. Piebol's just taking his time for once and thinking his plays through. This is a difficult matchup again, and this is for all the marbles, as Jagger said. And yes, I still collect marbles, maybe, sometimes, possibly, because they're pretty in a jar. But the Tortoise is probably the only way to go. You've got 2 of them, so dropping one and seeing it die, well, I think what Piebol is doing here is just evaluating future turns, because his play right now is essentially fairly obvious.
Playing the tall unit here, Coleman's going to be playing units, packing them, adrenaline rushing them. And the action here for Karathi Heatwave, once you put the tactical advantage on it, I used to call this the old-fashioned red coin. You're now just officially on a 0-point board and at a disadvantage. Now, Coleman has set up Siri Dash and used his first leader. This matchup is interesting because Piebol has a lot of really, really fine ways to interact with Siri Dash. If he feels like he has the time, he could just assassinate it and finish it off with something else, maybe even coup de grace. possibly, because then he could actually get it himself. But if he doesn't want to do that, Vale is on Siri Dash. It can be Vincented, or it can be Yennefer Invocation if Payaball thinks he can get use out of it later. This is not a defender list, so the protection that he would need for Siri Dash isn't going to be available. But there could be some options here for Payaball. A couple lines he could take.
Yeah, the difficult part here is the fact that if you do not answer it in one card, you're going to see it get buffed, protected, etc. Vincent has, I don't know how many series Vincent has under his belt by now at the end of the tournament. There's another one, another notch on his belt for just completely destroying Siri, meaning that how are you going to deal with the defender? Well, you still got options. You still got a Yen's Invocation. You still have options to sort of crush through. I think that this is... Kolobon knows that this is a difficult matchup for him, but confidently choosing it in this case, thinking that he can get through.
I like the Assassinate and Slave option on Troll. Potentially could be a good way for your Thirsty Dames to survive, perhaps a Parasite or something to that effect. As we finally see the Poglet come down here, I'll repeat that one. Team Poglet in the chat.
Team Poglet.
So we have seen, just because we have 6 players bringing monsters, there has been just a lot of Carapace gameplay. They haven't all been the same. Coal Mines has definitely been a lot more about the solitary units, that kind of, not really unitless, but pouring all of your resources on one unit. Very true King Eridan of him for the old school players.
Problem here is that against Nilfgaard, that is a very dangerous thing to do when you're facing down cards like Yennefer's Invocation and poison options as well, damage options such as Assassinate, etc. Kolomon is not really going to want to pour too much into a unit, and especially an important unit like a Defender or a Caltullus, only to see it get lifted off by Yen's Invocation, and then it's bye-bye Salut la Visite for that one. But you do have the cool combo here of Yen's Invocation with the Joaquin. That's always a fun one to do. My favorite way to do it is to go ahead and steal an Anseus and then see the biggest Anseus of life. But in this case, who knows what he's going to steal? It could just be a matter of taking the Defender off and going to play Joaquin into a massive Defender of your own.
There is the Adrenaline Rush. Now, we're not seeing the Endrega Warrior. We're not seeing the Consume that actually is needed for this Foglet. So the 2 packs aren't looking very good. Kolomon's aggressive play with the Heat Wave actually turned out to be possibly an over expenditure as this plays down. It looks like Payable might be in a comfortable position to take this one, but he's going to pass, actually. He's going to take the pass.
I think that's okay. Payable wants to be able to go, and a short round for Payable might not be optimal.
Let's be real. Kolomon's hand is not great.
No, and I think that Kolomon dodged a little bit of a bullet here by allowing himself to play a card to get ahead. The problem is what do you play? You could just go ahead and drop another pact on it for 6 points, get ahead by 1. Kolomon again, just taking his time and making the plan in his head and just trying to see the path, visualize, think about the next round. You've got the play in your head. You know what you want to do. So why make use of the time that's given to you, and kind of just relax, take a breath, move on.
You ever play in a game and you feel like maybe your opponent or somebody who's watching you thinks you're playing too slow? It's my time. Don't you dare. Do something with your own time.
Oh,
This
totally.
is my-
Hey, there are 2 options. Number 1 is I'm thinking about the future play or the current play. Number 2, I'm in the washroom and I'm really rushing myself. So if ever I play a card and do not immediately pass the turn, you could 100% guarantee that I am running to the bathroom. That's kind of how that goes.
We're going to leave that one there.
Totally.
As Kolomon is going to be leading off now round 2 here of game 4. Is it already game 4? This is I've watching these 2 play in the highest ring at the highest level. Always a pleasure, especially when you get the warm up of all the previous series. You get to see Caltullus go at its best, or at her best, at her worst, and finally you get to see Nilfgaard as well. I think Enslave does have such a great spot in the control meta right now, and Payaball's list could be the one that could take it as Ygern comes down here. This makes this I mean, again, 7 armor, very different from 6. The Assassinate does make the points quite fragile, and Payable does have cards to play with right now. He doesn't have to play anything in general. You can't really boost Gurn because the armor is what's important. It's just going to be Helga. Helga's going to be the protection that Payable is going to use to make sure that he doesn't go down in cards here. He's not susceptible to a bleed, perhaps, if Coleman wants to go that way. Maybe he just wanted to get Gurn in the graveyard. But Helga definitely makes it scary for Coleman to continue here.
Well, the beautiful part about the Helga is that there's no help from Kolomon's deck list that can pop a shield and remove it all in one foul swoop. The way that you remove it is if you can drop a Kaltulis, should that absolutely be the lowest card on a more populated board of Payable. It's not the case in this matter. That shield is so much importance because there's no way to just cleanly deal with it with the heat wave gone. How are you going to kill that, right? There's just no way. And in this case, as you can see, this might be the play that you had predicted earlier, where you might just combo off something like an Assassinate, a Ping, a Steal, and then take that, or even lift it perhaps with the Yennefer's Invocation.
He also has the Purification option. I saw it highlighted there. He also has the Purification option with the Cupbearer. That keeps all the points on Kolomon's side of the board, but it keeps Payable's options open wide. I think that's the big, that's what Payable wants right now. Coleman is pushing into this round now. He's risking his card advantage, or his last say, I should say, at this point, to threaten, to bleed important pieces out from Payable. But Payable does have the ability to stay in this with a number of tactics. Hefty Helga just climbs in value. Yennefer's Invocation can just completely just eliminates the highest point, and also possibly eliminates an Ozrel target if it's Igurn here. If Payable actually wants to do that, I think maybe if the round ended earlier, that could be an option, because maybe Payable would play Igurn at a high armor target, and it would be safe.
Not looking too good for Coleman, but you got to trust the guy in the process. He knows this deck very, very well. The Beast is going to come out, no protection from Defender, however, and no protection from a charge there. So that's just 6 points, and that's going to fit real nice with an Assassinate and a Ping, or even a Ping and a Steal. There's options there as well. Coleman is eventually going to have to evaluate where is that Enslave effect going to, get him some value. It might just be taking that Hound now, given the fact that Payable has to actually get back into this round. He's down by 15 points. He does have a Helga. He's got a charge on it as well, but he needs to sort of make up some ground, and that dog is only going to get meaner and meaner. So this could be a situation where you ping it down to 4, you steal it, and then play a card as a follow-up just to stay into the game.
It's just going to go ahead and be Assassinate Ping. I keep on thinking of what Payable can do, but it's his restraint that's going to keep him alive here. It's what he's doing as little as possible. But Yennefer's Invocation is always a consideration, because that will be points that also equals a unit in his in the third round here, depending on how deep Coleman wants to go here. Now, I haven't had a chance to play against Coleman very often, but I definitely don't know. He doesn't seem to be someone who pushes all that often, but this is a list that, because these are control lists, and because Coleman wants to make sure that he has control over what Payable is going to be doing, this is just such a hard matchup for Coleman. Like, if we're being real, between stopping the Veils and Roderick putting units on your board as well, it can't be that easy for Coleman to make these pushes.
So here's where this is going to become difficult, because Payable's going to have to actually get back into this. I mean, one card, if he could do it in one card, it's going to be tough for him. But I still feel like maybe the best option for him was to use the Enslave on that dog, because options later are going to be limited in terms of stealing things. And stealing the dog had a lot of potential for an elongated round 2 should Coleman want to stretch it out.
Payable can use his later. I just don't think he can use it
That's the problem, right?
Now that he's using most of his as long as he has a Ping, he can consider using it. He does have, he still could consider playing Yennefer's Invocation. If he plays Poison, he's inviting Coleman to use a leader charge, and that's probably not what he's interested in doing. This is exactly that. He does have a follow-up Poison, I believe, with Roderick, should allow him to access that.
I don't think it's a huge deal, honestly. If you can just nullify that poison, I think that in this matchup, playing poison against a deck that can just easily dish out Veil, it's more of a use a leader charge. Like we mentioned earlier, this is something to just buy a leader charge out of him. It forces a response, even though Piable does not have a follow up with that. That's just easily and readily available. Coleman doesn't know that, and 13 points is a lot to get rid of. Now he can just let it die and follow up with an Osril. He can call the bluff and say, all right.
That there's only one Fangs, though, I think. He knows that much. Because there's no morale. So he would have to put Pieball on the other Fangs in hand. He's passing. So what is the play here?
This is where it gets spooky, right? Because it's not as clean and... well, you could just lift the Eagern, and you win by a point. And then you just walk away. And that's actually not a bad play, because lifting the Eagern means that you can play the Eagern, and it also makes for a worse Osril.
Yeah, that could be just it. That could just be it. Ultimately, it could have always been Eagern that ends up on top of Pieball's deck. I thought about it a couple of times, and then we saw the Beast play, and it's going to actually be Roderick. He's going to be taking Menno in this case, probably. Menno will be securing the kill, or the points, I should say. The points required to finalize the armor destruction on Eagern. That will be enough. It turns out that Osril in the graveyard, not a threat for Pieball. When you're playing poison, you can just go ahead and not really worry about that. Taking care of Kaltullus, much more important when you're not running Heatwave. That will be the answer to Kaltullus. No more defender of any kind. So how does Coleman protect Kaltullus? Drawing 2 Endrega Warriors and a natural selection ain't great. Magni being flipped for an Amnesty. Don't know if it'll even see a target. Might be better just to hold on to the Joust.
I still believe that this is Pieball's game to lose. However...
In that it's in his control now?
Correct. That he is I don't want to say favored necessarily. I hate saying favored because that just means that one player is particularly better than the other. I think these are two awesome players. What I'm saying is that I firmly believe that this is Nilfgaard's match to lose given the control elements that he has at his disposal. But if he does maybe make a miscalculate or miss an opportunity with that enslave and that factors in, that could be something devastating for him. And again, Coleman doing Kaltullus things, meaning all right, no units for a little while here, and we're just gonna let you get settled before I start dropping my own party.
I like the fact that Pieball is running these extra engines in the Fire Scorpions, because when your stuff gets answered by 1 or 2 natural selections, open deck list, you know what's gonna make it. You know that it would be just quite an overspending here from Immelith Wrath. Immelith Wrath is probably looking for something a little bit more. Well, is it looking for something more threatening? We're not entirely sure, but I think Coleman also could have he could have ways, well, as long as Joachim is a card in Pajaball's hand, he'll be able to use the Enslave. Now, Pieball seems like he's got a lot of options. If the Fire Scorpion sticks or the Joust hits the right number, that Amnesty is going to be great. Yennefer's Invocation will just delete Kaltullus. Here comes the Oneiromancy, Coleman's pick. Not a lot of great ones. The only removal he can take.
Coleman not giving Pieball too many options to A, interact with, but B, for his enslave. And there's another burn. There it is. We've seen this happen.
No target, not playing it. Joust might be next.
When you're so confident, you just throw provisions out the window like that. That is confidence.
You could argue that was never gonna hit, I suppose. I mean,
no. I mean, put it this way: we're contemplating and debating whether the enslave for 5 is going to hit. That Amnesty is really just that's a no-brainer. That's not going to happen.
There's no larvas here today. I'm afraid, if you can believe it, no larva showed up today in the monsters decks.
Buff larva. # buff larva. # McBlade. I'm sorry, it's the wickedest, coolest nickname ever.
Yeah, it's like a fast food version of.
Yes, corporatized.
I don't know where I'm going with that joke at all, but I do know that the Foglet, probably not the best thing that Coleman wanted to pick up in his deck. It's not really something he can use. I haven't made any comment.
There's your stealing target, though. This could be a joust and a steal if necessary.
It could be. That Foglet is not looking happy. Now, Coleman did play his Foglet in round 1, or that's still actually in his deck? Because he didn't have any way of consuming in round 1.
That's correct. There was no way to consume that Foglet.
That is the lonely Foglet. Here comes... We knew that this was on top, I think, because of Roderick. Or am I thinking about how Naglfar walks? Either way, Usurper Officer is here. Usurper
and yeah, you're gonna get the double pop on this one, and just magically, just lobbing these softballs into the Veil. They're just the poison is bouncing off that immortal Foglet, that just laughs in the face of poison in this case. But do you really want to steal those units back to your side? I guess you do, because whether Kaltulis burns them or on their side or your side, they're probably likely gone anyways.
And the reason why none of those poisons hit Joachim is probably because, he needs it to survive if he wants to play coup de grace on it, or if he wants to enslave it, because it could be the only thing that he could grab points on. So yes, the Veil did eat the poisons. Yes, we just saw points coming out of the Masquerade Ball. But Pieball with 29 points to Coleman's 11, 2 games up on the best-of-5 series in the final.
No, that is the correct play. You just want to sort of let those poisons fizzle against the Veil, because, like you mentioned, eliminating Joaquin means your coup de grace is bad and relatively useless, as well as, like you said, throwing Joaquin to the other side for your enslave effect is the way to sort of complete that package. You coup de grace, and then you go ahead and steal it right back. But an Adrenaline Rush here makes short work of that. But keep in mind that even though you are dropping an Adrenaline Rush on it, you can coup de grace it if you want to. It is possible. But I think what you also need to worry about is that there is still one more charge of the Carapace that he can put on the newer Joaquin that spawns out of coup de grace. But the
Bible's going to take the low provision play, the low point play, which actually is the leader play here against Kaltulis, stealing a 3. This Foglet, what a journey! This guy is a hero in the Foglet Kingdom. He has done so much in round 3 that no Foglet has ever done. He has received a boost, a buff, and deemed important enough to go and switch armies. They'll never believe it.
He has been recruited to the other side.
The tales the bards are going to write about the Witchers, let alone the tales that this Foglet.
Look at him go. Just absolutely, and just like deflecting poison like it's nothing, like a Jedi, just flinging them away like they're absolutely useless. And now Coleman again, a 20-point deficit, but 3 massive cards in his hand. The Kaltulis represents a lot of removal, but keep in mind that Pieball has the instant answer to that. And wow, okay, Joaquin apparently wants to just show up that traitorous Foglet, and there is Imler's Wrath, and right away
that's gonna get you what you need. Joaquin's gonna find you a little something else. One last Aristocrat. This will apply the bleeding. Masquerade Ball is all but spent. We got 2 more huge cards left. Kaltulis, the last of her kind, and Osrel representing 14 points. Pieball is able to erase that card. So, or I should say either Kaltulis or the 14 points, but he is sitting pretty.
This is the time for Kaltulis. You have to maximize on her potential here. It's one of those situations where if Coleman is hoping that Pieball is not holding that removal, but eating the other card instead, and here comes the 14 points of Coleman. This could get real close, man. The math on this
with
is
the bleed on it too? Hold on, 14 from Oswald and the bleed? Are we tied?
And the burn from Kaltulis.
The burn from Kaltulis. Oh no, then Coley's got this one.
Yeah, that might have been, I don't want to say, I don't want to call it a misclick, but maybe a poor decision. Coleman comes through on this one. Ooh, mama. That was a juicy little nugget to dunk in that regard. By gosh. It's
from the
Misty
Mountains.
Man.
From the Misty Mountains, she comes down. Kaltulis getting that finals victory. Finally. Now it's down to this last match, Enslave versus Hidden Cash. I mean, now you're just talking about stats. Pieball is reigning terror from the red coin side with a control deck in Blood Money. this is going to be, or sorry, in Enslave, this is going to be just a pretty crazy match. I mean, who do you got at this point?
I'm not gonna say it, man. I just can't.
No?
Like, my mind is already blown. First of all, I guaranteed I have been absolutely eviscerated for missing that heat wave in the previous game. So I'm not gonna make any predictions. That's not what I do, because also I am 0-4.
I missed it too.
Yeah, it happens, dude.
I'm gonna get on with my life.
We're gonna move on because we have a game 5 between Piable and Colamon in the GWENT World Masters of Season 2. This is epic. This is awesome. The games have been really spectacular. We had, what do we have? We had draws, we had 1-point wins, we had awesome Keltulai synergies and
3 draws.
Conspiracies. It's crazy. It's 3 draws all tournament long, and no time for games, man. We have to go in and jump into this one as Piable once again representing that Nilfgaard. He's got another swing of the bat to go ahead and hopefully knock out Colamon, who's bringing hidden cash to the party.
I like how you're like, no time for games. It's actually only time for games.
It's
actually
only time for games.
We have to be here. We must watch this game. Only time for games. Colamon, Piable, 2-2, best of 5. The winner takes the title of GWENT Master. GWENT Master 2020. What a season it has been, Flake. I mean, in and out of the game, it's just been a wild 2020. And these players and this game, honestly, it's been a big part of my life this year. And I'm certain it's been a part of yours as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't need to, go into details about what 2020 has meant to me in terms of struggles and challenges and such, but jumping back into GWENT has been an absolute redemption arc for myself. I love this game. These players have gone through the gauntlets to get to where they are. They have played their hearts out, and here they are, the best of the best, playing with such a myriad of decks, so many different, every faction represented, so many deck archetypes that we're going to see here, and this is what it comes down to. Colamon hoping to get revenge on Piable, who knocked him out of a tournament not too long ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's one way, it's a redemption arc in some ways, and it's also, it's still weird to think of Colamon as the underdog in this situation, as Piable kind of bursted up through the Earth's crust and just took that open 4 as we see Imka come down here with the hidden cash as well, to make sure that Imka does have a shield to make sure that it won't get pinged off or assassinated in this case. Piable will be setting up his engine. But yeah, I mean, I think that with GWENT getting to, I mean, I thought this meta over the last 2 or 3 months has been pretty great. I think that this upcoming expansion has a lot of hype built up to it. And yeah, I'm expecting this just to be a great December, my friend, and everybody in GWENT. Thanks very much for a great 2020. I'm going to say it now. Well, I know you're listening. As we get back into these finals here, as Colamon is going to apply a little bit of poison, get a little bit of coin in the pouch here on the Fire Scorpion, and just take it easy. Get that Flying Redanian out due to Imka's passive.
Hidden cash, of course, reducing the cost of those horde abilities. The Flying Redanian is going to fly out of the deck, and there is the extra juice that Tourney Joust offers. What I mean, when it comes down to it, you think of peanut butter and jelly, you think of cheese and crackers. Also, you think of Tourney Joust and Hefty Helga, but in this case, removing a shield, 4 points of damage, pairing up real nice with Diet Helga to go ahead and finish it off with a ping and remove that card. But a Fistek Trafficker completing the transaction, and drugs are bad for you, and there goes a Fire Scorpion into the graveyard.
I feel like you were describing a peanut butter and an anti-peanut butter sandwich, which I would like to try, but I think it might be the last meal I ever eat. As the Assassinate finds full value here on the solo Flying Redanian. I'm going to be careful about that. We're playing sweet and low right here. Piable does have an option to steal that boat if Colamon does not protect it, and I don't think Colamon can protect it.
No, that is a nice, sweet amnesty, if ever you wanted to make one right there. And the question is, would Colamon want to go ahead and use a Philippa to steal that back? The residual value that stealing that Redanian represents is, I don't want to say immeasurable, but
he did great. He did great with it last time we saw it. I think that Kikamura Warrior, I thought, wasn't even the best pick in the hand, but that it got him at least 9 points.
Now this is a nice play, playing the Menno into Assassination to take out that excuse me, the Peaches before she gets out of range. You always have the option for that amnesty whenever you want, and being on the right side of the coin for Piable, you can always go ahead and make that steal and get ahead when you need to. The problem is Colamon has to go ahead and start dropping cards that are meaningful, that are point generating. You have a Jackal that can go ahead and convert coins into points rather effectively, and you have another Passiflora Peaches, but you also need to keep an eye on your blind eyes. You have Passiflora, you have Adriano, so you got to make sure that you have ways to go ahead and trigger all of the chapters of the Passiflora.
Coleman doesn't want any moment of this match for him to feel like he doesn't have something going for him. There's the Amnesty on the ship. Are we seeing it? It is going to be my Flying Redanian, says Paja. That is going to be a tough one to steal back, unless Philip is just chilling at the top of the bank, I suppose. But, I mean, is that even really worth it? It's not like Piable can convert on the Flying Redanian later. It does take those points away from Coleman, makes some of his cards a lot worse. Obviously, he would hate to draw the Kikamor Warrior in round 3 as his last mulligan, knowing he's not going to get that Redanian back. That would be terrible. And honestly, these games have been so close, it wouldn't even be so surprising if that was the tail of the tape right there. But that Amnesty on the boat seemed like it was destined to happen.
Except sometimes they're quite fresh.
Passiflora Peaches gets another little feather in her cap, if you will. She goes up to 6 points. Coleman representing a 10-point lead. And there's the pass for Piable. And Coley's going to just go ahead and take the pass as well.
Piable
So
very confident here, defending his position here with at least Coleman would have to commit to the bleed immediately if he wanted to use his leader ability at all, if he wanted to set up anything like carryover coins at all. There's that warrior he's probably not going to want. He might keep it, though, for a better mulligan later so he doesn't get screwed by it in round 3, but not in this case. And Piable is looking like he's got a good amount of control. He's got Yennefer. He just grabbed the other Amnesty. Hefty Helga's ready to start shooting. A little bit of poison to go along with Masquerade Ball, Joachim, and Coup de Grace. That's a recipe for victory, although it didn't get him that victory in the last game against Keltalis. This is very different. You're not playing around something that's just going to destroy tons of your units at once. I think Piable is going to find that being able to control the board with Hefty Helga and maybe play around some of these poisons, hopefully, it could mean that he takes home the Masters title. Will Coleman push, though?
It's a good question. He's evaluating his options here, taking good use of the clock that is given to him and burning out that rope. And I suspect that he's gonna. There it is, exactly. Open for business. Let's get the party started early in this one. Round 2, the Passiflora comes down. Peaches goes up to 5 points, and Piable now is going to have to figure out what he wants to do. When is he going to use his Enslave ability? When is he going to start, responding with maybe Masquerade Ball of his own? Is this a Helga round? How are we going to respond here? I feel that Helga is definitely an option here, given the fact that any removal that Coleman wants to use here is going to have to be poison, because you can't necessarily, dropping the Helga here means that with 3 coins in Coleman's bank means that you're just edge out of range of a steal from Philippa.
Blind Eye here in the Sea Urchin and Adriano the Mink. That's how he'll be able to progress this scenario. These engines are not long for this world. They can get pinged down and stolen with Amnesty. They get picked up by Yennefer's Invocation as well. Perhaps poison is on the menu for Piable. He can do things with Roderick and Fangs without having to spend his Masquerade Ball. And of course, Joachim represents all sorts of madness with Coup de Grace. Here comes Coleman spending the tribute on Adriano the Mink to get the double... No, he's making his money first. And then he'll be getting another Seductress next. So Coleman is absolutely going in for the round 2 bleed. This is usually some of the most interesting stuff in Gwent, because for a long time, it was, you could argue that in so many matchups, it was just not correct to do it, especially on ladder when you didn't know things. It just wasn't correct to bleed. Usually just always better take last say, take that long round. But these days, there's just a lot more spiky plays, a lot more synergies. Here comes Coup de Grace. It's going to, or Coup de Grace. Coup de Grace? Coup de Grace.
Coup de Grace.
Yeah, you got to hit that. You got to hiss.
There's a soft
Sly
little...
Seductress comes
Correct.
Down. Yeah.
Beautiful thing about Coup de Grace is that it actually gets to go echoed into the deck after at the end of the round here, and stealing a Sly Seductress is a nice little steal there. I don't think that's a bad play at all, because it not only gives an extra charge to your Hefty Helga, but it also taxes your opponent for every unit they play now with the boost from the Sly Seductress. Not to mention, you're also robbing the bonded ability of the final chapter of Passiflora. So Coleman is now evaluating. He is ahead. He can pass if he wants to, and still maintain that last say, should it come to that. But now we're going to see how deep he wants to go. He does have another blind eye in the deck in his hand if he wants to. The urchins can be played and spent and generate a lot of value here. So that is exactly what he's doing. He's got nine coins in his hand, and but he cannot rely on the boat anymore. There's an old saying, McBee. It's that nobody wants. You don't want to be the guy who owns the boat, but you want to be the guy who knows the guy with the boat.
That's the old saying.
That is the old saying. I don't know how old it goes. Probably back to when boats were invented. But
no,
yeah,
I think if you go back that far, the saying is kill the guy with the boat.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, steal the boat.
But I think, yeah, around the time when civility and society was, eventually it was nice to own people with boats. For sure. Definitely. Here comes Coleman. Coleman is going to be coming into here comes the Amnesty turn, taking that other Sly Seductors, confirm. Now he's got the bonded ability on his Sly Seductors, makes this very hard for Coleman to go further into this round. The 7-point lead, which could be less, I guess, if he spends this ping as well. But this 7-point lead could quickly shrink. Coleman might have just this one opportunity to just leave and keep last say. Pretty hard to argue spending something like Ransackers or an you could be looking for Philippa in the bank, I suppose. That could be. I mean, that's a big play. I don't know if
well,
it's
that's it. If you're committing something massive like that, especially against the bonded Sly Seductress board that Piable's representing, it means that you're confident that you're going to win this round. And I don't think Coleman is confident that he's going to win this round. He has committed lots of pieces, tossing some bronze cards out there, perhaps using the fist deck to threaten poison on a card, and then maybe spend some of those coins is definitely an option. There are definitely arguments to be made that Coleman can continue the bleed because there are bronze cards that he's maybe willing to go ahead and give up. But I think in terms of actually committing big cards, that's not where you want to go here, because you want to make sure that you have some bullets in the clip for round 3, especially in Game 5 of World Masters.
Piable does have just enough to pick up, and he needs the 10, right? So he still needs to, so he picks up the peaches and he pings anything. That might not be what he wants to do, but if he wants to do it in one card without using leader, it's too bad to pick up a card you're not going to want to see later, but it doesn't pollute Roderick at all. It's not a gold card. Piable's probably just planning out what is going to be happening in the future here. He's going to lead off with Masquerade Ball, potentially. It is going to be Yennefer's Invocation on the peaches with the ping. That's the 10 points. Last round of 2020 Flake. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It could be a tie. But just, maybe I'll be, Panda, I'm sorry. I just cursed us. What did I say? And I tweeted something about it being like 6 o'clock in the morning. We're on game 18. It's 2-2.
You did say that.
I had to say something absolutely impossible, I think, to avoid the caster curse. But who knows? This might not be the last game. We might get some extra baseball.
Now, using the Yen's Invocation to go ahead and lift the Passiflora Peaches versus the Street Urchins is also interesting here. They were both worth 8 points, and should you just go ahead and find those Street Urchins with the Joaquin into the Street Urchins, at least you're profiting 3 and then being able to spend those points. It is a 1 point less should that card end up in your hand, because the Passiflora Peaches is not going to be ticking away. But you're going to be mulliganing that card away anyways, but you never know what happens with the Joaquin in this case.
That would have actually cost Piable the round. I believe the peaches were ticking.
Oh, so that is correct.
He needed to take the peaches.
The peaches is ticking. Yes, millions of peaches. Peaches
because that would have been the wrong decision if you took the urchin. So I thought you were actually setting that up, like if one choice was the other one. That's why I said wrong. I wasn't I was just saying that to you. But anyway,
I was wrong. I can admit when I'm wrong.
Picking up the Magni here actually is a pretty solid start, honestly, if you're looking at something that's going to get you some value, attract removal, and attract attention. So the Pieball is going to be playing that. The Cupbearer won't be here to purify, and a defender would just kind of shut down the card anyway. So We will be seeing the Masquerade Ball and the Thirsty Dame coming out here out front. Saying
This
the
looks
past
like
floor
a-
was nice, but this is the after party.
Yeah, this looks like the definitely nice kind of steal with the Philippa over here. That Thirsty Dame, if not answered, can become a problem. Now you do have 3 more instances of poison. So should that poison, there's nothing really to clean it up if necessary on Palliable's side. So there are going to be, you can complete those poisons. So the question is, do you want to poison the Thirsty Dame, or do you want to steal the Thirsty Dame and then benefit from her the boost she will then obtain from the poison that you yourself are administering to your opponent. It also invites poison from your opponent because he will be spawning the Fangs of the Empire from the different chapters of the Masquerade Ball. But we're going to the bank. That's it.
We're in line. We're in a single queue. We're staying an appropriate distance away from anybody else who needs to use the bank. We are waiting our turn courteously.
Strange
and it's going to be Karathi Heatwave to stop the ball in its tracks right now. How many big points was ball? I mean, it was the best thing. I was thinking that it would probably be a Joaquin pull that would have been a better amount of points, but we are talking about 2 poisons here. It gives Koloman a little bit more room to breathe, I suppose, when it comes to potentially one of his tall units, but he doesn't seem like he's going to have a lot of tall units, maybe just the Urchin.
Well, what it does as well is it puts Payable back on the play here, where he has to play relatively proactively, and to do that, you have to commit something like a Fangs of the Empire. You could play your Joaquin, which is what's occurring right now. But now, by playing Joaquin, you're playing a
Fire
card
Scorpion.
that has it could be it is a fat Scorpion.
The big fat, it's, you know, it's grown up to just be like its big brother Helga, big sister Helga. Oh, who knows?
It's a machine.
Here we go.
It's wood, so
it's a machine. It's it's.
But here's the problem: is that now have you kind of missed out on your opportunity to go ahead and steal the Thirsty Dame? Now, obviously, you don't have ways to make that money. You could profit with your Urchin, leave it on the board. It will likely die in a horrible accident. But at the same time, you do have the poisons necessary to kill the Thirsty Dame. But now you have a bigger problem. You have a Fire Scorpion on steroids. And and that is
it represents such a big problem because of the enslave, because it turns any 6 into something that can be stealable. Morale was already looking like a pretty good pick, preventing a poison completely, taking that away here, but it's just going to be the Urchins, no coins spent. Pretty scary to give anything here. There is the opportunity for coup de grace on Joaquin. In this case, we've seen both the Scorpions. We haven't seen the tortoises, so that's probably what would come out, a tortoise, if we haven't seen, or a fangs, if we haven't seen the fangs. Yeah. There's probably so many other options than those.
I feel like he's trying to set up to steal that Fangs of the Empire. The problem there is that if Payable chooses to coup de grace onto the Joaquin, it's going to spawn another Joaquin, another unit with a spy tag on it, meaning that the Thirsty Dame will then become 6. And then once again, just out of reach of that Philippa. And here it comes now, coup de grace on to the Joaquin.
See another Joaquin here. There's going to be lots of targets, perhaps, still for the Enslave. It's going to be the Tortoise. Yes, that's going to be another massive unit here that's going to be begging for a poison, potentially. It can be converted with the Fist Tech Trafficker, so those points are they're going away. But he can only... No, he's still going to be able to...
Well, he has 3 more instances of poison, right?
He's not going to be able to play Morale twice. I don't think so. I think that's going to be the Enslave, guaranteed. But he still will be able to poison. Yeah, he can only take out the Magni, I guess, in this case. But no, he would have to commit the 2 poisons onto the... and we've seen Cupbearer already. I think, is Coleman playing around Cupbearer? I think we have seen...
Like, this is
Can we take a look at if we see Payable's deck, we'll see how likely that is with Roderick. But Cupbearer, just in the amount of games here, I'm not entirely sure if we've seen Cupbearer yet.
So here comes the Enslave. The hidden cash ability comes through, gaining the points necessary. There's the Thirsty Dame. She's traded sides. Now, the beautiful part about this is that now that Thirsty Dame is out of range of the Enslave ability. So there are some points that you can kind of go ahead and bank on with the extra poison that you will be applying with Morale and and the Fistek Trafficker. So that Thirsty Dame could potentially be an 8 or a 9.
There's Cupbearer. It's Cupbearer Officer. I mean, these are pretty big choices. I think the Officer is just the raw points, right? The raw points, and you have to. He could have held on to Roderick, I suppose, because Morale would have been a 2-turn. But this is just a bunch of raw points. Of course, you're going to leave those units on that side of the board, so they can't be messed with in any way. Pull them over later. They can't be purified at all.
Now, what if you poison your own spy that is eventually going to switch sides, and then complete it later? That is an option. I mean, it gives you some more coin in the bank that you can then spend. It's a potential here.
Yeah, I mean that actually could be a play.
If you're
coins
assuming,
are the thing. His coins are only representing points on Jacques d'Aldersberg. That's all those points are representing. There's no spenders on the board anymore. And the highest, like that Thirsty Dame is just going to. So here comes. This will be Jack. He's going to be playing his Firesworn, I believe they're called, the Firesworn Protectors, and almost all the money. And now all the money.
4-point deficit. Fangs of the Empire for 1 point. One instance of poison is. It's not a big deal. It's not.
Well, Vincent loves it. Vincent loves it in this particular case.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. On its own, it's not a big deal because you're not necessarily. It's 4 points plus the bonus that Usurper gets from the agent being deployed. But Vincent is the one who comes in and just completes the deal. You know,
Yeah,
it's like that shark that comes in and steals your commission by completing the sale of the Camaro.
So this Enslave here, morale is going to be stolen in this case. It means that none of these poisons are going to, no, one of the poisons is going to convert. It means that Vincent is going to be able to kill Jack here. That's going to be an 11 points plus the Enslave on an additional 4-point unit. Boy, that is a lot of points. Morale on that 15-point Tortoise does not look like it's going to be enough. Payaball is your Gwent Master 2020, defeating the legend Coleman. Look at this. Can you believe it? What a road for Payaball throughout this. He's going to take a moment to collect himself, I'm sure. He had to go through quite a gauntlet. He should be pretty happy about himself.
Yeah, he's just letting the emotion come through, and it's not just the matter of winning, but also the weight off your shoulders of the stress of not just the past 2 days, but the entire road from that point onward through the preparation stages, the qualifying, everything that you had to do in the past year to get to where you are right now. It's not just a matter of getting into this tournament. It's winning your way through other tournaments, through other qualifiers, through the ladder to get to where you are today. That is a huge weight off your shoulder, and instant credibility, instant legacy just stamped from now onward through esports Gwent history.
And what a lineup he took to the finals. Nilfgaard, Precision Strike, Blood Money, and Mobilization. Not everybody's pick, hardly anybody's pick in some cases when it comes to Syndicate and Nilfgaard. Cannot wait to hear what Payaball is saying. We have, let's see if I can say it right here. We have Bouja on the line. Take it away, my friend.
Payaball, my man, you made it. You made it. You are the first ever GWENT World Master. Dude, with all this happening, how do you feel, man?
I feel great. It was a shaky series. Probably the worst one I played today because I was just super nervous. Coleman played really well and it was a really tough opponent. But yeah, I just can't really describe the feeling. It just feels really, really good.
Yeah, there must be a lot of emotions going through you right now. But yeah, like a lot of people have been saying, this has been in some way your year. And I have to also add, for all those people watching, of course, in Poland, where we're from, Polska Górą this time. Congrats, man. This was incredible. Thank you. You've brought, a lot of emotion to us watching here in the studio, but also everyone tuning in on Twitch. It was incredible. Thank you for your persistence and for always, keeping a smile, being humble, It was just amazing. So thank you, man. Congrats once again. And we'll have Shinmiri to analyze the hell of what you just achieved.
Thank you, Verja. Wow, what another 5-game series. What a finale. Crazy, crazy. I know a lot of people have, you guys got to be so excited. A lot of people, especially Piable, is going to be celebrating tonight. I'm going to keep this short. I have one clip from the third game, I believe. It is the Syndicate Mirror. Round two, even when it gets dry passed, it can be very nuanced in this situation. Piable has won round one and he's dry passing. Colomon has a really good hand. Every single card in his hand is good, except for the Fist Tech. He doesn't want to play any of these cards. He wants to save all of them for round three. So normally you would just play the Fist Tech, but you would play your bronze card, but it's not a unit. He needs points on his board. And Colomon ends up deciding to take the Vivaldi Bank here because the Fist Tech doesn't put a unit on his board. The Vivaldi Bank eventually gets played, and he sees Jacques on top of his board, on top of his deck, which he would have top decked into, except Bank shuffles the deck, and he ends up not getting the Jacques and not getting the Imki. The Bank gets wasted on the dry pass in round two. You can see here, Jacques on top of the board, Imki deeper in. But I think what Colomon forgot, I'm gonna go back a little bit here. I'm gonna go back. I think what Colomon forgot in this situation is that he still has the Flying Redanian in his graveyard. He can get points from his Flying Redanian if he just leaders. His leader is giving him 3 coins, going up to 7, and the Flying Redanian would come back. He could literally just discard this Fist Tech and still win the dry pass round 2 situation. And Bank getting wasted here is a big hit, not being able to draw into either of these 2 golds in Jacques or Imki later on. And with how close these games have been, with this series also going to game 5, I don't know if this would have made a difference, but I just wanted to point it out. You can remember, you can do things like discarding cards. And I don't know if Colomon's going to be haunted by this one, but congratulations to Piable. We're going to take a final look at the brackets. Take it away.
There it is. There's a journey that each player took to get to where Piable is standing right now on top of the mountain. He is the new king of the castle, as it were. Piable is your champion, your world master of here at Season 2 of Gwent. Now, McBeard, holy hell. What a series. What a tournament.
That was a good one. I mean, my hands are I'm just so sweaty. I'm just watching the whole game like this is out. The camera's not on me. I'm just right in the face of the monitor. And I think that these players played really well, and they played for the biggest prize pool in Gwent history. It's bad luck to count your money, but it's good luck to count other people's. Let's take a look at that prize pool. 2-3, the final score. Colomon going home in second place, 18,940 USD. Piable coming home just shy of 40,000 USD, $5 to be exact. That's pretty good. I think you can say that that's some people's salary for a year. That's definitely not bad. And
We'll
I think
start
that
a GoFundMe for that last $5 just to make it a nice clean number.
So we can say it. I'm sure he got it. I'm sure he got that last $5 somewhere in number 4. Let's say. Piable's been doing pretty good this year, and he's capping off a hell of a year of Gwent here. So let's just do a couple things here before we wrap things up. First of all, Way of the Witcher coming up in less than 2 days. I mean, this one's almost over. We have a pre-order for Way of the Witcher right now. You can get the Alzur's pre-order pack with Alzur, 25 premium kegs, and the Alzur's Laboratory Battleground. You can also get the Extraordinary pre-order pack, 10 levels in your Alzur's journey, plus the changing card back. And if you want to know $10 off the whole thing, Way of the Witcher combo offer gets you all of that and the Witcher title.
Buy it is all I gotta say, honestly. But no, seriously, Thanks to everybody who has tuned in. We are going to be eventually kicking off to Burja to give us the final send-up. But for me personally, honestly, this has been one hell of a summer. It has been a challenge. Being back in this casting seat alongside you, McBee, is a dream come true. It's back to reality for me, and reality is pretty damn sweet. To everybody in chat, to everyone in CDPR, to the contestants, everyone, I love you all. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I do love you all. It has been a struggle, but this makes me feel like me again, and that is important. And to everyone out there, thanks for being kind, thanks for the support, and thanks to you, McBee, and to everyone at CBTR. This is awesome. No tears, no cries, just joy.
My absolute pleasure to be alongside you and to see you come back into the game as well. 2020 has been fantastic. Not exactly the year we thought. Every tournament held online, all the way down to an online qualifier. Online qualifiers and an online finals. It was a full season of Gwent. However, we saw a lot of ups and downs, some great expansion. It's been very, very great to be on the ride, along the ride as well with Jagras and Panda and Shinmiri as well. Thanks so much. The new competitive season is starting soon. Let's save the date. I believe there's something that we need to show you just to be sure.
Bam!
It is starting season 3. Well, that is going to be the 12th of January, 2021. I almost read it December of next year. That's definitely not the case.
No,
January
no more of that.
2021, season 3. Get ready to get some of your own crown points and your own Gwent money. And we're going to throw it back over to the host with the most for the closing speech. We'll recap everything. And again, it's been great to be a part of Gwent in 2020. Thanks so much again. Thanks so much to the Gwent community for welcoming us.
Be kind. I love you.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to add on top what the guys said. It's been an incredible year. Started off crazy. We wanted to do the first season World Masters finals, but something happened in the world and we had to change everything. But we managed to do 4 opens and we concluded with World Masters for the very first time. And we have a winner. Congratulations to Piable. And of course, thank you to everybody, to the casters, to everyone watching, to the whole Gwent community who has been supporting us, who has been also supporting the prize pool for Gwent Masters and for all the opens. And I have to say that Season 2 has ended with a bang. Woo! Beautiful. Thank you everyone watching. It's been incredible, it's been amazing, and I shall see you all in Season 3.